Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, it's Groundhog Sunday. This time last week, England and India were facing off at one apiece and looking to prevail. This weekend, it's England v South Africa after England's dominant win on Friday. Yes, it was Friday. It seems like an age ago, but maybe that's because it finished so early. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I will be your host for the first 10 overs of the morning. I'm joined by men spread far and wide in the continent of Australasia. We have in Perth, somewhere in the outskirts of Perth, suffering from cold by what I've seen. Is it chilly out there, Messy Jez?
10.5 degrees at this moment.
10.5,
so that's cool.
That's quite cool, isn't it?
I claim the wide.
The what?
40 is the far.
Oh, he's the far. Yes, he's the far. He's over on the... Did we say you're on the east coast, or are you on the southeast coast? Where exactly are you?
It's generally described as the East Coast,
East Coast, yes. So you're just down the road from Sydney, basically, aren't you? About 500 miles.
Well, I'd rather we weren't contextualised in the frame of Sydney. We are our own city, and
oh, really? I see. There's a bit of Sydney-Melbourne rivalry going on there.
There's a little bit of rivalry. Yes, there is.
And none of you give a toss about Canberra, do you? Really? Apart from what goes on.
And Canberra, long way down the pecking list, as per Adelaide.
Indeed. Well, the news is that South Africa have won the toss and will bat, as they did in the first ODI, which I've forgotten where it was now. That was that was on
Durham,
Tuesday.
Was it?
Durham, yeah. It was. We were all sort of hanging with our tongues drooping because it was so bloody hot. I mean, I think that's probably what decided it for Ben Stokes, wasn't it? He knew it was going to be really hot. Thought, no, I don't fancy it. I'm going to go out of it. So South Africa win the toss. They will bat. The teams are unchanged. Now, I know it really annoys me how people will say to you, "Oh, teams are unchanged," and you're expected to remember what the teams were the other day. So I'm going to help you with that, and I'm going to tell you: South Africa line up with Janneman Malan, Quinton de Kock, Rassie van der Dussen, Aiden Markram, Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Dwayne Pretorius, Keshav Maharaj, Anrik Nortje, Lungi Ngidi and Tabraiz Shamsi. England line up as follows: Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, Phil Sort, Joe Root, Joss Butler, Liam Livingston, Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, David Willey, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley. Which of you fine gentlemen is on social media first thing this morning?
I am indeed.
It is the Messi.
We do.
Do you want to say hello to a few people? Because it's we got a little bit of
Indeed.
time, and let's just try and get some early tweets in. That would be good, so we don't
that'd
get
be
too
good.
far behind. Yes, absolutely.
So Farong says, let's hope the rain stays in the island, in the land of the Northern Hemisphere, sheet shaggers. I think he means Wales. That's awful. Matthew Cullen says, good morning, Gorillas. I have 28 days until my master's dissertation is due and lots of work to do in that time. Clearly the best way to do that is to listen to you lot in the background, right? Absolutely. Imagine Sally R56 says, just switched on and heard the Gorilla Cricket theme tune.
Hurrah.
Then recall that Gorilla Hendo is steering the ship. What will be more exciting? I'm asking myself.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. It's a good job I wasn't around in 1912 and was at the helm of the Titanic, because, well, I mean, actually, not that the bloke who was around did a much better job, to be honest, with the technology that he had.
No, that's true.
Yeah, so there you go.
Smith. His name was Smith.
Was it Smith? What a boring
so,
name
yes.
for a man to have such a moment in history.
Captain Smith. Mog says, I don't need to know how broadly spread Messi is. Also, hello.
Good point. Anyone else?
Leah's preparing a mean bolognese sauce, stuff that needs to stew for a few hours. Thanks for keeping me company. And Josie Oak says, morning all, tongues hanging out. That will wake up the porn bot.
Oh, God, it will. Yeah, you can't say anything on this programme anymore. Anyway, England are going to open the bowling with this man.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand. But Reece Topley is finally in the side.
Oh, I like the end to that jingle. That's really good, isn't it? He will be bowling to this man.
Play us some shots, you are Yana man. Score us some runs tonight. Cause we're all in the mood for some cover drives. You ain't Peter, but hey, you're alright.
Now, I've been wanting to watch Janneman Malan for some time, since we discovered he was one of 3 brothers playing in South Africa. Come back to that as Reece Topley comes in for the first ball. It's on leg stump, very full indeed, clipped away, half stopped at mid-wicket. Curran will have to retrieve the situation, running around from mid-on, and Malan is immediately off the mark. South Africa moved to 1 for no wicket. Janneman Malan, Peter Malan, I can't remember what the other Malan was called, but we were looking at Peter Malan, and then we looked at Janneman Malan, his record, and his record in first-class cricket is outstanding. It really is.
Yeah, it is. Bloody brilliant.
Tremendous. Quinton de Kock has come up to bat, and he's got a jingle that goes like this.
Quinton de Kock has a name you can mock, because he's really quite useful at cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping wicket.
And he is doing that. He is keeping wicket, but he's also opening the bat. In comes Topley, wide, floating away, and he has to wait for that and guide it between extra and mid-off. Curran into the action again. Catches up with it and gets the ball back to the non-striker's end. They get through for 2. So a little bit of swing, but it swung a little bit more widely than you would have thought at this stage. And de Kock, who was lining up a big booming drive, just had to control his shot a little bit there, didn't he? Just had to be a bit watchful.
He did. I've been quite impressed with, very impressed with Topley actually. His first ball was an unexpected Yorker.
That's an unexpected full toss. It was also swinging away, and it's rather nicely stroked by de Kock, but straight to cover on this occasion. So he gets away with one there, Reece Topley. He's not really He's not really living up to his billing at the moment, it has to be said, of Reece Topley. But hopefully he'll find his range very shortly.
Let's hope so. I hadn't realised, I must admit, that he was son of Don Topley.
Oh, indeed so.
Yes.
And a better player, has to be said. Onto the front foot comes to Kock. He's going to run through for a quick single. Is that Sam Curran involved again? No, it's Phil Salt running around from extra cover. They take another single. South Africa move to for no wicket.
Yes, I think that England have had no trouble sort of putting in new bowlers who've done a good job. Topley in particular, they'll be looking for more from their batsmen today, who have failed to deliver in recent ODIs.
Well, I suppose it's what their bowlers do first that decides what the batsman will have to do. This is turned down to long leg by Malan. Adil Rashid comes into the picture, does the fielding, and they take another single. 5 for no wicket from 5 balls. Malan has 2, de Kock has 3. The GPL is open for an hour and a quarter. You have until 12:15 to get your guesses and estimates in
Greenwich Mean Time?
No, BST, outside the off stump, left alone this time. Or did he actually play at that one? I think he might have prodded at it, but it's beaten him. It's gone through to the keeper. And that is the end of the first over. Not the best one from Topley that he's bowled in this series, but they have it. 5 for no wicket. Messi.
Andreas and Pieter are the other 2 Malan brothers. Leah's troublemaking. She says you shouldn't let the fact that Dane Pete isn't playing stop you playing his most excellent jingle. I had to pay $10 for that not to be played last week.
Well, good. I mean, I'm still angry about that, because I think the actual original Dane Pete jingle that we have, that was put together by Subtle Knife, is absolutely brilliant. So we would always defer to that awful attempt at a jingle from the Bear. I really can't work it out. Anyway, also opening the bowling, left arm over the wicket, is this man.
You'd think the people would have had enough of Willie name jokes. His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so. Oh no.
The trouble with these jingles is they're too short. You just start to sing the song, don't you? And then it ends. Willie into Malan, and he goes back to a good length straight delivery, punches up to mid-on, and there is no run. Let me go back to the GPL, the Gorilla Prediction League, in which you estimate how many runs in total. That is the total of runs scored by both teams. You have to estimate that. You go to gorillacricket.com/competitions, follow the instructions. You pay us £1 each time you have a guess. And if you get it on the nose at the end of the day, you get everything that's in the pot. And the pot starts off this morning at £34. £34. The more of you that enter, obviously, the higher that pot climbs. We've got an hour and a quarter to get on the GPL. Willie turns, got a slip. He runs in, bowls to Malan. Another good ball probing around middle and off. And he's onto the front foot, defending, not altogether comfortably. And there is
funny, isn't it,
no
with
run.
so many left-handed bowlers in the side? You'd think it would incur a very natural advantage to be a left-handed bowler, and many batsmen decide to become left-handed early in their career, like Mike Hussey, who's a right-handed fella, just because it gives you an advantage. But bowlers don't seem to go down the same path. We've had very, very few left-handed bowlers for England over the years.
Over the years,
Fast
it's true,
bowlers,
but yeah, the man who can swing the ball in is seen as an important part of cricket. Now he waits for this one. Malan seems to indicate that it jumped a little bit on him and took the bottom hand off the bat as he played that uncomfortably into the offside. So he's looking a little bit nervous perhaps this morning, Malan. He got a 50 in the first innings. He didn't get anything in the first ODI. Didn't get anything on Friday. He was out for naught, caught at mid-on. But he's not looking like the man that his record would suggest. But he's got to find his feet, I suppose, in international cricket. Willie is in again in the sunshine of Headingley. This one does come back in quite sharply, quite late even, and he defends it well up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Quite a lot more shape generally in these matches, particularly early on. You're not used to seeing this much swing in ODIs in England.
Well, I suppose the first India ODI at the Oval, that went round corners, didn't it? When India put England in and bowled them out for 100 and not very many. That was a damp squib of a game, really. if you'd paid for the whole day. He aims a drive at this one, and he's a little bit on the walk. That one didn't come back, it just kept going, and he's beaten by it outside the off stump. So he does look scratchy at the moment, does Malan.
Very scratchy. I mean, he's certainly not a great audition for the test side at the moment. He looks all over the place against the swinging ball.
He does. But then, I don't know, I'm not sure how you get to this level without ever having had to play a swinging ball. I mean, the ball swung from about the age of 11 when I was playing. Willie in again, bowls. That's better. It's a good ball, but it's played with the full face of the bat straight back to him. There is no run. It's a maiden, and after 2 overs, South Africa are 5 for no wicket. Messi.
Very important tweet from one of our long-term supporters, Jonathan Shawland. He says, I've been a patron of guerrilla cricket for 5 years, but found I had to increase my pledge a small amount to unlock the maximum.
You did.
I blame the New Zealand government for adding a new tax over online sales from abroad. There is a positive. After 3 months, I've received some guerrilla cricket merchandise, and he sends us a picture of his lovely guerrilla cricket mug, which patrons at that level get after 3 months.
They are a beautiful
thing. Thank you for that. They're excellent mugs.
Really nice. I like them. And aiming a drive is de Kock, and the ball swings away from him. It was very full from Reece Topley, beats him. So both these left armers getting a little bit of movement away from the left-hander into the right-hander. This was the left-hander de Kock. It's quite late that has gone, and he's aimed a full-blooded drive, hasn't he?
Do you think that was swing or seam?
Actually, I'm wondering. It may have been seam, mightn't it?
I think it was.
Seam,
came off the seam, I think. Maybe a wobble seam.
The famous wobble seam. He's in again. Bowls another wide. I was going to say half volley, but it's really badly timed by de Kock, who drags it from a foot outside off stump into the onside. And he's struggling a little bit, isn't he? He's struggling a little bit for form, is de Kock.
He is. It's clearly a tactic, actually. It's an interesting one. You know, I often see it in one-day cricket to bowl it full, sometimes wide. I think they're expecting a bit of swing here, and it's good to see them giving the ball a chance.
Bowls again. This is defended down into the ground and straight to Topley, who turns and then lobs the ball up to Sam Curran at mid-on to do some work on it. And the tattooed down both arms. Reece Topley, he's a unit, isn't he, Reece Topley?
Oh God, yeah.
We were talking about he could become a Bond villain in his post-cricket career, because he's got that jaw, he's got that big, thick, desperate Dan-like jaw, which is kind of covered up a little bit by the beard, but then there's all the tattoos as well. Quite a scary-looking individual. He's in again, bowls him a bouncer, and that was a surprise. I think it was a slower bouncer. It seemed to loop up and over. But it's been given as a wide by the umpire. I don't think that Reece Topley was over impressed with that, but
no, I don't think he was.
I don't know. I mean, he's gone down a little bit as de Kock to get out of the way of it.
It would have been over his head.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think it's a little bit harsh.
I think
it's a bit like you don't give a player a yellow card this early in a match, do you?
That's a much more sumptuous drive from de Kock, chased by Curran. He's just about going to pull it up, having run back from mid-off. They're going to hurry through for a third as the throw is taken by Moeen Ali. They're not putting any extra stress on Reece Topley. They're just saying to him, you run up and bowl, we will cover everything else. So someone else comes into the stumps when there's a run. Someone else gets the ball and shines it. They don't want to use any extra energy from Reece Topley, because he does tend to fall apart quite quickly.
They're all massive units, aren't they? All these big beefy chaps who come into the team. Potts is a unit. He's not particularly tall, but he's a big old unit.
Driven by Malan, but again he's not finding the middle of the bat. That's squirted off the outside edge all the way along the ground to Jason Roy, who is supreme in that position at backward point. I love to watch him patrolling that area when I do get the chance to go to Surrey and watch him. He's absolutely fantastic. Not that you see much of him in a Surrey top these days, but
no. Did players used to go down gyms 30 or 40 years ago?
No,
they were too busy playing cricket.
Exactly. Topley bowls, defended on the front foot by Malan. That's better. Found the middle of the bat, even though it was only a defensive shot. That's the end of the over. 4 runs from it. The score is 9 for none after 3.
Mog says also the real action is in Wynyard, Tasmania. Fuck this Melbourne versus Sydney bollocks. Wynyard, Tasmania. I looked it up. The black and white ball is on at the agricultural grounds at Wynyard tonight. I'm sure that'll
The
be
black
fun.
and white ball. What is the black and white ball?
I've got no idea. Probably you've got to wear black tie and white pants. I don't know.
Okay.
Leah says, I love that Malan's jingle is based on Spider-Man by Weird Al Yankovic. Josie Oak says, the current commentary team looking like a Conservative Party membership cross-section opinion grouping. Thank you for that, Josie. Well, just shows that looks good to see.
What should we all wear? We'll wear little. Should we all wear little badges saying we are not Tories? Because I don't think there are any Tories on at the moment. The only Tory that I know of in the Gorilla
Is Fred.
Is Fred, really? And,
Fred's a libertarian rather than
oh,
a Tory.
libertarian. I don't buy this libertarian nonsense. Flicked away through square leg by de Kock. That's beautifully timed, and that is going to bring South Africa the first one of these of the day. Libertarians, all they do is give themselves permission to be nasty to people. The freedom to be nasty to people is basically libertarianism, as far as I can see.
Absolutely, yeah.
To give it a name like liberty, or to use the source word liberty to describe these people is utterly ridiculous. Willie in again, bowls, full, driven, nicely driven, but controlled shot. There are 4 men saving the single in the covers, and one of those does the fielding.
Yeah, you raise an interesting point, Hendo. It's the same as the word freedom. Obviously, it's basically the same word, which has got America into so much trouble over the years, believing that you've got freedom to do whatever you bloody well want at the expense of everybody
freedom to
else.
Shit on people, basically, is all that our politicians want, seemingly. Willie, none for. Don't get me going. This bloody conservative.
That's what our audience want, Hendo.
This conservative leadership nonsense. Jeez, it's like an extended party political broadcast for dysfunctional people. Onto the back foot goes de Kock, chops into the covers, and there is no run. I mean, the thing is that people say, well, no one knows what Labour stands for, but they don't get a chance. They don't get a word in, do they? We have to put up with this for the next 6 weeks. With Truss and Sunak having goes at each other and taking chunks out of each other while saying we believe in freedom. And I mean, Rishi Sunak, what's he talking about? He was talking about people being in, I won't I won't cut taxes because it's immoral. Onto the front foot comes de Kock. He's going to race through for a single up to mid-on. I mean, like he knows what morality is. This is just a single, 14 for no wicket. And I should just calm down and fan myself.
Were you not impressed by his story of a poor immigrant who arrived in this country with nothing in their pockets and fought their way up?
It's not true. They had a pharmacy. What are you talking about? They were dissing this the other day. It's all lies.
Oh dear.
Not impressed by the rags to riches story.
Rags to riches. Riches to riches. Defended by Malan up to mid-on.
I mean, admittedly, not every son of a pharmacist goes to Westminster School. Look,
I have something that's pretty well guaranteed to wind you up further anyhow, and I'll do it after this ball.
Okay, well, we've got just one ball remaining of the 4th over. South Africa 14 for no wicket. Malan is facing. He's just got a couple from 11 balls. He drives that, meets it nicely, and gets some power and timing behind it. But Moeen Ali is sharp at mid-off and prevents the single. That is the end of the over. It's 14 for no wicket. Messi, wind me up more.
Well, I'll read the tweet first. Mog says, here's your chance to scrub the Pete jingle from all Gorilla systems.
Oh, yes.
Bear can't stop you. David says the jingle that killed a career, and Mog says yes, and may kill more. But Matthew Cullen says, please can we hear the Hoff Bears jingles? Give the people what they want. Well, the people don't want that. What I was going to say to you, I saw a suggestion that Boris's next job is actually going to be president of the USA, given that he was born in New York.
Maybe he'll run on a double card with Donald Trump for a second term. And
he's eligible then, is he?
Well, he's got an American passport, hasn't he? I believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to him. You're welcome to him. If you're American, please take him. Topley will continue bowling to de Kock, and he presses forward, finds a thick outside edge. The ball runs down to Adil Rashid at third man, and they take another single. 15 for no wicket.
if you've been Prime Minister of one country, can you be President of another?
Well,
Why not?
it should be a bit like when you've played under 19 for South Africa. You shouldn't play first class cricket for England, really, in my opinion.
But you do.
But you do. Keaton Jennings is an example of that.
Wasn't
Well, I
it,
mean, the number of people who played Test cricket for two different countries is quite significant.
Well, Kepler
No, yes,
Vessels,
absolutely.
Kepler Vessels was another
Wasn't
one,
he?
wasn't he? He
That's
played for
it.
Australia and then went back to South Africa once they were readmitted.
the
Toply
Locus
bowling,
Classicus? Absolutely.
Toply bowling to the right-handed Malan. He's got 2 slips in now, encouraged by the nervousness that Malan is showing, and he pushes forward to this one, meets it well enough, plays it into the covers, and there is no run. Who's on YouTube today? Let me have a look. Pokey Bumfinger is there. I can see this. Stephen Kelk is there. So something about Hendo will be coding in COBOL before we know it. It's a shameless in-joke. I did see you talking about that on Discord this morning. I had no idea what it was all about, of course. Emily is with us as well. Full dug out by Malan. He's going to get runs this time. He does beat Moeen Ali at mid-off, and that is going to run away to the boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And I imagine he'll feel a lot better for that. Wasn't a totally convincing shot, but he stayed with it. Didn't try to overhit it. In fact, he just moved a little bit down the wicket as he was facing Topley there. So maybe just getting to the pitch of the ball, trying to disrupt his length a little bit. Oh, and
I think that's it.
Didn't really help him with this delivery. That comes back in off the inside edge, down onto his pad, and then rolls out into the offside. So he's.
Do you remember? Do you remember CB Fry? Well, you won't remember him, but he was a great cricketer.
Hope
'cause
not.
He died in 1956, but he was obviously a fantastic cricketer from
was he
100
not-
years ago. But the reason I bring him up is because he was offered the vacant throne of Albania.
Oh, indeed, yes. He was. That's true. Didn't he also have a party trick? I'll break off. Topley
Yes,
in
he did.
short.
He
Oh,
could
and he
jump on a
how's he going for
mantelpiece.
this one? He's got it over the top of Moeen Ali. It was. It certainly wasn't
I
elegant.
see.
It wasn't from the textbook, but he's got it away, and he's picked up another one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Didn't he have a party trick where he could stand on his head and then leap up onto a mantelpiece? Or am I
Well, he
thinking
could,
of
from a
Spider-Man?
standing start, he could jump onto a mantelpiece.
That's right.
Don't know whether
That
it
is.
was
I
in
didn't
his
make that
head.
up.
It's
I didn't-
incredible, really.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. He
Topley-
also played in an FA Cup final.
Indeed, this is turned into the onside by Malan. They'll take a single this time. Malan has suddenly raced on to 11 at the end of that 5th over. South Africa are 24 for no wicket. Kock has 12, and Messi has more tweets.
The amount of interesting trivia that fills our brains. Sally R56 says Reece Topley is better player than his father. You say?
Oh.
It's highly likely he's better commentator too, and that's by saying nothing. Yeah, his father is not a pleasant person.
Well,
Judgment.
allegedly.
Yeah. Leah says, one thing I never understand is this. Why the hell is GPL called a league? There are no seasons, no championship at the end of it. There's not even an earnings ranking like in golf. You make the mistake of thinking logic has anything to do with it. GPL's like IPL.
Sounds like IPL, doesn't it? That was the idea behind it. Willie Bowles, driven in the air and caught. Malan
Ouch.
really has not looked comfortable, and even those runs at the end of that Topley over didn't suggest to me that he was in any sort of form. The bottom hand has come off the bat as he aimed to drive that, hasn't got his front foot forward at all, and the catch is taken by Jason Roy at backward point. England have their first wicket.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
So disappointing, my views of Yannaman Malan. He's not living up to his billing at all. Have they actually announced the test squad for the England South Africa series, or are we
Not
still
that I've
waiting for
heard
that?
yet.
Right. So
No, I don't
I've
think
heard
so.
yet.
No.
I think that wicket. I don't know whether you fellas agree with me. It'll probably suit both sides in some ways. I don't think he was
Yeah.
doing much good for South Africa at the top of the order, and it's good to get into the wickets for England.
It was a very poor shot.
it really was. He just
Yeah.
he didn't look like a man who'd held a bat very often. It really
No,
was
indeed.
quite an awful 11. It has to be
Yeah.
said. One of the
Yeah,
worst
it's sort
11s
of
I've
Reece
seen.
Topley type shot, actually.
Yeah, Reece Topley would have been proud of that shot, to be honest. I mean, that was that would have been one of his better shots, to be frank.
It's one of those occasions when you you're better off getting out first ball to an
Yeah, because otherwise he'd be there for
in-swinging Yorker.
He'd have been in there for sort of 80 balls for 33 or something ridiculous like that, which is not handy in this this sort of game. New man coming to the crease, I believe, will be this man.
Dussen can play all the shots. He'll bring his reverse sweep to every game he plays.
So David Willey gets the first success for England this morning at Headingley. Bright sunshine. There was a note in the night where people were saying it was going to rain all day, which worried me somewhat. And then Messi just updated it, went down into his deep into the caverns of his own weather station, defended on the front foot by Rassi van der Dussen, and you poo-pooed all that, didn't you, Messi?
Well, there's a chance of the occasional shower, but there won't be much, I don't think.
Okay. Oh, that really was a horrible shot from Malan. I don't know what.
Yeah, it was awful.
I mean, what is he actually trying to do there? He has got his front foot forward, but
nowhere
near the ball. I mean, it's just gone down the line. It hasn't actually gone towards the ball. That's all. And he's ended up playing away from his body. Horrible.
It looked like the sort of shot Jason Roy ended up playing when he was playing Test cricket, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Van der Dussen plays this one to extra cover. There is no run. 24 for 1. The South
Van der
Jason Roy
Dussen
didn't get so much bad on it normally.
No, that's true. Van der Dussen is getting his front foot quite a way across here with the amount of swing in the air. He's an LBW candidate.
Well, this is what happened on Friday. He was going right across his crease and outside off stump, and then in the end he tickled one down the leg side.
Yeah, he did. He went so far across. Yeah, it's not unlucky. He was probably got out.
Yeah, in comes Willie, bowls, and he meets this nicely, pushes hard up towards mid-off. It's scrambling across to it is Moeen Ali, but they will have time to come through for the single. He's off the mark. South Africa 25 for 1. The GPL is open. Guerrilla Prediction League. How many runs have we scored in total in the day? You have until 12:15 BST. That's 12:15 BST to make your decision based on your skills and probably how long you've been alive, that sort of thing, experience. And yeah, go to guerrillacricket.com/competitions and get involved. Willie, way outside the off stump. De Kock aims a drive at it, but rather pulls out of the shot and just shanks it a little bit up to mid-off where Moeen Ali fields and passes the ball to David Willey. He's having a little discussion with him about how things are going, maybe how his beard's getting on.
It's back to CB Fry for a minute. He also equalled the world long jump record. With little formal training in the discipline, it's said that he prepared for the event by smoking a cigar. On completing his jump, he apparently returned to the changing room to finish his smoke.
Onto the back foot goes De Kock, defended into the covers, beats the first man, but Jason Roy is round to cover him, so they don't get a single. It was Bairstow who was squarer, who couldn't actually get his hand on that. That is the end of the 6th over, 25 for 1. Van der Dussen has 1, De Kock has 12. Yeah, it was those days you could do anything, couldn't you? You could, you weren't hindered by people saying, "Oh, you can't do too many things." You just went out and did what you wanted.
It was also the days when 99% of the population actually had to work for a living, and it was only the idle rich who were able to spend their time doing sports like that.
Well, the Albanian delegation who wanted him for king was looking for an English gentleman with an income of £10,000 a year. That was the
criterion. That sounds like something out of Jane Austen. Just Ideal says, in spite of topless menace, I rather fancy he's the missing Bee Chief.
Okay. We have a change of bowling in the power play. We're going to see this man.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, I'm low. I like it too much. Move over, I'm low. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
What's he going to bowl with to Van der Dussen? He's going to have a slip. He's got 3 men saving the single on the offside. Backward point, squarish cover. A man between mid-off stroke extra cover. There could be a man back on the fence. We can't see at the moment. Throws this one up. Van der Dussen forces. Very full, almost in the block hole, up to mid-off. and there is no run. Yeah, Bairstow seems to be out on the cover boundary. I think it's the cover boundary anyway. Can't tell from that angle at the moment. He's in front of a bunch of happy Yorkshiremen with beers in their hands. And is that the Western Terrace? So maybe he's at deep square leg. In comes Moen again. Oh, he finds the edge, having just taken the slip out of it, out of the equation. He finds the edge, and it runs down very fine to third man for one of these. Now, just in the interests of consistency and technological brilliance, can you just remind me who's on next at 11:30? Is it a three-man Zoom thing, or is there someone in the studio due to be on?
No, it's Jason will be in the studio.
Okay, defended on the front foot by Van der Dussen, just rolls into the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah.
So Hotch is doing ball by ball, and Jason is coming on to do.
No, fourth is doing ball by ball. Hotch is doing socials, and Jason summarising.
Defended again into the offside, and there is no run. Now, why would you have a slip for the first ball and then take him out and then watch as he edges it for 4? I don't quite understand that. Joss, explain it to me. Reverse sweep, reverse controlled paddle more than anything from Van der Dussen. Didn't try to hit it very hard, but he's angled it quite nicely down towards that third man boundary. It's been chased by David Willey. They got back for 2. Van der Dussen moves to 7, and South Africa to 31 for 1. Oh, we're not having a change at 11:30, are we? It's overs. I forgot.
It's overs, yeah.
Yeah, it's overs. So
yeah.
I've got until the 10th. I'm getting so confused with all this responsibility. Ali in bowls, defended, although it comes off the inside edge onto pad as he presses forward. And there isn't a run, not a bad over from Ali. 6 runs from it. South Africa 31 for 1 from 7. Messi.
Leah's taking over from the pawn box. She says, gentleman Malan playing with swinging balls, click here. Pirate Bradshaw just tweets an internal truism. He just says, Hendo speaks sense.
Thank you.
Not many people say
that.
Yeah.
Libertarians are just Tories that want to smoke weed and are pretty unapologetic about their nonsense.
Well, I don't mind them smoking weed as long as they just don't enforce their opinions on everybody and say I'm a libertarian. Look at me. Mog says libertarianism is just for Brabhams who actively want to be Brabhams. Yeah,
although he didn't say Brabhams. And I should warn you, Hendo, that overs 20 to 30, there's nobody in the studio who's actually rostered on. So
so that will need one of us. 20 to 30, that will need one of us sitting in here and doing jingles, won't it?
Yeah.
These people taking holidays like Tony. I mean, honestly. Pissing off to Jersey in our hour of need.
Well, somebody's got to present the Gold Cup for the Jersey Derby.
Oh yeah, the Jersey Derby's on today, and there's a horse called Annie running in one of the races. Willie, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Kock, who clears his front leg, aims a big booming drive, doesn't get it correctly, gets it off the edge, but it runs away for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, de Kock doesn't look himself, does he, at the moment? Maybe he'll play himself back into form, but just something not quite right about him.
I wonder if there's a technical problem. He seems to be getting his back foot out of the way too far, rather like Ollie Pope does, and I think it's upsetting his balance.
Yes, in comes Willie again. He goes right across and plays a little flap, reverse flap, a very effective reverse flap actually, because that has gone away to long leg for another of these.
Give it to me.
Ooh.
1 time.
Ooh.
Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 4 times.
That was a good innovative shot from de Kock. It wasn't him at his best.
It was. It's interesting. I may go back to it after this ball, but it doesn't seem to matter how far the bowler puts it outside off stump. The reverse shot still that doesn't stop the reverse shot being played. In fact, seems to encourage them all the more.
And he's trying to play that one a little bit straight, and there's a bit of movement, takes it off the thick outside edge down to Reece Topley at third man, so he gets another single, goes to 21. Well, England, I think what it is that England are trying to block off his square shots on the offside. They've got man at backward, but they've got 3 men from backward point to cover, really. Staggered in where they are positioned. and he's trying to play straighter than he would normally want to, and that's causing him a little bit of difficulty at the moment. Willie continues coming into the right-handed Van der Dussen, who drives aerially but finding the gap, and that will run away to the cover boundary for one of these. Yeah, they're all taking a little step down the wicket, aren't they, to deal with the potential swing. He wasn't in control of that shot, though.
I was going to say he was not in control of that shot. It was quite aerial for a while. I don't think Willie or Butler will be too upset to see that shot, funnily enough.
No, he's gone to 11 from 10. De Kock is 21 from 18, so they're all going at run at ball. This is defended into the offside. That looked like it was a little off-cutter from Willie. So Van der Dussen perhaps thought it wasn't going to come quite onto the bat as he wanted. As we look at the dismissal of De Kock the other night, and that was one of those men in the three-man cover region. As he tried to play it straight, it moved a little bit away, got a leading edge, and Jason Roy swooped in low to catch. So that's what England have been working on. That's a plan for De Kock, and they bowled it quite well so far, but he's got away with it. Willie into Van der Dussen again, defends into the onside. Bairstow fields, and there is no run. End of the 8th over, South Africa 44 for 1. Messi.
I better catch up a bit, or Hotch will be cross when he takes over. Josie Oakes says, got Endo and politics going early. He also says to be USA president, US passport isn't enough.
Is it not?
You've got to be born there, but Johnson was.
He was born there, yeah.
Yes. Mog says Chandimal's still struggling for form with yet another 50. Imagine says, isn't ECB still without a permanent chair? Yep. Currently having an interim chair. Hashtag job for Boris. Oh God.
Oh no. I mean, cricket has suffered enough. Please.
Ravi Nair says, Zenda, calm down. Remember the mantra I told you to repeat yourself. They walk among us, but they are not human. They are Tories.
Yes, that's true. Monet round the wicket to the left-handed De Kock, who gets a stride forward and drives, but straight to extra cover. There is no run. Yes, Chandimal. Has he scored more runs today? That's brilliant.
Yes, he has.
The second
doing
test
very well, Sri Lanka. They are 239 for 4. Chandimal's on 70 not out at the moment.
Flicked away to square leg, and the throw comes in from Topley, I think it was. It was a slightly risky single, but they got away with it. Kock goes to 22. Yes, I've written in the Smaximum about Chandimal and how happy I am to see him doing well, because he really was a breath of fresh air when he came into the Sri Lankan Test team. He was almost Bazball before it became, became a sort of word. And then it all fell apart for him, didn't it? Even when he became captain, there was controversy. It's so good to see him back in form. But that would have been out had that hit, I can tell you. But it didn't hit, so he's not. Ali back over the wicket to Van der Dussen. The slip has come back in. They're going to take a quick single. Might have to hurry again as Butler is forced to run from behind the stumps, retrieve and throws to Moeen Ali. But I think this time Van der Dussen was comfortably home. 46 for 1.
I think of all the things that have improved, fielding's improved out of sight obviously over the years, but I don't sense that hitting the stumps has improved out of sight.
Ooh, I don't know. This is defended back to Moeen Ali.
From fielders, I sense,
Oh, I think it has.
I don't know.
You watch the IPL, the number of direct hits there is amazing, I reckon.
I would say it has, generally speaking. I mean, the only person who could field when I was youngster was Graham Roop. This is forced through the offside. And it's going to go for 4. There's nobody out there. Salter's trying to run around from long off, but he won't get there. And De Kock has himself a boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's a good thing Graham Root didn't come after Ian Botham, or people would have been saying, this guy's no Ian Botham, but fortunately for him, he came just before. He was very much a poor man's
Chronology is everything, isn't it?
Pushed up to long off, and they'll take a single. Kock again. 50 came up with that last boundary. 51 for 1 at the end of 9 overs. On Twitter we have Alex Chapman saying, Libertarians just want to force their opinions on everyone. Bit rich coming from you lot who persistently insult your Conservative and Leaver listeners who just want to listen to cricket. Well, kind of. It's a bit of a clue, Alex. We're called guerrilla cricket because we don't go along with the establishment outlook. And quite frankly, if anyone is Conservative these days, then I really, really despair, because if you can't see what Boris Johnson has done to this country, irrespective of Leave, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you about that, but irrespective, you cannot see the damage. Let me just say this: if you cannot see what Boris Johnson has done to this country, then you need to go to an opera. Very,
will not be silenced.
So, and if you don't like that, just go. Listen to cricket somewhere else. I don't give a toss. Reece Topley to continue.
I'll squeeze some tweets in during the over.
3 overs, none for 19. Back into the attack. He's in. Bowls to Kock, who squeezes that through the offside. Didn't look entirely convincing, but it's gone away for 4 to the extra cover boundary. One of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
So that's boundaries beginning to flow a little bit. I still don't feel as if these batsmen are really in.
No, that was uppish as well. They're playing away from their bodies, and they're riding their luck. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see one or two catches going into that little cordon.
This is driven. I thought that was just a replay for a moment. It's very similar. This is actually got a little bit squarer. Fielded by Bairstow in the covers, and there is no run. 55
Leah fills in
for 1.
Leah fills in a gap by pointing out that CB Fry also like the Nazis very much. And Chris TV says, congratulations on being very grown up and talking about Willie bowling to Kock with minimal giggles.
Well, we've done it so often now, haven't we?
Yeah.
I mean, we've grown out of it, to be fair. At our age, we should have done. Topley bowls, and beats de Kock outside the off stump. He was just defending on this occasion, but maybe a little bit of nibble away.
Yeah, went off the seam, I think.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because he's had a little look at Moeen Ali, and he's gone. Has he switched ends for Topley? I'm not quite sure whether he has swapped ends, because he was off for a couple of overs, but he may have come back in for Willie rather than for Moeen Ali. So he's rotating the bowlers in an interesting and intriguing way, is Jos Buttler.
He is.
And looking for wickets, that's the thing. Topley's into his 4th over. He bowls, he finds the edge again. That might have been deliberate, actually, from de Kock, and if it was an incredibly skillful shot. He's got it away very fine to third man for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yes,
I think that was deliberate.
I
think we can give him the benefit of the doubt.
He may have just adjusted to that one. Yeah, I mean, there's nobody in the slips, there's no gully, so it's a fairly safe shot, unless he he sort of thin edges it rather than anything else. But maybe this is the innings that brings de Kock back to form. He's on to 35 now. He's down the wicket. He was trying to turn that into the odd side, and again he got a leading edge up to mid-off. The throw has come in and hit the wickets. For a moment, Van der Dussen thinks there might be an overthrow, but I don't think there will be. But it turned him around again. It was a leading edge, and England will be a little bit frustrated that they haven't got him, because he's not looking at his best, but he's still got 36 off 28.
They'll be disappointed to be only 1 wicket. Only got 1 wicket in these first 10 overs. They could have had 2 or 3.
Jason is poised to take over in my chair for not literally my chair. He is literally going to be in the same chair, because he's going to be doing jingles and summarising. By handing over to Forthy at the end of this over. Onto the back foot goes Van der Dussen, made to jump a little bit as he turns that down to the man at mid-wicket, Johnny Bairstow. That's the end of the 10th over. It's the end of the power play. South Africa are 60 for 1. And after a few messages from Messages, you will be hearing from Forthy.
Well, I'll give it to Alan. I've told him where the next tweet is, so Alan will take over. You good with that, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Jez. Leah, may I remind you that today marked Angelo Matthews' 100 Test appearance. That's 95 more than Jason Roy will ever make. Matthew Cullen, I have attached an image of what I'm working on for my master's dissertation. Matthew, I can recognise it as some degree of chemistry, but what you're doing with these Boolean solutions, I have no idea. Just Ideal wants to know the etymology of third man. I'm working on that, Just Ideal, so I will get back to you with regards to what that is. And we've got Moeen Ali back into the attack, 40.
We have indeed. Thanks very much, Al. I used to know what the answer to that third man thing was, but now I've forgotten. I think there used to be a first man and a second man, which went out of favour.
I think that might have been what we might have referred to as slips.
Yeah, but I think did they stand on the boundary?
I think there used to be a short slip and a long slip.
Maybe that was it. Moeen Ali round the wicket to Quentin de Kock, and he knocks it down on the offside, and they scurry through for a quick single. He moves on to 37 and the score onto 61 for 1. This run rate's only 6, but with 1 wicket down, South Africa will probably be happier after the first 10 overs, one imagines.
Yeah, probably. 1 down.
Yes, that's absolutely fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're in the box seat, but anything can happen from here on in. There's a man going back. There's a sweeper going back on the offside boundary. There's a man scurrying across the pitch to plug the gap in the cordon on the offside. Joe Root, unusually, is out on the boundary. You don't often see him out there.
Are you saying that anything can happen in the next half hour?
Anything can happen in the next half hour. Exactly correct. Anything can happen in the next half hour. Is that Mission Impossible?
No, it's Thunderbirds.
Oh, hello there, Jason. Right, sorry. No run, dot ball off that. Hello, Jason. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I did actually clip that for the Gorillas as a jingle at one point, but I don't think it's ever made it onto the machine.
Well, now that you've got unfettered access to the machine, Jason.
Unfettered access. Moeen Ali over the wicket, and Van der Dussen comes way wide of the wicket on the offside and flicks it over his shoulder for 4 of these.
Oops, that's me, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's you, Jace, yes.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
If anything, Butler there was a victim of his own anticipation because he went too far too quickly.
That's right.
He went past his right shoulder in the end.
He did. He ended up looking like a starfish. He overthought it. Moeen in again, a little tighter to the stumps. That turns a fair bit. Played down to mid-on. No run by Van der Dussen. Remains on 16. Twirls his bat threateningly in his hand. Man out at long on, expectantly.
That's better for Moeen. That's 2 balls in the same spot with the same result.
Indeed, straight down to mid-on. No run. Last ball of the over. Very intent-looking Joss Butler. Cares of state on his shoulders. Let's flick round the corner to square leg. There's no run. South Africa 65 for 1 at the end of the 11th. Van der Dussen on 16 and de Kock on 37. Al.
Right. Dave Wood, money-making scheme for you. With the Rwanda scheme costing £600,000 per person sent. For those of you who aren't aware, we've spent 120 million sending a maximum of 200 people to Rwanda, violating all sorts of human rights violations. Why not offer to house 2 asylum seekers for 300 grand each? Money, caretakers for the Bears flat, and 2 new potential commentary options. That seems good. Tony Bishop confirms that Chelsea Annie is running at the 305 at the Jersey Race Club. Do it for the Gorillas. Well, do it for yourself as well. Do it for the oat bag.
Do it. It's Topley in again, over the wicket, and it's played straight back to him. And he does something rather strange. He sort of goes to field it and does a sort of a belly dive into the pitch. But I think that's no harm done.
Self-protection after the last game where he was almost his knee was almost decapitated by a fierce drive back from I can't remember who, but I do remember he was took evasive action and then got up quite gingerly.
Well, it's quite a dangerous place to field at times when you're the bowler. That one bisects the offside and goes through to the boundary for 4 of these from de Kock. That was a better looking shot and much more in control than some of the boundaries we've seen so far. It was an elegantly classical drive.
Yeah, that just looked right. It was weight transference was good. No, he held the pose slightly. Just jogged to couple of steps because he knew it was going past the fielder.
Well, beautifully executed. Topley in again. and this one's a short one. And the Kock shapes as if to hit it. It goes down the leg side. It's called a wide. It always seems a little bit harsh when you've done the batsman that way, but them's the rules. So a wide is given.
Wide.
Run rate just beginning to creep up. So we see a grinning Owen Morgan in the commentary box. Looks like he's got a bit of sunburn there as well. He seems to be enjoying his retirement, as if that's what it is. What cricket is he still playing? That's a dot ball, by the way, just let through. What cricket is Owen Morgan still playing these days, if any?
I'm sure he'll play the 100.
Yes, I think he'll play short form cricket, and he's not played any red ball cricket for Middlesex for quite some time. So it'll be various short form formats, 20 overs, 50 overs, 100 balls.
Anyway, where there's a bit of money to be had, I guess, but who can blame them? It's a short career. That one's knocked through just wide of square leg. It's the man at 10 yards in from the boundary fields it. That's Salt, I think, and they come through for one run. The Kock moves to 42.
Well, he looks... he's older than he looks. He's always looked fairly youthful, but you forget that he was in the England Test side in 2009-10.
Morgan, yes, absolutely, yeah.
So
he scored a century, didn't he? A Test match century against Bangladesh, was it?
2 centuries, I think.
Two, right. That one's defended by Vanden Dussen at point, no run.
But he was found out on the ill-fated tour to the UAE against Pakistan, where the middle order just couldn't score any runs to save their lives.
I was going to say, wasn't everyone found wanting on that particular tour?
Apart from the bowlers. The bowlers did all right.
They did. I'll come back to that in a second. Topley in again. And that's just defended down into mid-wicket. I seem to remember that England got the opposition out for under 100, I think for about 98, Pakistan on that occasion, still contrived to lose the match in the first innings from memory.
Right, let's have some more tweets. Leah weighs in on American president requirements. You have to be a naturalised citizen, which basically means you need to hold American citizenship at birth, either by being born in the USA or by your parents being US citizens at the time. The only other thing to add to that, you need to be 35 years old to be President of the United States.
Yes, I knew that.
That's the only other condition.
Which very quickly means Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is only just qualified, I think.
That's right.
It's also what disqualifies Arnie Schwarzenegger, because he's not a naturalised citizen.
That's right. Rajesh Mohan, prejudice may stop Rishi Sunak from becoming Prime Minister. For Mr Sunak, the grandson of Indian immigrants, becomes a demographic that has long gone underrepresented at the very top of British politics. Old Wickamists.
Moeen Ali, first ball of the over, and that's defended out into the covers. No runs, sorry Al.
Sorry,
and then no worries. And then very full again on leg stump, and that's hit little inelegantly down to the man at long off, and they come through for a single.
Too many complicated words to read quickly, you see. That's all.
Thought you were going to say Arnie Schwarzenegger is not yet 35. Is he still going on? Is he still?
He's still with us.
Still with us, yes.
Yeah, he's still got his occasional blast of invective on YouTube or whatever.
I'm sure there's a Terminator movie somewhere that needs making.
Moeen. Oh, a reverse sweep. Rather a nice one from Vanden Dussen. Little helicopter reverse sweep. And that's Topley doing the... Oh, goodness me. Doing the business on the boundary. Comes into Josh Buttler, senses an opportunity to run the Kock out at the other end, throws it, bisects Ali and the wickets. I assume, camera didn't show, that it was successfully fielded and backed up by an alert fieldsman. Moeen in again over the wicket to Vanden Dussen, who rather extravagantly hits it through the offside. Very nice shot, in fact, and that goes for 4 of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
He's hit that a mile in front of square, hasn't he, Jace?
He has. That was a great shot, wasn't it, Jace?
It was too wide. It was too easy to place it in the right position.
One's much straighter, and that's played out to the man in the mid-wicket and successfully fielded by Root.
I've got something to show you, 40. My mother-in-law bought me a cup, and hopefully you can see
No ball tampering.
No ball tampering. I don't know where she got it from. She's genius, my mother-in-law.
It's nice. It's good to have a good mother-in-law, isn't it? That's a dot ball to finish the over. The end of the 13th, South Africa 78 for 1, and that was in fact a 50-run partnership came up in the course of that over. South Africa going well. Over to you, Al.
Mark, I'd assume when it's Willie into de Kock, you'd have to call it docking rather than bowling. Leah, it's where they placed Orson Welles during his later lardier years in the Hollywood Cricket Club. Warren says, morning all. Morning, Warren. Cross the quiet. Well said messages. Topley Senior is tolerated when listening to BBC Essex, but his vehement views on the future of cricket represent a politician in the pay of vested interests. Nestle Boy says that it's Stingray. Anything can happen in the next half hour, not Thunderbirds.
Okay.
That's correct. I've just remembered.
Yeah, and Christ the Quiet backs that up too. And Leah says that too. And Morg, is it me or is it just faulty repeatedly calling him Van Den Dussen? I'm not sure what the right words are. But we've got a change in the bowling.
We have. It's this man.
Is he a better bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran.
First ball from Sam Curran's on leg stump, flicked through just wide of the man at mid wicket. They come through for a single. Oh, you've got me doubting myself there. Is it Van Den Dussen or Van Der Dussen? Which is it?
It's Fan, F-A-N. Van Der Dussen.
Van Der Dussen. It's because I put on my notes VD Dussen, thinking, well, that's obvious. It turned out it wasn't. Sam Curran. No problems pronouncing his name or his brother Tom. Comes in, one of 3 left-handers in the England attack, and that's pushed through the vacant gully area by Dussen, and that it comes through for a single. He moves to 23.
Could I just say something about Sam Curran's hairdo at the moment?
Yeah, please do.
It's incredibly peroxide. I mean, it's even more peroxide than peroxide Peter Siddle at the moment. And it reminds me of, given his slight status, of the Midwich Cuckoos, the Children of the Corn, the Village of the Damned.
Well, the funny thing is, Jace, that we had this conversation a couple of ODIs ago. And that one's swiveled wide, a pull down to the man on the boundary. I think it's probably Salt. And that's de Kock comes through for 145. But in fact, in the recent BBC adaptation, they didn't have bleach blonde hair. That was the funny thing. I don't know whether you saw the recent adaptation.
I haven't, not yet.
Worth seeing. I thought good. Keeley Hawes very good in it. John Wyndham at his best, of course. Sam Curran in again, left arm over the wicket. Gets tight to the stumps, one of his virtues. And having real nervousness now about it. Dussen plays it down to the man at mid-off. No run.
His correct name, of course, is the South African number 3.
Do you remember when Muralitharan appeared on the scene and Ray Illingworth was on commentary? He had a couple of goes at Muralitharan. After that, it was the Sri Lankan spinner. Going in again to Dussen, and that's spot on middle stump. Doesn't deviate, but Dussen gives it all due respect and plays it down with a defensive shot. No run.
Well, in many respects, Sri Lankan names give you vast opportunity to work out, because there's so many syllables in them all. Now, where do you put the stress and the emphasis? Is it Muralitharan? Muralitharan? Muraliduran?
You don't.
Sometimes you arrive at something that suits you that's not actually correct, and then you can't get it out of your head. That one's a bit short. They go up. There's an appeal. Curran's not completely convinced that it didn't get a little nick. Butler's far less sure. They decide not to review it. No run.
And that's the end of it?
That's the end of the 14th. Yes, absolutely. South Africa 81 for 1 at the end of it, and over to Al.
Right, let's just have a look and see where we are. Chris TV can pronounce it Thunderdissin to rhyme with Thunder Listen. And Mog just says, just call him Rassie. 40. Just call him Rassie.
I think I might do that.
Well, his proper name's Erasmus, isn't it?
And my computer's gone very slow all of a sudden.
Yes, Says Erasmus. A.B. de Villiers, I think he's an Abraham, isn't he? It's Rashid time!
Yep, here's his jingle. You will enjoy this.
And Rashid on the 45. 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 And he'll can turn it both ways. And he'll can turn it. And he'll can turn it both ways. And he'll can turn it.
Twirls in, doesn't turn it either way, and it's guided through the vacant slips area down for 4 of these. First ball by the Kock. Yeah, I think that was the arm ball that just went straight on there. First ball was quite a low trajectory, but very well played by de Kock, who's looking like he's playing himself back into a bit of form, slightly ominously for England. And that one's hit off the back foot wide of the man in the covers, and that's gone for another 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Not only that, that's de Kock's 53, which has come up in very good time. It's 29.50. He's got also 1700s in the 132 ODIs, and it's come off only 39 balls. So, as I say, ominous ring. That's a very, very wide ball from Rashid. Would have been a wide had de Kock not hit it out, and there's now a sweeper out there, and Bairstow fields it, and they just come through for 1 run. Moves to 54.
Yeah, it's looking slightly ominous now. That he seems to have got over his early jitters and seeing it. Not quite a football, probably a reasonably sized handball.
Yes, what's halfway between a cricket ball and a football? Let's do right in with your suggestions.
Medium-sized watermelon.
A honeydew melon.
Yeah, a honeydew melon. Not a watermelon, that'd be crazy talk.
No, that would be crazy talk. That is how Quentin de Kock is seeing it right now. But now it is Arasi on strike. And in comes Rashid on the 45, and that's a horrible ball down the leg side. But he's quite fortunate because the man on the 45, his great pal Moeen, has managed to get 2 hands behind it and smothered it, and they just come through for a single. And Rasi moves on to 24.
You're doing well here. Yeah, I mean, you could get the wrong... I mean, you never, as a commentator, want to get the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllables, do you?
The emphasis. You would never get the wrong emphasis. No way. In comes Al-Rashid. Oh, that's so wide that I think it's going to be a wide. Yes, it is. This is actually one of the poorest overs I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is full bowling.
It's just shocking. It's all over the place. He's going to have to bowl that one again. It's just inside the return mark, so he gets away with that one. He's trying to bowl it wider. He's trying to... well, I might go over to Jason after, perhaps in the next over, after we've had some tweets, to work out what Rashid's strategy is here. And that's played directly back to him. That's a dot ball. South Africa 92 for 1 at the end of the 15th.
Just one more thing, a couple more things. Mog... repronunciation. Stephen Colbert mocked someone for saying, and now I think it's a word in Elvish, wrong when he was doing it wrong himself, because the new trailer came out for the Lord of the Rings prequel.
Oh, the Rings of Power.
Yes.
Yeah. Slim
Power of the Rings. Yes.
It might be. It can be actually helpful to try listen to opposing views instead of jiving in an echo chamber. Possibly. Matthew Cullen suggests a grapefruit for how he's seeing the ball.
Grapefruit, yeah.
Pirate Badish mini watermelons are available, cantaloupe sized. So
yeah, that's a nice one.
There is a veritable smorgasbord of options for how Quentin de Kock is seeing the ball now.
Sam Curran in on off stump to stump line. That's good. Dot ball played out into the covers. What do you think Rashid was trying to conjure up there, Jace? Any ideas?
I think he's just trying to get his arm loose because he's had so few games since, during and after his Hajj pilgrimage that I think he's just rusty and it takes a while to get into his work. So I think
is fair enough. That goes for most spinners.
It happened in the first game as well.
Curran bowling really a very good line here. He's getting very tight to the stumps. He's bowling. He's bowling right on middle and off, right on the length, and Rasi is having trouble getting him away here. So this is good bowling from Curran.
Well, he's making the most of what movement he's getting because he's close to the stumps.
That's
and
exactly
he's getting
right,
just a tiny little bit of shape in his deliveries now.
He's bowled 8 balls and he's only conceded 3 runs so far. Let's hope we haven't put the hex on him. In he comes again. Yeah, that one's the same result. And Rasi doesn't have any response to this yet. This is one of those fascinating little duels within the match, as we see Phil Salt doing his duty by signing some miniature bats out on the boundary, which will please those little lads no end.
Just love the line from Alan Partridge. Let's just hope that doesn't descend into mindless violence.
Exactly so. This one's pushed a little wider and it's pushed out to point by Rasi and fielded there. 4 dot balls in a row. Let's hope he can, from an England point of view, end the over strongly.
Certainly been an England over so far.
Yes. What's on your t-shirt there, Jace? Can't see it.
It's a West Country phrase. Proper job.
Proper job.
Yeah.
Good to see a bit of West Country representation in the commentary box. And that one's played straight enough, just wide of the man in the covers. Can't quite cut it off, and they play it out to the man at long off, which is Rashid for a single. So he slightly breaks the shackles there. The Kock's going to face the last ball of the over.
Also, how West Country are we talking about?
South Devon.
That's
not quite into Cornwall, where proper job is not only a good phrase but also an ale of some repute.
Well,
right. Last ball of the over, and that is expertly flicked over Butler's head, almost for 6 by de Kock. It's a superb shot, actually. And he moves on to 58 with that 4.
Can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
He ramped it, but he ramped it from, as it were,
in front of his nose, almost.
In front of his nose, exactly correct. So that's the end of the over. South Africa 97 for 1. Ow.
Dave Wood, one of the worst overs I've ever seen. Scott Boswell sends his regards. I think we might have been saying it's one of the worst Rashid overs we've ever seen, by way of contemplation. He's seeing it like
Boswell takes the worst over of all time quite comfortably, I think.
Yeah. Old fart at play. He's seeing it like a shot put, or is that what Rashid's bowling with? Well, let's see how he goes on in this next over.
That'd be a completely different way of saying he bowls a heavy ball.
Heavy ball, the mysterious heavy ball. Rashid in again. Let's see what his second over has in store. That one's that's not much better. It's drifting wide on the leg stump. It slightly gets away with it. They push it out for a single on the leg side. And Rasi moves to 26, the score to 98. Rasi looking a little puzzled with life. Rashid in again. That's a better ball, a little bit of drift, but it's played very nicely by de Kock down to the man at long on, which is Sam Curran. Come through for a single. He moves on to 59.
It's hard to miss Sam Curran with that haircut, isn't it? No.
That's right.
We were talking about fielding position etymologies. Apparently, on and offside is about the side at which you got on and off a carriage.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I love it. Okay. It's like why you why we drive on the left, isn't it? Because this sword hand, if you were going down a narrow alleyway, it gave you a chance to get your sword out if you were right-handed from inside your scabbard.
Well, your whip hand would be on your right hand as well.
That one drifts onto leg stump by Rashid, but again he gets away with it. Just defended by Rasi, who's in a very different state from de Kock. There's one man out of form and one man very much in form at the moment. So it'll be very much in England's interest to go and get Rasi on strike.
Yes.
And no, they got it on strike. He's hoiked it down to the man at deep squares, Johnny Bairstow. He is out. And Dussen is out for 26. South Africa 99 for 2.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Out from the minute it left his bat. Not high enough. And straight into the midriff of Johnny Bairstow.
He doesn't really have to move very far to take that. He maybe stepped in one step.
Yeah, nothing more than that, Jace. But
pretty well straight down his throat, wasn't it? It's interesting so far, this South African innings, because Malan and Larcy have looked all over the place and very out of form, and yet they've moved along very smoothly, thanks almost entirely to Quinton de Kock.
ODIs certainly are a game of partnerships, and I think it's going to be Markram who's going to be the next man in.
It is Markram time. Do we have jingle for him?
We do, and it goes like this.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and his surfer, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Woo! Aiden Markram.
I haven't heard that one before. I like that one.
Very clever, isn't it?
It never ceases to amaze me, the quality of the jingles, to be honest, on Gorilla Cricket.
Hopefully he'll have a better time of it than he did in the second ODI, where he was run out brilliantly by Joss Butler without facing the ball.
Correct.
Almond Duck, is that?
Markram in the second inning.
Yeah, he was the victim of Joss's flick and hit.
Wristy flick.
He was. No, it was very, very impressive bit of fielding. Markram has played 38 ODIs, but it's fair to say he hasn't really totally established himself in the side yet. His average is only 27, so he'll always be feeling he's on borrowed time. Just do a little bit of bowling. Are we on a drinks break or something? Because
I think we
a long series of adverts.
We should probably tell people about the GPL if we haven't done already.
Please do.
Because I think they're probably running out of time to get into the GPL.
Do you want to talk about it, Jason?
GPL, it's our competition for guessing the number of runs scored in a day. So go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Gorilla Cricket. Yes.
You can go to patreon.com to give us some money. But I think, is it gorilla.com/competitions? And then they'll be able to, for the cost of £1, £1, have a go. I think it's like something close to like 40 quid in the pot, I think, for today.
Let me just check. We've got...
Just while Jace is checking that, Markram is about to take guard against Rashid. Not quite sure why we had an extended break there. I don't think it was for drinks, and that one's much more accurate. But right on middle stump, play down to long off, where Livingston does the fielding.
Yeah,
Rashid will be feeling a lot better about life now.
100 for 2 seems...
Yes, we've got 5 minutes left to get your your bets in, people, so get them in quick.
Last ball of the over, pushed wider again to de Kock, pushes out on the offside. He'll keep the strike. South Africa will move on to 101 for 2, de Kock on to 60, and that's the end of the 17th, Al.
Okay, GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot. Can we get an update on Hendo's dry hole? Best from the man himself, I think. Roger Melly, hello, good evening, and bollocks. Farong, greetings all from Mipper. After the second load shedding of the day, hope everyone is well. Easy Cryptic, West Indian legend, Clue, shite English football team, 52 of these per year. Mog, I approve of the right side driving sword wielding connection. Otto Seaman, we pronounce Rassi like fuzzy, almost there, and the R is hard, like you're making engine noises.
Fuzzy? And he's gone now, I don't have to worry about it. Everton Weeks was the answer to that cryptic clue, by the way. Sam Curran in again. He's bowling this really tight line that's working extremely effectively for him, and that's knocked into the square leg region, vacant square leg region by de Kock. He moves to 61.
Roger Melly, speaking of fielding etymology, I wonder who came up with silly. I think it really is just about the idea that it's a silly place to stand. On one occasion, I heard Richie Benno say, "I am sure that there are more dangerous things in life than fielding silly short leg to Viv Richards, but right now, I can't think of one."
Classic Benno. In comes Curran again, right tight to the stumps. This is great bowling, actually. Really putting the shackles on, and that's a bit shorter. Markram rocks onto the back foot and defends it. No run.
I'm always reminded in the 1979 World Cup final, Mike Hendricks bowling the last over, and the penultimate ball, Richard smashes the ball at a catchable height over Hendricks' head, and Hendrick just takes a bit evasive action. and Richie Benno's just going very wise. He wants to be a hero at this time of the innings.
That one's pushed a little wider by Curran to Markram, who leaves it. They obviously feel that they've got an opportunity to play themselves in.
Is that rain I see? Oh no.
No,
it is. And people are quickly putting on rain covers, and umbrellas are going up. And we don't see the players, but I assume that they are wondering if they can get through this over without being interrupted.
You're right, Jace, but the speed of which the anoraks and cagoules are going on, it must be quite heavy rain.
Do we want to leave the being pulled off joke for now, or do you want to talk about?
I'm sure there'll be plenty of time for it.
Yeah, because in your day, Forthy, all you got was an orange.
Yeah, the old Alf Ramsey gang, Frank Worthington, or Tony Curry, or Stan Bowles, take your pick. That was a dot ball we missed somewhere in there, and that's a very wide ball. I don't know whether it slipped out of his hand. It was so wide. It was called wide.
I think to be fair to Sam Curran, he saw Markram advancing, tried to push the ball wide, just got it just a little bit too wide to not to be given a wide.
I think you're correct, actually, Jace. Good summary. So still 4 balls into the 18th over. I don't know whether the rain's abated a bit. Don't think so, actually, looking at the state of play in the ground. Curran in, that's left by Markram. Quite happy to see off. They're obviously identified Curran as trouble, and they're treating him with a great deal of respect at the moment.
Do we add Curran to the list of cricketers who look completely different in English conditions as opposed to overseas conditions?
I think you'd probably be safe so to do. He joins the Chris Wokes club. Yeah, that's right. And he comes in for the last ball of the over. That's very, very nicely put on the spot again, just wide of off stump. Slightly false shot by Markram. I don't know whether South Africa will be delighted with the fact he's kept the strike, but he has. He moves on to 2. South Africa 104 for 2 at the end of the 18th.
Let me see here. Grace, spinner Grace, pronunciations more like. That's lovely.
Hey.
Mog, stay on the ground, you weak fucks. It's only rain. And then Mog and Grace are talking about how well or how badly we pronounce things. So there you go.
We've had a festival in Queensland, and they had to cancel the first day of it, a music festival, because of mud and continuous rain a couple of days ago. They resumed yesterday. Rashid in again, tosses that up, tempts Markram, who is tempted, but only manages to get it out to the man, which is Jason Roy at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I think I've seen some pictures of that festival. It's absolute mudfest.
Yeah, it's Glastonbury Cape Moss time.
Well, that wasn't a chance.
I don't think so. By the gestures in the field, I think Butler would have had his hands on his head. It was played straight back to. Well, let's have a look. We'll find out now. It's played straight back. I think it was a chance. Yeah, I think it was.
No, it might have been bumped. I think
it was. Whichever it was straight at Rashid's throat, and he did well not to get it to hit his throat in some ways. It was parried down. That one's played out onto the leg side for a single. We're going to see this one again just to confirm whether it was a chance or not, I imagine.
No,
it was a bump ball. A bump ball it was.
Rashid is off the hook.
Yes, he is. He comes in for his 4th ball of the over, twirling away. And that one, I suppose, was the googly?
Yeah.
But it's played out by the Kock to the man who looks like it's Livingston out there. Has to go a little wider.
Yeah.
Too short, that, Jace?
Yeah, it was just a bit too short, which would give him plenty of time to go on, rock on the back foot, and just power it with a straight bat through mid-wicket.
Yes, Rashid not looking quite his usual steady self so far, as we see the umbrellas in the crowd. Not everyone's got them. It's not absolutely pelters.
Well, that would be really annoying for everybody concerned, I think, because you'd be completely swamped by the people in front of you from seeing anything worth seeing.
When someone puts their girlfriend on their shoulders at a festival, yeah, great for the girlfriend, fantastic. Yoo-hoo. No one for miles around behind them can see a goddamn thing then. Rashid in again. And that one's well up and defended by de Kock on this occasion. Going to treat the good balls with respect, but there seems to be plenty of loose ones coming for Rashid, so they don't have to worry too much at the moment. Maybe he'll get into his stride now he's getting to the end of his 3rd over.
Oh dear.
And that's an absolute shocker. Absolute full bunger. Reverse swept, and he's somewhat got away with that. I think it's only going to go for a single out to Bairstow on the boundary there.
Yep, I think
and yet he only just picks up a single. That's 108 for 2 at the end of the 19th.
That was an attempted googly, I think, which is why it was quite so full.
There's a possibility it might be a wet ball as well.
Adrian Lowe says
more difficult to control.
Adrian Lowe says, bloody hell, get the chimps and the tell on. It starts raining. Now, what can I say? What can I say? Britain has no climate, only weather.
We are moving into our last over as a triumvirate. So, think in terms of Crassus, Caesar and Antony. Think of the great triumvirates over the years.
That didn't end well for the main man, though, did it?
No, not really. It didn't work well. It didn't work out well for any of them, quite honestly. They all ended up at the wrong side of history in the end. And that was it was only Augustus who came out of any of those triumvirates well. First ball of the over, defended out to point by de Kock. No run from Sam Curran's over. See some big rain action out there. Curran in again. And that one is pulled by de Kock with a great deal of energy, but straight to the man at deep square leg, who is, I imagine, Phil Salt. I've just come through for a single.
Jay, so we got anyone waiting in the waiting room?
We don't at the moment, so I'm waiting for people to pop up so I can let them in.
Yeah. It's just that I think we're expecting someone.
We're expecting more than one, I think.
The Kock moves to 65, the score to 109. Markram on strike against Curran. And that one is played well and late by Markram, down to the man at 3rd man, who is Rashid, now come through for a single. At the moment, Sam Curran always seems to be bowling because Rashid, Bivoy, Moeen get through their overs so quickly. Who's on next, Jace?
It's me. I know I'm on. Jez is on, but Tim
Dale Lace.
Yeah.
And I am in the command chair, I think.
That's on, drifts onto middle stump from Sam Curran, so accurate, but de Kock steps across and plays it out to the vacant square leg area, and they come through for a single.
All the signs of a solid foundation, 40.
Absolutely. I think South Africa will be by far the happier at the end of the 20th over. Got 2 balls of that period to go. Markram's on 4 off 10. De Kock's on 66, but only 52, and he's held the whole thing together for South Africa over these first 20 overs. Looks like he's right slap bang back in form now, which will be big problems for England if he stays in any longer. That's played off his legs by Markram for a single out to the man at mid-on. He moves on to 5. Last ball of our stint together coming up.
Well, you say that, but nobody's joined us yet.
Well, that being the case, we will hold the fort if no one else is out there. Cullen inspects the ball. It's probably a little damp, which is probably why he's looking at it with a great deal of circumspection. And that's a little shorter, a little wider. And the Kock plays a very nice shot, which will be fielded by Livingston, who sweeps it up on the boundary. They come through for 2. The Kock moves to 68, and the score to 114 for 2 at the end of the 20th. That may or may not be the last you hear from me for some time.
Tim is just joining as we speak.
Very good. Well, farewell, everybody. I will see you, I think, for the test matches, because I won't be doing the T20s.
All right, Forthy. Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, no problem.
And thank you, Jason. Hiya, Jez. Hiya, Tim.
Hello, Tim.
Hello. My internet provider, let me do this.
Rashid in, and that is on middle and leg stump, whipped away by Markram, but only to mid-wicket, where Willie will do the fielding. 114 for 2 is your score as we begin the 21st over. And Markram 5, de Kock 68 off 53 balls. He's the glue that's holding the whole thing together. Wide outside the off stump, and that is driven, but only to a deep point where Livingston's fabulous arm will keep everything to singles. All the signs of a potential big score here, Tim. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a summer of big scores. But yeah, 300, 320. Something similar as the first game.
This is just tickled down the leg side by de Kock. A chase for Willie at fine leg. He beats the ball, but there'll be 2 runs taken. A lovely little tickle down the leg side there by de Kock.
Yeah, it's been a batsman's paradise this summer at the moment.
Well, I mean, this is where I guess we talk about the form of Sam Northeast, I guess. From 410. That's
up his time with the 6. I loved it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the 9th highest first-class score, isn't it, in terms of England? As that is the Google,
no, in terms of the world.
Run away. Single taken. Just looking for the sign from the umpire there. I thought I saw an arm go out, but probably not.
3rd highest in England, 9th highest ever.
And that is bunted down the ground by Markram. This 5th ball. Salt will do the fielding at long on. 1 for 22, Rashid. Quite un-Rashid-like in his 3.5 overs, as we can actually see the rain on the screen. I don't think it's going to be too long before fielders are going to come off the ground, and stumps are being removed, balls are being put in umpires' pockets, and drizzle has turned to rain, and we are now seeing the inevitable carry of covers onto the stumps. Rain has stopped play, ladies and gentlemen. Rain has stopped play, with South Africa 119 for 2 after 20 overs and 5 balls.
I have to say, I'm very disappointed, because we just had a tweet from the old fart at playing saying my mum, the Reverend Felicity Shaw, is enjoying the commentary, hoping the rain blows over. I think, Felicity, with the greatest respect, we would ask you to pray, seeing as you're in a position of greater influence than we.
Well, there's a lot to be said, but good afternoon, Reverend. Hope you're stick with us. The rain shall be not for long.
I've had a look at the radar. There's a nasty band of rain coming up again from bloody Wales, excuse my French, and it's a very narrow band of rain, but it's centred on it's all heading straight for Leeds.
Well,
it's a real pain, but we're just on the northern part of it, so maybe we won't get too much.
Considering that the entire country's had no rain for at least a couple of weeks, it's well overdue. I think I'm at an age where every time I see rain now like this, I talk about that it's good for the grass, or that it's nice weather for ducks. I think I've just reached that age in my life.
The farmers will be happy.
Yeah, farmers will be happy.
Yeah. farmers are never happy. Mark says, "You bastards, get back out there."
Mark?
Warren says that for no apparent reason, the Three Stooges. Was that in relation to something you said earlier on, Al?
I don't know. I mean, I lose track of what I say at the best of times. So it very well could have been, but I can't be sure.
So, Tim, can you give us a South African perspective on how things stand? Not so much relative to Friday, which was a complete fiasco, but relative to your expectations for South Africa.
Yeah, no, this is about as good as we could have hoped. I think it's been, as you say, I think a game and a half have been exceptional. I think today's been good, but the two dismissals, I'd have to say were soft. I think both of them were soft, particularly Russie's. Got himself in, this is when he sort of capitalizes, gets to 25, gets to 30, and then he makes the bowling team count. I had no problem with the sweep shot, but it was all about the placing. And he hit it straight down Bairstow's throat. Quinton to Kock. Quinton hasn't been disappointing if you look at his average over the last 12 months, but something has been clicking. I don't know quite what it is, but he hasn't quite been clicking. And today he's made up for it. He actually looks like himself. He looks like he is able to play with the freedom that he wants to play with, and that's given him the way that he's been able to play. So I think all in all, South Africa will be very happy in their position.
They just replayed Malan's dismissal, and he's backed well in front of his body. It's like a man out of form. He's desperately trying to find it. He's searching for it, and it feels like de Kock has allowed himself to play the ball just a little bit later in this innings. That it's almost like he's letting it all. He's just reacting to what's going on around him. He's letting the ball come to him, so to speak, rather than, because you can be too aggressive.
Yeah,
I'll hit the ball so far on the up that actually I'm not in the position to play the shot I want.
Also, I think what's unfortunate for Malan is he knows when Timber Pavuma is fit, he's probably going to be the form guy. So he's pushing hard to be exceptional, to get to that sort of 80 or 50 balls. He's trying to make a name for himself rather than build that innings, bat the entire innings or 40, 45 over innings. So I get the impression that he's feeling that pressure, that he has to make a statement rather than just get a good score.
What were you going to say, Jess?
I was going to say the most telling figures, I think, come from the strike rates for each of the batters so far. Malan, 61. Van der Dussen, 68. Markram, 50, although he's only been in for 14 balls. Quinton de Kock, 125. So, he hasn't looked in any danger. He's looked comfortable and aggressive without being excessively so. Whereas everybody else seemed to have that struggle about them. No degree of comfort about their batting at all. I mean, without de Kock, they'd be in a whole lot of mess at the moment. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, what's been really interesting was watching so much T20 cricket. The fact that there is a big rope that is being circled around the ground to try and whip the surface moisture away, which might be an indication that this might be just a passing shower of sort.
Yeah,
something that our colleague who will my colleague who will come on in just, I think will come on past when we finish, Andy Ward. We've had this discussion that the strike rate of 120 is the new benchmark for acceptable scoring. It's certainly in T20s, but maybe now we might begin to look at it as the new acceptable benchmark for a strike rate in ODI cricket too. That strike rate of 125 If it was any lower for de Kock, for as long as he's batted through the innings, you might turn around and start to say, well, actually, he needs to push on a little bit. He's just right at the point, the sweet spot where he's moving the score along comfortably without taking too many risks. That maybe that's the way we have to kind of shift our analytical mindset a little bit, Tim. That 120 is kind of what we're after now as a strike rate. Well, anyway, I mean, de Kock's played really well.
I could see that becoming the norm. It might not be quite the norm at the moment, but I certainly agree with you in terms of one-day cricket, particularly on these sorts of pitches. These sorts of pitches are allowing batsmen who hit through the line, who like the ball to come onto the pitch and come onto them and just strike through. So on these sorts of pitches, if you're not scoring 320, it's disappointment. But that's basically where it is. If you're scoring less than that, then you can still win, but you want 320, 330, 340, and right about that sort of score.
Whilst we're off air, whilst we're not looking at live pictures of cricket being played, should we ever talk about the state of the cricketing nation while we're here? Jez, do you want to
tell us a bit about what's going on in Scotland?
So there have been allegations of racism made by former Scottish players about Cricket Scotland. There has been a report, and the report is due to deliver its findings. Mm-hmm. The report is officially going to deliver its findings tomorrow. But some of the report findings have been leaked to major news outlets in the UK this weekend, and the things to take away, and the things that will be officially announced tomorrow, I guess, is that there is evidence of widespread institutional racism within Cricket Scotland. And the findings are serious enough that the people who have completed the investigation are considering introducing the police into the conclusion of the investigation. And this morning, Cricket Scotland, the board of Cricket Scotland, released a statement which said that whilst they were still in support of the report, and they were in support of instituting all the findings of the report, they also said that they'd, at this particular point in time, put a programme of changing the leadership and the governance of Cricket Scotland. And as a result of the feeling that they've been made aware of mandated actions and timescales, and they think that they can't do the governance change and the change of behaviour with regards to racism at the same time, within the same timescale. So this morning, the entire board of Cricket Scotland has resigned. If you fancy a job. Fancy a job, Jim?
No, thank you. It's worth pointing out that they did apologise a couple of times as well.
An apology, I mean, you could talk about apologising for something that you were not in charge of an organisation for at the time that you were in the position on the board of Cricket Scotland. But the idea that there is now an entity which I think is going to be told that it needs massive reform, and all of the people who could have been accountable for that reform have decided to walk 24 hours before it's made public.
But it's also all of the people who were potentially tarred with the institutional racism brush as well from the report.
That's not going to disappear considering it's 24 hours away.
Yeah.
Gotta say.
No, you can't be part of the solution if you are part of the problem in the first place.
Well, that's as maybe. It is, but the only people who lose out are the people who are overseen by Cricket Scotland.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really difficult, isn't it? Because I think you look at what happened in Yorkshire, and there was very strong criticism of the intransigence of some of the members of the Yorkshire board in terms of their basically refusal to accept responsibility for what was found in relation to Yorkshire's activities. Whereas on this occasion, you've got a board saying, okay, we cop it sweet, we are responsible for what's happened, and we're going to say, okay, fair play, we're out of here. We can't.
No, then that's not what they're resigning for. What they're saying in their resignation statement is that they feel that they can't deliver the changes that are going to be mandated by the report and deliver the changes that they want to deliver about the governance and the leadership of Cricket Scotland within the timeframes. So what they're doing is, as a result of, in their own mind, saying these things are unachievable, they're choosing to resign.
We think these things are unachievable. If you can find somebody who thinks it is achievable, why don't you appoint them?
Well, one of the things they say, it's the unachievable within the timetable proposed and the current governance framework.
Yep.
Now, presumably what they're leaving is the possibility of a different form of governance being put in place. Well, I don't know who has that control, though.
Well, it's a bit 6 and 2 3s about whether governance drives culture or culture drives governance. In the end, the two should sort of symbiotically loop together in some sort of circle. But it does seem to for the entirety of the board to resign 24 hours before it takes all of the momentum out of the idea of what that report was going to provide, because all of a sudden now there's no. You can talk about the roadmap, you can talk about the things that need to change, but now there's no one that's going to drive the bus.
I'd be really interested in Tim's view on this, given from South Africa, given that they had a large, they've had ongoing issues with players of different cultures and integrating them, and quotas particularly in terms of the professional game, and whether that's been felt in the recreational game and in the development pass as well. So I'd really be interested in what he has to say on this.
It's a difficult one. I think that from a general point of view, if you have people who stood their ground, like in Yorkshire, that creates a bigger problem than if they're all just go, in my opinion. Okay, so it's going to take a little while to get people to get into the bus and drive it, but at least in theory you can get that. You get that. If you've got people who are still hanging about, still thinking that they are the person for change, and yet they've been there while it's been happening, that is a huge problem. That is something South Africa have had recently. We've had these hearings, and we've had people who, certainly at the start, had no intention, absolutely no intention of leaving until they were basically shown the door. And that created a problem between the players, between the board, between the people that were coming in, and huge animosity. I think from a Scotland point of view, I think it's actually good that they've all gone. It might take a little, as I say, little while to get all the ducks in a row and sort it all out. But to get people to get a fresh outlook on where to go is probably the best avenue. If that happened with Cricket South Africa, we would be a lot further down the road.
Yeah.
If we didn't have people who stood their ground and were desperate to hang on to their jobs, in my opinion, for example, we wouldn't have had 2 failed T20 competitions. We're now going into our 3rd one, and we don't even know the name of it. And that is creating a huge amount of problem for me. And I as much as I'm excited about it, I'm worried. I'm worried about what the effect is going to happen with those on the grassroots. That is my huge concern going forward from a South African point of view. But it's certainly not an easy one.
No. It's there is no perfect way to be able to deliver that sort of change. And again, we've got to caveat all of this by saying that the detail of the report is still not a public thing. So it's difficult to be able to begin to try to quantify the gap that we're talking about here between what's the current behaviour within that entity and what's the behaviour that's going to be idealised that they're driving toward. I suppose the painful thing, Tim, has been from a South African point of view just about how public it's been and who it's brought sort of in conflict with. People who we would have thought have been unbreakable bonds have been pitted against each other, and it sometimes felt that their heart wasn't in even the battle. Sometimes as well, that it's like I'm having to say these things. I'm having to contradict you because your recollection and my recollection are different. So, it did seem painful that it was all played out in quite such a public way.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it didn't need to be. I won't go into too much detail, but there was a reason why it had to go public, because people refused to move with the times. If you just watched a third of the SGN hearings, you would see that there were individuals that were not wanting to have transformation. They refused. They did the absolute. So Cricket South Africa said, okay. Cricket South Africa said, you must do A, B, and C. The organisation involved did A, B, and C, but not D, E, and F to better the situation. Cricket South Africa gave them the absolute bare minimum, and that's all. There were certain organisations. That's all they did. So there was the minimalist of transformation, and not the grand scheme of things, right down to the bottom. If you just look at our restructuring of our cricket, we've brought in a few new teams, and they've had nothing. They've had nothing for 2 decades. They've had no facilities, no players, no coaches, and people go, oh look, they've been bowled up to 52. Bowled up to 52 because they've had no cricket.
Yeah.
It's not their fault. Bowled up to 52 because they've had no support, no funding. They are using school facilities in certain circumstances, and that is because certain individuals have said, right, okay, we must play 6 players of colour, and they play the 6, but then you get people like the Lions, who are our top team, sometimes play more than that, because there are more to play, because they are good enough. Yep. So it's created a huge divide. There's no getting without that. Hopefully that divide will start to become less and less, but it certainly has been there particularly between the board and the players. It's been very acrimonious at times. You only have to look at the sorts of South Africans who are now playing county cricket. They haven't gone there. They went there because certain things happened in Cricket South Africa that they felt let down. And with certain things, they didn't go there and think, I'm going to play for England. They wanted to play for South Africa. Certain circumstances went against them, so they didn't really actually have much choice. I know I'm sort of stretching this because I'm very, very strong on the old Kock ruling, on how certain Kock were treated, which I think was very unfair.
Yeah.
But I am so glad that it's gone. So hopefully that will bridge a gap that we had before.
Yeah. Well, it creates this little dip, like you said, this dip over the last 2 T20 competitions, that the infrastructure isn't there to facilitate this continuity and this growth of development and transition between generations. So there just inevitably is this little dip, and it's just about trying to correct it rather than turn around and have it become this ongoing direction, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you see the green shoots of something happening?
I did see the green shirts. When we had the restructuring of domestic cricket, bringing in the new teams, having the two divisions, I saw the green shirts. This T20 competition, right, so it's going to benefit the Devil Groovers, Marco Janssen, and the Proteas of this world. It's going to benefit them no end, and they fully deserve it. They fully deserve that extra exposure. Even the guys that are just below that, really good, talented cricketers that are always going to come through eventually. This competition is going to fasten that. So you're going to see them playing in the Caribbean Premier League, in my opinion, and Vitality Blast and PSL, more and more. My concern, and it has always been my concern, is those guys that are not going to play that, who are just not at that level. My concern is, where is the funding for those guys? The bread and butter of the domestic cricket is right at the bottom, at the grassroots, creating opportunities for those that are not going to make the T20 competition. The fact is, they are just not going to make a competition. They're going to be playing 4-day cricket and 50-over cricket. That is my concern. Both those competitions, at present, don't have sponsorship. So they're making a living, yes, they are, but the disparity between them and somebody who's not going to get a T20 competition contract for this new competition is just going to widen the gap.
Yeah.
We were bridging it with this new restructuring. This new competition, from the outset, looks like it's just going to widen that gap, and that to me is a problem. So instead of our pool getting bigger, it's concentrated within that T20 competition, and that is a potential problem. I hope I'm wrong, but potential problem.
Okay, thank you for that, Tim. Jez, have we got any reactions to what we're talking about on?
We have a couple of tweets that have come in. Chris TB saying, someone who is part of the problem believing they're now the solution. I'm sure there are no current political parallels to draw. Brian 001 says, looking at the Cricket Scotland website, the board web page is blank, and on the staff page, the interim CEO has no photo, unlike everyone else in the leadership team. Yeah, there's a whole lot of people
there's
listed on that
jobs
site.
Jobs to fill.
Yeah, I've been trying to ascertain how the board of Cricket Scotland is actually drawn, and I don't know. I see it was Sport Scotland that commissioned the report on racism. It may be that there'll be some sort of agreement reached for an administrator to be appointed to take on the role of the board and interim.
I would imagine in the near term, Sport Scotland may well oversee the at least the fulfilment of roles, and maybe people separate and added to the board in order to oversee whatever transition comes out of the report.
Yeah, I doubt if they've got legislative authority as such, but it'll be by consent, presumably, of the participating organisations in Scotland.
I'd imagine, in the words of in the words of the Godfather, Sport Scotland might make them an offer that they can't refuse.
Yeah, I think that's almost certainly true. I mean, presumably Sport Scotland's actually paid for the report itself to be conducted. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Warren says racism is rife in the UK. Shock horror.
Hey,
but I tell you what's good. I mean, yes, it is rife in not just the UK, in pretty well all Anglo-Saxon societies. It's fairly obviously rife. But what's happening is something is actually being done about it.
Well,
it's been allowed to fester for so long with nobody doing anything. That's the real.
It's in one of my many jobs. I used to work with the Ministry of Defence, and the Ministry of Defence always used to talk about the difference between a lesson identified and a lesson learned. A lesson identified is something that you know about. A lesson learned is something that you've done something about. And right now, they're in the identified category.
Yeah.
The plan of action becomes really important, and being held to account over the completion of it. In order for things to change, certain things have to end. That's the way of all things, and this does represent an ending of a way of thinking, of a way of behaving, which is going to be which we hope is going to be to the betterment of Cricket Scotland, which maybe drives them forward. Cricket Scotland is a country that's on the brink of going to the places that they really want to go.
I think that's a really good point, because I think that's happened to a whole lot of institutions that have in the past just tried to ignore stuff. The ECB's been part of that. Most major organisations have been, and it's the cost of doing that has become apparent to some of them, and they've realised, not just economically but in terms of the social capital that's lost as a result of their failure to act, that they cannot continue to sweep things under the carpet, because it's actually destroying the institution itself.
My generation and yours, Jez,
yes,
have been happy for people to talk and not to act.
Absolutely.
Assuming that Tim is much younger than I, Tim's generation and generations that follow are more wanting and willing to hold people to account for that act. For, okay, you've said you're going to do it, now where's the proof that you've done it? That there is less patience, and I'm not saying that like it's a bad thing. I'm saying like it's a complete opportunity lost by my generation to make things happen. We're talking about all of this as slowly but surely more and more covers are being added on all across the ground at Headingley. I'm going to make a desperate cry of help to Hendo or Jason at this particular moment in time, because Jez, Tim, I am as always smarter when you guys talk. Tim, your insight into what's going on in South Africa, I know way more now than I did 20 minutes ago, and it'll be really interesting, like you said, about, because what you're talking about here kind of echoes a little bit of what's going to go on here in with regards to English cricket with the new Sky Sports contract, which is kind of hardwired the 100 in until 2028. It actually makes it look like the 100 is more Sky's idea than the ECB's. It's just that if the ECB want the money, then the ECB has to have the 100. I know that's not true. I know that Annie somewhere is in a bed listening to this and her heart rate is going dangerously high. I know it's the ECB as well, but it feels like there's a concentration of money and time and effort and attention on one thing, and a concentration on that to the detriment of other things. There's sponsorship and stuff that still remains in place. Don't get me wrong, it's not quite that have and have not that you described with the South African competitions. But it seems like there's a concentration of thinking and a concentration of effort towards certain competitions and certain ways of looking at the game of cricket as opposed to others. I
was just going to say, Atherton put it well yesterday when he said, I just wish boards and people in charge of cricket put cricket above money. I realise money is important, and it is important, but for the love of the game, surely the game comes before everything else. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's essentially what he said.
The whole idea that I think that Atherton talks about is you shouldn't have to choose between the two.
Yeah, I think that's right.
There's some way of having the game of cricket so that money doesn't become an issue. But the moment you prioritise, an extreme of prioritisation of one over the other is never good. But
so three things that have happened recently. First off, the IPL auction of the TV and internet broadcasting rights.
Yep.
Brought in such a massive amount of money that every ball bowled will be bringing in for the BCCI £45,000. Every single ball. That's fucking a huge amount of money.
Yes.
Then we've got the situation where South Africa cricket's been in pretty dire financial stress. So they've now set up a T20 league with 6 teams, each of which has been bought by one of the owners of an IPL franchise for very significant amounts of money, which has led to them asking their players not to take part in the ODIs they'd agreed to play in Australia because they need the thing to be a success in South Africa and to bring in that money for Cricket South Africa. I can understand the financial incentive for them to do so. Today, very quietly, Cricket Australia put out a statement saying they have just signed a 7-year deal commencing in 2023-24, which will see Disney Star televise men's and women's international matches played in Australia and the BBL and the WBBL for 7 years. That's the Indian broadcaster.
It's a long commitment.
It is. So what are they locked into that? Have they locked in the ridiculously long BBL that we have in there? I don't know.
Well,
but all of that is being done in a framework where everything else happens afterwards. It's not what's good for cricket and then let's do something. It's let's get these contracts in place and then decide what to do with the money.
There are huge echoes for me. The ripple effects of the new IPL contract, I think, are going to have similar effects that what you see at the moment with Live Golf.
Yes.
Where there's going to be a huge incentive for players to play less cricket for more money.
Yep.
So don't go and play that ODI international. Stay and play with the franchise. We'll make it worth your while.
Yeah, well, it's like Barcelona not releasing an English international because they've got an important game coming up.
So you do look at it and you start to go, because everybody who's signed up to play for Live Golf has said fairly much the same thing, which is the amount of money that you're asking me to play, you're asking me to take on for the idea of playing half the number of tournaments I would play on a tour, and the money is guaranteed. I mean, we're talking that there's sign-on money and also that there's prize money that's locked even into last place because there's no cut. That you might start to see the same thing start to happen here, where the commitment of the IPL grows and becomes so big and is so financially lucrative that there's this bleed of all other nations. It's just going to become this fascinating construct. Quite whether it will work the same way that Live may work. Certainly in the last week or so, some of the names that have been announced, the names themselves aren't necessarily there for golfing reasons, that in terms of like they're the best golfers in the world, but it's the positions they hold, like Ryder Cup captain. It's like that's a shot across the bows of the DP World Tour. Yeah, it'll be interesting about who will or will not turn around at certain points and go, I would of course love to represent my country, but I'm afraid that I have to honour this commitment. Because the Australian contract, it doesn't say about, I don't know if there's a contract similarly with Disney in place, I mean, about who has the contract for in Australia for showing the IPL.
I think that's up. I think that's sublet out of Disney have the rights to sell that off. I think whoever bought the IPL rights, I think has the right to sell off the Australian rights to an Australian broadcaster, which will almost all certainly be Foxtel. And the Australian domestic contract comes up next year, and Channel 7 are desperately trying to get themselves out of it, I suspect. But all of that feeds into it. Just a couple of tweets I thought I might throw in as well. Warren says, is the Duke of Edinburgh now head of Scottish cricket? Well, Might as well.
Well, the Duke of Edinburgh now, of course, is Edward. I think it's Edward.
Is it a title that passes on? I thought it would be put into abeyance for a while.
I think it might be in abeyance. I think certainly. Well, let me see. So when Charles becomes king, and he will become king, there's no way he'll abdicate. I would imagine, because traditionally the Duke of Edinburgh was the title that was given to the second son of the monarch.
But it's up to the monarch to decide when to bestow those titles. Same as the Prince of Wales.
So the person who was most the child who was most keenly linked with the Duke of Edinburgh's award was Edward. Andrew's not getting anything.
That is for sure. Except pizzas.
Well, yeah,
and some deodorant.
Possibly. Yeah, well, or not, as the case may be.
So Mog says lip service and awareness is very much the name of the game in many of these things, which achieves fuck all. He also says maybe the bleed of talent to IPL style fuckery will be a boon for nations filled with players who won't get picked for them. They get to play slightly weaker, bigger nations. Yeah, that's an interesting point, actually, whether, there is a sort of second tier that becomes more interesting than it would otherwise do. And very importantly, we got a first timer by the name of Joe Bloggs. It's just possible that Joe Bloggs isn't his real name, but then he wouldn't be Robinson Crusoe in that regard. It says, hi, first time, I'm 65 and played lots of cricket, and sadly racism is rife. Indeed.
Yep.
Welcome, Joe.
Hey, Joe. It's good to have you on board.
Just for those of you who may not be aware, we've been nattering away about various things for the last half hour. The cricket is suspended due to rain. It doesn't appear to be raining very hard, but looking at the radar, it looks like it's going to be continuing for a little while yet.
There is an awful lot of Yorkshire sky, which is the darker shade of grey. So I think it's this sort of, that rain that doesn't get you, the rain that gets you really, it's that sort of rain, light drizzle, just.
And the radar's not very encouraging, unfortunately. It's just a narrow band that's sort of all aimed at Leeds, which seems very unfair. Hendo's now at the controls, which is slightly scary. He looks like he's going to make us take off. He's reaching forward to the controls.
He looks like he's about to make a statement.
Yeah, but I don't think he can hear us because he hasn't got the cans on. Are you able to hear us, Hendo?
I think he's able to hear us.
I am able to hear you. What I was just going to say is I just sent you a message saying, are you okay to keep wibbling? It looks like it's going to be raining for a while. Umbrellas are still up. We've only got one thing to fill the space with, but that's the problem. So we can't go and find old highlights because the Bears only set one thing up, and that was planned for the break between innings.
We can. I'm sure that we can find things to keep talking.
If you're happy to keep wibbling,
is there a certain topic that you want to be able to talk about?
No, you feel free. We
would like you to wibble with us if you would.
Well, I can wibble for a bit, I suppose, or Andy can come and wibble with you. If anyone needs to take a break, I don't know. Tim, how long are you here for? A good time or a long time?
Good. I'm fine.
He's fine. Good. Tim's fine. Okay, you three seem fine. I'm quite happy for you to continue because I've got to do a lot of work later on. But yeah, I mean, just keep wibbling. But if you find that you're running dry, just send me a WhatsApp message and we'll reconvene.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
The only sad thing is that won't be anybody at the jingle control for us to auction off jingles.
Ah, right. Well, I suppose there was that to do. But if you find yourself running short, just let me know. All right.
That is okay. Fine. I'm sure that we could talk about a variety of things. Because for better or for worse, we've got three T20s, which may be of more value than the ODIs, considering the global tournament coming to Australia at the end of the year, and then we all take a break for the 100.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting question that's underlying all of that, which is the whole future of ODIs. Inindo, our own Inindo Data, wrote an interesting article, which I've retweeted from the Guerrilla account, over the... Well, it talks in part about the boredom he experienced for the boring middle overs of a match he watched at Sydney not that long ago, where, notwithstanding some good batting and so on, it just got very dull between overs 20 and 40 or so. And the formulaic nature of a lot of ODIs these days, and wondering basically whether there really is a future for ODIs going forward, and whether might not be better to look just at T20s and Test cricket.
Okay. Well, that would be... So here's my response to that. The reason that we call the boring middle overs is because what we believe is that's the best way to play those overs.
Yep.
At best, try and hit a boundary in the first couple of balls of the innings. Certainly try to move the field around and milk singles. Take no chances, because what we're going to do, and what I mean by we is I mean every team who plays, is we're going to save our wickets until the last 10 overs, when it's going to be a mad dash, hell for leather, eyeballs out, thrash for the finish line.
Yep.
So, if that's the way we think about playing ODIs, there is also, even though we might not necessarily see it because we haven't started looking for it yet, there is a perceived notion of how to play a T20 innings. And you see a little bit of the same sort of behaviour seep its way in to T20s, right? But instead of a last 10 over thrash, it's a last 5 over thrash. Because you look at all the stats, and what do they talk about? They talk about how many runs you score off your first 10 balls, how many runs you score in the last 5 overs. And you start to go, well, actually, it's, part of the reason that we perceive it to be boring is the fact that no one's thought of any new way of being able to play that format in what seems for God knows how long. I don't know what you do to try and be able to, is there a way of being able to manipulate ODI cricket where you turn around and try and present a risk-reward thing where you can make the middle overs more exciting?
Well, it's an interesting dilemma. It seems to me one of the things that I railed against with the introduction of T20 in the first instance, and is even more the case with the 100, and of course even more so with T10, is the relative lack of value attached to wickets the shorter the game becomes, right? And I think one of the things I do like about ODIs is that there is still a real value attached to wickets, whereas if you lose a wicket in T20, it's very much a sort of so what thing until you've lost 5 and think, oh fuck.
Although strangely, one of the criticisms that we've had of England over the last half a dozen games, Tim, is the fact that they don't bat out their overs. And part of the reason they don't bat out their overs is because they apply a T20. Maybe they apply a T20 approach to the value of a wicket in an ODI game.
Exactly.
Your next man in, Tim. Keep swinging.
I was having this chat on my podcast I do with Paul, and I was saying England's problem at the moment in this format is exactly that. If I'm picking an England team, an England top 6, Moeen Ali and Livingston don't make my one-day team. Particularly not as batsmen, because particularly Livingston has not learnt yet in international cricket how to work an innings. He gets to 15 and he can't help himself. He gets a leg side delivery and he cannot help himself to hit it over mid-wicket for 6. Instead of saying, you know what, let me get to 40 and then I can put pressure on the bowlers. He pushes too hard. Moeen, I think, should actually only play T20s, in my opinion. Wonderful cricketer, but I think he should only be playing T20s for England. Again, pushes too hard. So that puts pressure on England. It puts pressure on Roots and Jason Roy and other guys to really and Bairstow to really make significant innings. It's not that you don't have the talent. You do. You absolutely do have the talent. But in the domestic setup, but those guys in particular haven't worked out how to play a 50 over innings. They haven't said, right, I'm going to bat till 40. I'm going to at least try and bat to over 40. That is what Rassie van der Dussen tries to do. Rassie tries to bat for 40 overs, and then he allows the Claessens, the David Millers, the Quinton de Kocks to play their natural innings.
Yeah.
That is essentially what his role is. At the moment, you've got Joe Root who can do that, but nobody else in your team, from looking from the outside, does that.
Yeah.
So I think that is a problem.
I like the way you kind of describe, because you in my mind you kind of describe the team as a set of like interchangeable cogs. So Rassie is a cog that looks like this, and he plays this role, which allows other cogs and other wheels and other players to kind of mesh in with that to be able to drive the team along. But also, I think what makes good teams great is that if Rassie gets out for let's say Rassie gets a Jaffa first ball out, it's knowing that there's someone who can turn around and go, well, he's not there to be that cog, but I'll do that job. I can play that role, just maybe not as well, but maybe 90% as well, 95% as well. So I'll go in and play that, and I'll do that, and you can bat around. And yeah, it just seems that I mean, my back hurts every time Livingston bats because everything is full pace, isn't it? It's like he tries to hit the ball so hard. I mean, we saw him hit the ball hard enough that it went through some permanent fencing at Old Trafford for a building site.
Yeah.
But it's just like it all. It's like if he could drop down to a slightly smaller gear, like you're saying, and just go, I can work this ball around, but he plays like he's got 4 shots, and unless the ball's in the right place to play those 4 shots, it seems like he feels like you can frustrate him to the point where he'll get himself out.
Yes, yeah, that's spot on. And you know, it may cost you 2 or 3 sixes, but it's as predictable as fuck at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose going back to what we were talking about with ODIs, the whole thing is completely reliant on the ICC still having a global 50 over tournament, because the moment they turn around and they go, we're just having a T20 World Cup, we're not having an ODI World Cup, every nation will drop it like third period French.
Yeah. Do you have a domestic 50 over competition in the UK and South Africa?
Yep, we do. Yeah. With no sponsor, which nobody watches, nobody gives a toss about, except me.
There you go. You see.
Yeah, well, you're with the greatest respect, Tim, you may be an outlier.
Tim, that's why you may be an outlier, but that's also why you're one of us. That's why you're part of this church. Yeah. Yes, I mean, we've got
the church of the fundamentalist outliers.
Yeah. Well, what other type of fundamentalists are there? You know, I don't want to be in the majority of the majority of fundamentalists. That's not that's not right.
No.
Yeah, fair call.
No, I don't know.
You see, the dilemma I have is I actually rather like T20. I like ODIs because they've got more. They've got more meat on the bone than a T20. T20 is so one-dimensional, and it's only any good when it gets exciting. When it gets exciting, it can be really fun. When it's one side, it's really dull. Now, you could say the same of a T20, but it takes a long time to get dull in those circumstances. I mean, say that game we had on Friday, where we thought England was struggling to get what they did. And we thought that South Africa were a good chance to overhaul it. All of a sudden it fell apart and became extraordinarily one-sided. But for 4 hours or so, we'd had a really interesting time following it, and then it became irrelevant, if that makes sense.
Well,
T20, that can happen as well, and it's sort of over quicker, but it seems to happen an awful lot of the time in T20 that it's pretty well over by the 6th or 7th over of the second innings, because you know who's going to win.
I think the more cricket you get to see, the more nuance you get to see. That we described certain elements of this morning's play. Oh, and by the way, there's going to be an inspection in half an hour as to the state of the pitch and the state of the outfield. I think it's going to be more the outfield. I think that's going to be the problem. Because when the umpires came out, there was no one with any umbrellas on the square. So I think it might have stopped raining. It's just a matter of getting conditions right to be able to resume play. But we talked about battles within battles. You know, the idea that a certain player comes out to bat. You know, so Jason Roy has what might be described as a well-documented problem against spin at the start of innings. So what does South Africa do? Well, Maharaj is going to bowl straight out the gate. Now, would that happen in other? Yeah, and it's nice to be able to know that there's more. There's more flexibility that comes with more cricket. Hence why, the ODIs do have this idea of like a bit more ebb and flow, and there's more ways for it to be exciting. Not that T20s can't be, and this isn't about. We're not talking about this, I think, because we're going to turn around and go, you've got to have ODIs and therefore you've got to get rid of T20s. I don't think that's the game plan at all. I'm quite looking forward to the Commonwealth Games T20, to be honest. That'll be interesting to see how that works. Cricket is far more of a Commonwealth sport than an Olympic sport in terms of the countries that play and the countries that play well. But yeah, it'd just be interesting kind of seeing that being taken up by a slightly different audience. It's just so as we've talked about with regards to the 100, it all seems a bit artificial.
So can I come back to a slightly more fundamental issue?
By all means.
Sounds like a true conservative, a lover of red ball cricket.
Oh dear God! Great, brace yourself, Tim.
The battle between bat and ball. Okay. And the need to actually give bowlers a real chance. Now, initially the thought was that T20 would just ruin it for bowlers, and what's proved to be the case is that some spin bowlers have actually proved to be quite extraordinarily skillful in terms of exploiting the risk-reward equation that some batters in general, have had to work through in that. But for fast bowlers, I think T20 cricket is a lottery, frankly. There are a few who can be very successful on a consistent basis, but and I've got no statistics to back this up, this is all a gut feel. My gut feel is that the great majority of bowlers are in a pretty broad band, and the differentiation between them is pretty minimal. Very different from the range for Test cricketers because of the circumstances that give them very little chance to actually practice what I view to be the art of long bowling. That is to say, working your victim, of having to learn to persist even in conditions that may not be suitable to you, to the extent that a spin bowler with 5 for 150 has probably done really well to get to there. Whereas a spin bowler in a T20 who gets none for 50 has failed miserably, but might well have been in the situation of going on to do really well if they'd had the opportunity to work it through. It's a different game, I guess, is what I'm saying for bowlers. My sense is that if you get rid of ODIs have an element of that within them. 10 overs is long enough to actually work a batsman a bit and to work a strategy. 4 overs just isn't. And what worries me is that if you just have T20s or test matches, that inevitably you're going to have people who play only one format, because there's just not any room in the middle for it.
There's a couple of things in kind of response to that. T20 kind of there's a bit more risk reward from batsmen. Sometimes bowlers are sometimes asked to do a completely different job in that format as opposed to other formats. So spinners usually aren't asked to spin the ball, right, Tim? But bowl like a slow medium pacer, fire the ball in, don't do anything stupid. But there's similarities. But in any game where there's a contest between bat and ball, there is always some fight between those two disciplines. So there's been a few times in baseball, eras of baseball, where one side has become so dominant that they've actually changed the rules of the game in order to be able to redress the balance. So in the mid-60s, they actually lowered the mound because pitching was too dominant. Ball. So there's a famous pitcher for it used to play for St. Louis, Bob Gibson, was essentially unhittable from the higher mound. So they lowered the mound and it's where it stayed. But they've tried to do things to the ball. They've tried to do things to the bat in terms of being able to try and. But it's this ongoing dynamic between bat and ball, and what is it that people want to see. And I think it's just interesting about like if you asked people, if you turn around to them and said, well, you want to go and see an exciting game of cricket, what does an exciting game of cricket look like? It might not be what some people think, which is that an exciting game of cricket is to see the ball being launched and essentially you might as well have no one in the 30-yard circle, because it's never going to hit the ground within that 30 yards. Every ball's going to go, you need people 10 rows back with catching mitts and nets to protect the crowd and stuff like that. Or do you want, but an exciting game of cricket for all of us, I'm going to guess, is, that a side needing 130 to win needs 10 runs off the final over, or 30 runs off the final 3 overs, or something like that, where it's the actual competition between sides rather than the idea of competition between bat and ball.
Yeah,
I think they should make the bats narrower.
I don't disagree. I've been a bit remiss in leaving out tweeters, and I'll bring in a whole lot of tweets, but just in relation to that point, Neil Harris just tweeted in saying the battle between bat and ball is so critical in all forms of cricket. Preparing tracks when bowlers have no chance makes everything rubbish. ODI is a merger between tests and T20, needs batters and bowlers from both, which I think is a fair comment. So Mog says, I don't want Hender to wibble, I want him to rant. The Naked Porn Belt says all future cricket in England should be played in Hender's dry hole.
All right. Just bear with me a sec. If you want Hendo to rant, right? This is one for all the tweeters out there. All you need to do the next time he's on is to tweet the following. Okay? All you need to do is to say, if Rishi Sunak becomes Prime Minister, the Conservatives are a diverse political party. Just tweet that. Just tweet that. I didn't tell you this. People of the world. That's all you need to do.
We have a fan. Old Fart at Play says, please wibble, and some of you wobble. No one tunes in for the cricket anyway. This is great.
Thank you.
Joe Blogg says, thanks for the acknowledgement. Yes, I've played from south to north UK, mostly business, and yes, very sadly I've witnessed racist comments and action. Leah says if you need someone to wibble a bit during the delay, let me know. I'm figuring out Zoom on my desktop could relieve people that need a break in about 20 minutes. Thank you, Leah. Josie Oak says, can Tim comment on when there is some home cricket for South Africa next? There appears none at the moment next season through to February. Well, that's because they're in Australia and then they've got the T20s, I think. After the lockdown, there seems to be a home season with no international matches. Yeah, well, giving away the Boxing Day test to Australia was a big gesture. Warren says, pretty sure Livingston only has 4 shots, to which Mogg says, that many? And Ulfhard at Play says, is 2020 cricket just test cricket designed by committee and money? Well, I think designed is a generous word for 2020. I think it just fell out of the... I mean, it's not as if 2020 is actually something new. I remember in the 50s, that's how fucking old I am, my dad, after work, he worked as a teacher. He was captain of a club called the Eclectics, which was a rather clever name because he was a teacher at Eastbourne College, EC, Eclectics. And they played 20 over cricket after work during the summer on a Wednesday night. They didn't have circles or restrictions or anything. It was social cricket, but it was 20 overs a side, and that was rife all over England, I'm quite sure.
But there's all sorts of old village cricket rules that would be absolutely hilarious to watch. To watch internationals, right? Tim, how much money would you pay for a game where everybody apart from the wicket keeper bowled 2 overs?
Awesome.
Just be
awesome. Well, that already happens in the under 13s.
No, but just that to me just that would be incredible. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the 2 overs from opening bowlers and Topley and Willie and all that type of stuff. But I want to see Jason Roy bowl 2 overs.
Yeah.
Something he probably did when he was 13, but hasn't done since.
Well, my grandsons, both green cricketers, and I wasn't last season before. One of them was in the under 11s. I used to go every Saturday morning. They used to start at 8 in the morning before it got too hot, which made a lot of sense. And I think there was probably 8 aside. And what they did was everybody, apart from the wicketkeeper, everybody moved around every over. So you had 3 on the on, 3 on the off, plus the bowler and the wicketkeeper, and they moved around one spot. So the next person would be the bowler. So everybody got 2 or 3 overs to bowl, and the batters got to bat for 30 balls each, something like that. I mean, it's all very sort of nicey stuff, but it's really good in terms of giving them experience, and it's really good in terms of people having to learn that they've got to do everything, and it's good fun. They enjoy it, and I reckon that village cricket, I'm sure that some of that goes on, and I think it's a great way to do it because everybody gets to participate. You don't end up being the perpetual number 10 who never gets to bat unless they've collapsed and never gets a bowl, and you get put out at deep long on so you can drop 2 catches in the course of the afternoon,
So Tim, if I could wave a magic wand for you in terms of like one innovation of cricket to make cricket either more enjoyable or more fun or more exciting, what's the first thing that kind of comes to mind?
No fielding restrictions at all. None at all.
Wow.
None at all. If you want to have 9 slips, have 9 slips. Happy. Bring it on. Not a single fielding restriction. You can add, before people can come and jump on me, you can curtail the body line. You don't have to have that, but you have as many fielding positions as you want. If you want to have 4 leg slips, you have 4 leg slips. But you can't bowl. Obviously, you can't bowl 6 bounces of the guy's head. Right? So there's obviously you have that restriction. But in terms of fielding places, as many as you want.
The more creative, the better.
Exactly.
I like that.
Because I think the modern captain isn't actually very good. I know people think a lot of modern captains. I actually don't think they're actually that impressive. I think they're far too reactive. There are not enough proactive captains in at the moment. And that is a huge bugbear for me. I'm not going to pick on Stokes. Stokes has just started. But during the test match against New Zealand, I was saying he's got to have a second slip. Ball went straight through second slip. Next ball he put the second slip in, and that's not a Ben Stokes problem. That is a modern captain problem. Yeah. That is reactionary, not being proactive.
No, it goes back to what we were kind of saying about ODIs being ODIs by groupthink.
Yeah.
So Jez, same question to you. Magic wand. We're gonna make cricket more exciting, more fun. What's the first thing that comes to mind?
Well, I mean, how ridiculous do you want me to be?
Yes, there's an inspection at 1:45.
Oh right. So
by the way, this is a question that's open to the whole of Twitter. By the way, give us your ideas about how your magic wand idea for how to make cricket better, more exciting. Because we'll send them all on to Cricket Scotland.
See, when they introduced the 100 with all those sponsors who are basically salty snacks or something equally unhealthy.
Yeah.
My idea was that everybody should have to eat one packet of the sponsor's product between each over. I think if you're going to promote something, then you really got to go full bore. You know, there was a time when people were prosecuted, as I recall, for actually promoting something that they didn't use, and the law was changed so they could say what the fuck they liked.
I love it. So you're joining us in the Monster Munch break between the two.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 50th and the 51st ball.
I mean, it's a slight problem if your sponsor is alcohol, but is alcohol allowed to sponsor sport anymore in England? I can't remember.
I don't think so. But I mean, that's been specifically because, I mean, we're not going to ask anyone who's sponsored by a gambling site to log on and take the under for the next wicket either. But if you're going to be sponsored by food, yeah.
Or at the very least, have a food fight between the two teams with their respective products.
I don't know how crisps fly. You know, that's
and each team should be allowed some jokers.
Now,
on our Discord channel for Patreons.
Yeah,
some great stuff goes on there. Somebody brought up the it's not Norwegian, it's I think Finnish form of baseball, which I can't remember. It's called something like Pepsi Cola, but it's not. Which is slightly weird. It's sort of like baseball, except the pitcher just drops the ball over the plate, and the batter hits it. But it's also got some elements of cricket to it. But it was seriously different. But they have in each team 3 people they call jokers.
Okay.
Who they can bring in at any time to bat to get themselves some extra runs. And I reckon it's sort of like a designated hitter in baseball. But I reckon you could do something along those lines and say, okay, we want to bring in a joker. But to be a joker, you've also got to wear a dress-up suit of the mascot of the team you represent.
You have to wear clown shoes.
Yeah, something like that.
You're not allowed. You can only wear one pad.
Yeah, well, I think it sort of fits the spirit of the 100 because it's a bit of a joke anyhow.
Now,
but let's do it properly.
There was, I'm sure, I'm gonna appeal to Hendo's age and sensibility here. There used to be a show that used to be on television called "It's a Knockout" on British TV.
Oh God, yes, with Eddie Waring.
Yeah, oh, it's it up and under. And they used to, jokers used to play your joker. It used to count double. So I like the idea of that being able to specify that there's a player who counts double.
You can't double as long as they're wearing the special uniform.
Yeah. Or alternatively, if your joker's a bowler, like their runs are halved or something like that. 2s are 1s.
Yeah, I reckon you can have so much fun with it.
Oh,
And you know, I don't know about you guys. Do you actually go to any of the T20 matches, Tim?
What I'll answer it this way. I love the Blast. I think the Blast is a fantastic competition. I liked the Big Bash before the expansion. Since the expansion,
Just take a step back. What I'm asking you is about actually going to the match. Do you actually sit in the crowd to watch any of these games?
Well, I live in South Africa, so no.
So you got a T20 comp there?
I go to occasional T20 games, yes. Occasional.
So the thing that really gets me about them is the fucking noise. The doof, doof, doof between balls. I mean, I could live with it between overs, but between balls, they have the doof, 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 and the fucking cheerleaders and everything going on. The only reason I go is not for the cricket, it's for my grandchildren, because they love it.
If they play jingles, though, between balls, would that be all right?
That'd be much better, because it means something. Doof, doof, doof means nothing. But, so it's an entertainment. And the entertainment isn't actually the cricket, it's the whole vibe that goes with it.
No, it's the whole vibe, yeah.
It's not for me. And it drives away people of my vintage. I can watch it much better on television. So as I say, it's only for my grandkids. But if you're going to do that, why not go the whole hog and have, between overs, you have a race between the kids to see who can get across the pit first while no one's looking, or whatever it is. Just have all sorts of entertainments thrown in, because it's not serious cricket. Nobody really takes it seriously, do they? I don't know. I'm being cynical, I know, but I just hate the noise.
No, I agree. I agree. I'd be happy if it was condensed a lot more. It's not going to be. It's going to be expanded. It's going to be a lot more. IPL is expanding. Everything expanding. But I also can't take it. It's. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just me as well. I don't know. I prefer the longer format. Simple fact. I prefer the longer format. I prefer it so much. I would go and watch a day 5 with 100 runs needed, with 9 wickets in hand.
Yep.
I will drive to the venue and watch that, knowing the result. I won't do that with the T20. It's that simple.
Ditto. A few tweets. Warren says, when I'm talking about the 50s, am I talking about the 1850s?
Oh. Yeah,
Bugger off, Warren.
He's old. First of all, he's old and he's not that old. Secondly, he's in charge of reading your tweets, Warren. I mean, be nice.
And Leah says, no, Tim. No more than 2 fielders behind square on the leg side is what makes cricket work. I think there's some argument to support that. Brian says, in ODIs and T20 games, the fielding team and the bowler need more freedom. Bowlers could bowl from over or around the wicket without having to tell the batsman. Batsmen are allowed to move about and switch hit, yet the bowler is obliged to broadcast their direction. I think that makes sense. I mean, the bowler's allowed at the moment to deliver from 3 metres back from the crease if they wish to. I don't see why they shouldn't be allowed to go the other side. Might confuse the umpire a bit. Ravi Nair says, I'm still getting it wrong, aren't I, Ravi? Ravi Nair. He says it rhymes with liar. No fielding restrictions, Tim. What about the 30-yard circle? The only restriction in Test cricket is anyway the backward of the square rule. That's true. It was interesting yesterday watching when who was it made 400?
Sam Northeast.
Sam Northeast made 400, and it was obviously a belter of a pitch, despite the fact that they then took 10 wickets for 180 odd. But they were trying to stop him scoring runs, and they had most of their fielders out on the boundary, and they failed miserably in stopping him scoring runs, even though they were trying to bowl dry outside the off stump. So,
well, that whole innings of like 780 odd only took 160 overs. I mean, don't get me wrong, 160 overs is a lot, but if we turn around and went, how many overs does it take to score 780 runs? 160 would not have been in my first 10 answers.
No, absolutely. You had to feel a bit for people like Parkinson. It wasn't Matt Parkinson. What's his name? Took none for 180 odd.
But weren't you expecting the Kevin Peterson tweet that was going to talk about how terrible bowling is and this is why we need franchises?
Has it been? I don't know.
Well,
I'm blocked.
There's probably on a golf course.
Some poor schmuck bowls four balls at Stokes that he hits for 6 and gets to his 100 before the tests, and out he comes onto his giving it all that. And it just struck me. It was like, if you're gonna score 400 at a strike rate of 80, it's like, wow, you are. It's like, I was like, the umpire must have one arm longer than the other, having to signal all those falls,
So I'm pleased to say that Old Fart Player and Leah have taken your magic wand idea really seriously.
Okay.
And gone for broke. Old Fart Player says giant indoor arenas with retractable roofs. Each stadium or arena will be the focal point of each city, and cricket will be taught in all schools, allowing all people to have a chance of playing the beautiful game, and hopefully peace and love will help the world.
That sounds well. In Cardiff, there's where they play the rugby is the Principality Stadium, and one of the features is that it's a retractable roof. Now, who was it who said that? Can I add an amendment? Do you get bonus points do you get bonus marks for hitting it out of the roof?
Why not?
That seems like that should work. But I like the peace and harmony bit.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Well, Leah waves her magic wand and says tests are timeless again. Children under 14 get in for free, and they're given banners of the teams they support and caffeinated sugar water. Oh, you're evil, Leah. At the end of the match, a Streaker of the Match award is given up.
Dear me. On what criteria are we marking the streakers? Is it speed? Is it technique? Is it elusiveness?
Oh, technique, surely. Surely technique. We're not constrained by appearance any longer, are we?
Well, but maybe artistic impression.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
I don't know. What's a sliding scale for Bohemian? I don't know.
Pokey Bumfinger says, I'll drop one day cricket like a stone if the World Cup goes. Got to be a load of Gen X boomers that feel that way. And also says, if T20 was the best bowling against the best batting, it'd be great. But it hasn't panned out like that. and free Sirhan, for no particular reason, but I never like to miss a good quote, says the batsman's holding the bowler's willy.
True enough. A great quote of its time. A marvellous thing.
Stephen Kelk, or sometimes known as Stephen McFall's name, says, before the recent relative dearth of ODIs, I got the impression that for the bowling unit, the goal was to keep the middle overs boring and hopefully wickets, versus a growing T20 influence tendency to start also scoring big in the middle overs and hopefully take some wickets. I thought this was an interesting strategic tension that was becoming interesting. I tell you what I think is interesting too. I look at the development of ODIs and the way in which Sri Lanka changed the game about 20 years ago. There was a time up right through to the 90s when the first 30 overs, if you'd scored about 100, 110 runs without losing too many wickets, you were thought to have done well. Sri Lanka ripped up that rule book and suddenly realised that they could make a lot of runs early on, and they ended up winning the World Cup. What year was that? I can't remember now.
It was the one. Wasn't that the first one in Oz?
96.
Yeah, no, 96. There you go. And that started to change. Now, I think that if ODIs do continue, the strategy in relation to what are referred to as the boring middle overs is going to change. I think to a certain extent, that's what England has tried to do this series, but rather unsuccessfully, by not being concerned about batting out all the overs. But because they've got people like Livingston who can't sort of find the middle ground, they haven't actually been able to find that strategy to make the middle overs attacking without being reckless. If you know what I mean.
Oh no, but that's the thing. In the world of Moneyball, it's described as a market inefficiency.
Yes.
And you know where's value in having a different strategy and yeah, and like you said, they might have identified it, but what they're going about now is a way of trying to be able to execute that regularly. Because when all the cogs fit together, to go back to what we were talking about with Tim before, when all the cogs fit together, the machine works so well that it's an unbeatable machine.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right.
But
and I mean, they're not boring middle overs when it comes off, are they? I mean, the games against Netherlands were a bit silly in terms of the one-sidedness, but scoring was it about 490 odd?
Yeah,
they got.
Well,
didn't pretty good going.
Didn't you like the one thing I loved about the Netherlands games was the idea that in the midst of having this very serious international, and it's really good that the Netherlands are playing against teams that are better than them, because that's a way of being able to improve, was the fact that the ball kept on being lost. I just found that gleeful.
Yeah,
and I think
absolutely.
at a certain point, don't you turn around to Josh Butler and go, either you stop hitting it in the trees or you're the one who's going to look for it.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Well, there was a lovely tweet today, I think I retweeted it, I'll find it, of a game in the Netherlands today with the tree inside the boundary. And I thought, yeah, that's what I like to see. You know, it's a really good old-fashioned. Here we are. Bertus de Jong tweeted, "Tree inside the boundary." I'm going to retweet this onto the Guerrilla Cricket timeline if I can. Inside the boundary for the Cricket Amsterdam versus Rotterdam game today, and you know, Canterbury used to have a tree inside the boundary. Does it still do that?
I'm not entirely sure. I know it used to, because it would. I can remember it being really young and watching an old John Player Special League. Other cigarettes are available.
I could be wrong, but I think it was struck down by a massive storm. I think.
Oh right.
I think.
I can remember turning to my dad. I remember turning to my dad and going, "Why is there a tree in the middle of that cricket pit?" and of course, as dads do for occasionally from time to time, looking at me with a vague sense of like, "How the hell am I supposed to know?" You know.
I do have some good news and some slightly dubious news for you.
Oh, there's a restart time.
No, not yet. All the covers have come off. Oh, restart at 2:15. Right. Yeah, the covers have come off. However, the not quite so good news is the radar suggests there may be a little bit more rain on the way. Not massive amounts.
Well, that might not be our problem, because I think when we restart, I think we will be. I think in order to get. I'm gonna ask for help for Hendo.
Yeah,
this is
we've done
us
an hour and a half,
Hendo.
haven't we?
This is us calling Hendo. Us calling Hendo. I think a new team might need to take over at 2:15. I think we might have more than done our spell.
Indeed.
Although there's no. Let me just. Talk amongst yourselves just for a couple of minutes, guys, while I look to see about whether there is changes to the overs and things. If there's going to be a restart.
That's
so I'll go. I'll find some stuff, and you guys wibble.
Yeah, Missy. The other area of concern for me, and again, it's a small sample, but it's a slight concern, is when we get to Day 5, which is a rarity. When we get to Day 5 test match, the pitches are not crumbling. So they are. Yeah. And that is a problem for me. So if I just look at the England chasers, as good as they were, and they were extremely impressive, the pitch did not. They were not playing on Day 5 pitches, which was a bit of a concern.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the pitches were very unlike the pitches that were played on in England last year, for example. In part, I think that's because of the weather. But
yeah,
you'd have to think that the ECB said to the groundsman, we want some pitches where you can make some runs. And not entirely due to self-interest at all, but rather to give their batters a chance to actually get some confidence into themselves. But I don't disagree, but in a way it's nothing new, because although in England there's a tendency for the pitches to show more wear towards the fifth day, a lot of places they don't. I know, notorious pitches like Sydney and most Indian pitches tend to show wear, but you look at other places and there's often just the continuity of what you had for the first 4 days. The MCG springs to mind.
Yeah.
And all the pitches in the UAE and in Pakistan tend to be like that too. There's very little change. But I agree with you, it's desirable for them to show some change as the time goes on, but none of them have this year really, have they?
Yeah. If I just look at that on that Australian tour of Pakistan, I made a few predictions. I thought, well, this Australian team is not gonna cope. But the pitch was absolutely stone flat for 5 days.
Yeah,
and
there was one that was worse than any others. Jeff Lemon said it should be sent to the War Crimes Tribunal. It was so bad. But you're right.
Just to let everybody know. And Jez, can you put this on the WhatsApp feed? If it starts at 2:15, it is 45 overs per side.
Right. Okay.
So that will cause.
That's not losing too much, actually. That's pretty good.
No. It's what happens when you play the game in the middle of summer, because we can play for a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
But maybe, I don't know, playing games in September might mean that you don't have the flexibility because it all gets dark a little bit quicker.
And we will need relieving after 2 hours of wibble.
Certainly will do. Certainly do. I mean, prolonged wibbling can lead to all sorts of dangerous side effects. I mean, it's good that we've done this. We've wibbled, but we haven't ranted. We've been constructive. We've even thought about some of the whimsical natures of what would we do to change the game of cricket if we had the ability to sort of wave a magic wand. I would have a sliding scale of equipment, and the more difficult the equipment was to be able to use, there was like a run multiplier.
So what sort of equipment are you talking about?
So what I thought about for ages was that, like, it's like playing a game of golf, but if you were prepared to substitute out your driver for an old-fashioned wooden shafted persimmon driver, you got an extra stroke if you use the club.
So if you use an old Slazenger scoop,
so maybe like an old bat or a narrower bat, there's like a 1.2 run multiplier, or if it gets really narrow, because you hear all these Bradman stories about playing with a stick or something like that. So when is a 4 not a 4 when it's a 5, because he's played with the thin bat.
Yes. There's all sorts of possibilities. You could have a 4th stump, of course. Just make the wickets a bit wider, but if you bat when the wickets are wider, you get 30% more for each run.
Yeah. There's something
there
I do
was a
about
time, of course, when there were only
well.
2 stumps, wasn't there?
Yeah, and there's something I do about umpire's call as well. On DRS.
Well, there's a whole lot of stuff around that. Ian Chappell had a big article on Cricinfo the other day saying we really needed to do. Well, I mean, Gary Naylor was very much on side about how much time is not spent not playing cricket. The amount of time spent checking whether something is a boundary or not is crazy. It really is.
Criminal. It's absolutely criminal.
And I mean, I'm all for that being checked later and the runs added on. And so what if people at the wrong end because of that? Just let the umpire on the field call what he thinks it is. The umpire off field can do the checking while they continue to play. And if there are runs to be added or subtracted, so be it.
There's the technology to check at every ball. So the thing to do is if you check. It's like watching. It's like because the women's European football championships are on at the moment in the UK, and the way that they use VAR is seamless. Same thing at the last sort of major championships and stuff. The way that they use it to check goals and stuff like that, there isn't this big hanging around, and it's just. You see the referee. It's just like finger into the air, like David Coleman. Extraordinary, remarkable. So it's just like 10 seconds, and it's like right, well, we're good to go. And it's like they're actually doing it in the background. They're not having to like scramble because someone's turned around and done that. It's like somebody's checking all the time. I think that becomes a way that you kind of eliminate the time, because it's like. When someone goes, "Oh, was that gone for 4? Can we just check?" It's like, "Yeah, we've checked already. It's fine."
Yeah.
Also for me, 9 times out of 10, after the second look is the decision. If you look anymore, you put it down to your mind. If you look at it twice, chances are that second look is the right decision. That decision you come to. When you start looking at it 6, 7, 8, 9 times, all you're doing is putting doubt in your mind, which is infuriating.
I think I always get a bit frustrated by it's like, especially with spinners, it's like the ball hits the pad, the bat's close, and then it gets caught, and then they go up for it. Everyone goes up for an appeal. Batsman's given not out, so we're going to appeal the decision. And what they do is they go, right, well, what we'll do is we'll review whether it was caught, and then if it's not been caught, then we'll review whether it's LBW. The captain has to specify either what you're reviewing for, how do you think he's out, or alternatively, if you want to review for everything, well then, if it is that we've checked 2 forms of dismissal and they're both not out, you lose 2 reviews. So have you jeopardy that way?
Which review do you want?
We reviewed him for LBW and he's not out, so you've lost a review for that. And he also didn't nick it, so you've lost a review for that.
What if you're only reviewing the LBW, but the LBW is given not out because he's nicked it, but you haven't appealed for the caught behind, so fuck you.
To quote from my soon-to-be Prime Minister, them's the breaks.
Oh dear. Neil Harris says the more restrictions on overs, fielding and power plays, the more you force teams to play the same way. When the wicket has moisture in it, the batters may not want to go hard later, so an early power play is bullshit.
I am really surprised that no one said uncovered pitches.
Well, funny you should say that. You're reading the tweet feed, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Warren, the next tweet I was just about to read out. Tim calling for uncovered wickets.
Oh, there we go.
And John Orford says, "Hi guys, update from Madrid. It's been 40 degrees now for nearly 3 weeks, and life is gradually grinding to a halt." I would have come to a halt a long time ago.
Yeah, I could not function on the cheap. So we had 40-degree heat for 2 days.
Yeah. Well, John says, "I'm in a darkened room listening to you." It's not padded, is it, John? Unfortunately,
put something cold on your head.
The Iberian Peninsula is burning, and this from a country used to heat. Yes, there's a lot of fires in Spain at the moment, aren't there?
There is an entire section of the British public who are only interested in how that affects Rioja production.
Yeah. Of course. Fired at play, he plays us, I think, a compliment. He says Rowan Atkinson as Blackadder had a good wibble. Ravi Nair says, "Oi Tim, England took 20 wickets on those non-crumbly pitches and won. Why do you need crumbly when you get a result in 5 days anyway? You now don't just want results, but you want them to happen in a particular traditional way." Yeah, it was a remarkable bowling effort by Australia. I mean, the fast bowlers were very good, but Lyon bowled an incredible number of overs in those 3 tests, and even he took quite a lot of wickets. I think he probably took 15 wickets or so in the 3 tests. Huge number of overs, but we would have been lost without a spinner of that caliber.
He's still somehow underrated, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's acknowledged now for what he's done, and I think the truth is he's got better as he's gone on, as most spinners do.
So, Tim, who is your number 1 underrated cricketer in, say, well, if you've got different players for different formats, by all means give me those, but who's your most underrated player in world cricket at the moment?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
You didn't expect easy questions after 2 hours, did you?
No, not quite. I'll try not to pick a South African.
No, you can. Well, you get, because you've educated us all so much about sort of the state of the nation at the moment. So, you know.
Okay, all right, okay.
Who's the best?
To me, not underrated by some South Africans, but underrated because you haven't seen him. Tristan Stubbs. Okay, the world has gone berserk for Kevin Beavis, rightly so, because he has done it on the world stage in the IPL. Tristan Stubbs is going to do maybe not the same because he can bowl as well, but he's going to do exceptionally well in Proteas colours as well. He's going to be one to watch out for.
So he fits the category of best South African that we're yet to be introduced to yet.
Yeah.
That sounds good. I'm always on the look, because I ask this question of every time we get that Mash is on talking about Caribbean cricket. I'm always trying to pick his brain for cricketers who are just about to announce themselves onto the scene. So that I can look clever when I see them for the first time. Be like, oh yeah, know all about this person. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, I can tell you someone who I think is going to be pretty big over the next decade. He started off really well. Is Cameron Green. Now, I know I was being a little facetious when I tweeted the other day that Cameron Green is the next Ben Stokes, but he's only young. He's very successful, and he originally drew attention to himself through his batting. He made massive numbers of runs in Sheffield Shield cricket, but he bowls really fast. So, you know, he bowls up around 90 miles an hour, and his batting is getting better with experience. He did really well for Australia against Sri Lanka, and I think you'll find that as time goes on, as he gets more experience, he actually can hit explosively. He did that against India in Sydney in the 3rd test of that series. But that was the sort of junk runs time. But my God, he hits it hard when he goes through it. He's also got that mindset of being able to be defensive and smart around what he does. So
he was dynamite in the Ashes.
Yeah, 5 years from now, if he keeps on his current trajectory and doesn't get injured again, I think he could be really something.
Yeah. If he remains fit, he's going to be sensational. I absolutely agree. He's got all the ingredients for a quality player.
Yeah. He seemed like he's a big strapping fella, isn't he? Cameron Green. He's
absolutely.
I think there's been a bit of him having to kind of. I know I'm going to make him sound like a racehorse for a second, but he's had to kind of grow into himself a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's true.
You know, I think Flintoff was a bit like that in his early career, where it's just like you see the frame, but all the bits don't necessarily coordinate in quite the way you want. But
yeah. I think that's exactly true. I'm just looking at. He's 23 years old, which is amazing considering how much he's got ahead of him. And he had the benefit too of being coached by Justin Langer and I can't remember who it was, or another really good coach in Western Australia for a while before Justin Langer went off to the Australian team, but he sort of took him under his wing when he went there as well. Because for all that Justin Langer has his critics as a coach. For some players, he's just been brilliant in terms of developing their skills. We're going to be relieved in 4 minutes, by the way.
There's a reason why England did contemplate him to be Brendan McCullum. You know, I mean, it was. There's absolutely no. There was no shame from Rob Key when he was put in charge of putting the right people in the right roles of going. He is a name that we're thinking about. Now, quite why it never came to fruition, whether McCullum was always the name higher up the list, or maybe you just can't make the numbers work or the commitment work, who knows? But
Justin Langer said he would never have coached England in a fit.
Well, that's everyone says that until this is what we want to offer you. You know,
exactly. Or in hindsight, everybody says it in hindsight as well.
Yeah. How many relationships have ended with what? You need me. So
just looking at Cameron Green's figures, he's one of those players who's got a batting average in Test matches, which is well in excess of his bowling average, which is always a good sign. His batting average is 36, his bowling average is 32, and that's after 14 Tests. So that's not a bad start.
No, and you know, with where he comes into bat, there's never. It seems like there's never a reasonable way for a number 6 or a number 7 batsman to come in. You're either like 400 for 4 or 40 for 4.
Yeah.
Why
can't I come in at 250 for 4? You know?
Yeah, you either come in and you want me to dislocate both shoulders trying to score runs quickly, or I have to bat out a day and a half.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting stuff. Guys, I know we're going to be relieved in just a moment, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to say it's been an absolute blast having this conversation with the pair of you. It's been way better for us. I hope that I think, judging by the tweets that have come in, people have stayed with us. Jez?
Yes, indeed. Leah's asking Tim if he's going to be on Grill of South Africa tomorrow.
No. Probably not.
Don't pay him enough.
And just a couple more tweets before you finish your wrap, Al. Ulfard at Play says, in Blackadder, Rowan Atkinson stuck 2 pencils up his nose, wore his underpants on his head, and said, "Wibble to claim insanity and be sent home from World War One."
That's
As he said when it failed, who would notice another madman around here?
Yeah, who needs another madman around here? Yeah.
And Leah says, I think Angelo Matthews is criminally underrated. He's playing in his 100th Test today, and people are asking, how did this guy get 100 caps? The Muppet. He went through a period about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago to 18 months ago, when he was just making runs at leisure. He just couldn't get out, could he? Maybe longer than that.
Seems to have been someone has needed the length of his career to work out the cricketer he wants to be.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of putting it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna when you. Sorry,
by way of segue out of us and into Hendo as we transmogrify into another terrifically talented trio. I'm going to ask Hendo. Hendo, what if you could give the public the name of a cricketer of someone who you think is on the up and up, a name to watch?
Oh, I like the look of Scrimshaw of Derbyshire. Very tall, very quick bowler. He's bowled particularly well in the Vitality Blast. Got a chance for England Lions in the 2 warm-up games against South Africa. Didn't produce particularly stunning figures, but I think if someone works with him, he could be a really dangerous bowler. He gets steep bounce, and he's quite swift. So George Scrimshaw of Derbyshire is my tip for the top. I'm hoping.
Well, do you think maybe having it might be serendipitous to have Mickey Arthur there in Derbyshire?
Well, it could be. Yeah, absolutely. as his coach.
Just like you said, sometimes right coach, right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been around for a little while. I think he's 23, 24 now, and I'd never heard of him until earlier this year. And I happened to watch. I thought, oh, he's quick, he's interesting. And then he's actually apparently been bowling really well in the Vitality Blast. Hadn't seen that much, but what I did see was impressive. I mean, in that game where Somerset scored something like, what was it, 260, the record score in the Vitality Blast, he finished with figures of 4 overs, 2 for 16, while one or two of his teammates have gone for 80.
In the other 16 overs?
Oh yeah, well, I know. That was an extraordinary game, actually. I mean, I know it's quite a small ground at Taunton, but it kind of got boring actually after a while. The amount of. Did you see that game, Andy?
No, I don't have Sky at home, so I don't see any of this cricket unless I'm in
cricket
here.
stuff.
This cricket stuff.
Well, thank you guys for wibbling so absolutely.
Great job.
That was incredible. It's like you hadn't been allowed to speak for about 15 years. Tremendous stuff. Now I've got a really.
Well, I had a blast. Thank you, guys.
If it rains again, we're not in.
Ah, right. I knew there had to be a catch to it. I knew there had to be a catch. Now, I'm a bit worried here because I'm supposed to be doing the socials, but something has come up on the screen which says Comm Centre want to use the login key change, and when I try to cancel it, it won't go away. It won't go. Look, it's not going. Oh, it has gone now. Unapproved caller. What's that mean?
We will. The three of us will take. The three of us will take.
I bet it's to do with the Bear's daughter.
Well, it could well be. Anyway, yes, we are.
We're up to date on tweets.
Okay. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to just Andy and me will continue and do the ball by balling for the next 24 overs, and then we'll just go back into second session mode for part 2 of the game. It's reduced to 45 overs. Your ball by baller will be Andy Ward. I'll be on your socials and playing jingles and summarising. It's Jason G. Hiscox. Over to you, Andy.
Right, well, 20.1 or 20.5 was it?
Yeah.
Overs gone in this game. We're in the 21st over anyway. It's been reduced to 45 overs. That does mean there will be a DLS adjustment to South Africa's score to take account of the fact that they didn't know it was going to be 45 overs at the start of the innings. But we'll see what that is at the break.
So basically what you're saying is that if South Africa get 250, England could end up needing to go for 260.
There'll be some
Something
added
like
on,
that.
yes.
It'll be added on.
Yeah. Because England know they've got 45 overs. South Africa did not for the previous 20 overs.
Yes, indeed.
So, Jason, can you jingle up the batsman for us, please?
Yep. This guy is going to be facing, I think.
Quinton the Kock has a name you can mock, but he's really quite useful with cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping wickets.
And he's on 69 not out. Where is the pawn bot when you need him? With de Kock on 69.
And Willie to come back.
This bowler is. I don't know if we won't do a jingle. He's only going to bowl one ball. It's Adil Rashid. He's kind of come in to completely over on the pads, back up to short mid wicket, and there's no run. And the fielder lobs the ball back at Adil Rashid, who wasn't looking, copped it on the shoulder.
Right, well, I don't think we've got any tweets. I think we were up to date. Leah was the last one. I'm talking about Angela Matthews being criminally underrated. So get your tweeting fingers out and contribute, if you don't mind. And then I'll be able to read the thing. I'll look on, see if there's anything on YouTube. I think I probably upset people on YouTube this morning by my attack on libertarians. Let's have a look. I think that was during the Wibble. There was a lot of Wibble going on there, and in which the people from YouTube were involved. I can't remember who was bowling before the interval, but he's coming on now, isn't he? The other spinner.
The other spinner. Yep, with also a beard.
Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditioned.
Ali, it's Moeen Ali. He goes into Markram and back to the bowler for no run. Speaking of Markram,
here's his moniker.
Because he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner.
Bunts that one up to long on. It should be a single.
In the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs.
Oh, only because he didn't play in the previous World Cups.
He gets moving. He got run out without facing on Friday night.
He did. No, he can't have a collapse without a run out. Them's the rules.
Absolutely. That was a cracker. A cracker. It really was.
Moen coming into the left-handed to Kock, and it just turns away from him a tiny little bit. He punches, dabs it out to cover really. Weren't you saying Mark Butcher has come up with a new word for hitting the ball?
He has.
After long analysis.
yeah, after this ball.
Moen's full toss, so he should dong that one, which he does, but Jason Roy gets hold of it, and there's no run. I saw the spoiled that there, yeah.
By saying donging.
Yes.
You've got to be careful what I say. You don't want to say he dogged it. He dogged it. He's dogging it up to long on.
No, thank you.
Donging would be better.
Good dive by Jason Roy, saved a couple of runs there. It's also very full. He gets that one through the gap and out towards the sweeper, but it should just be one. Livingston a little bit careful as the ball bounces over the practice wickets.
Now, do you often get fashion advice from Leah?
I usually get fashion advice from Jay.
Ah, okay. We got fashion advice from Leah today. Says you don't wear shorts that short with pulled up full size socks. They're not full size socks, are they?
No, you're probably right. I've always struggled with the shorts and the socks. That one is played out to mid wicket and there's no run. I get your point. You want me to wear ankle socks with those? Yes.
Those tiny little ones.
Yeah. I don't like them.
No.
They then you rub your ankle, the back of your shoe.
Just go full.
Oh no, then my shoe will be all sweaty.
Yeah. Well, I don't care about that sort of thing. The floodlights are on, by the way, at Headingley, so that tells you that it's still a bit gloomy.
Yep, and South Africa 121 for 2 off 22. They've suddenly found that they're almost halfway through the innings when they didn't think they were before. David Willey is going to bowl 2.
No, what happened there?
I'm really not sure. But it's actually Rashid, who's reverse swept by de Kock for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Not our fault, that one. A bit of careless editing from Sky.
That was strange, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Started with David Willey running in and then it turned into Adil Rashid.
It definitely is Adil Rashid, though. Tossed up to de Kock and he just punches that one up to long on for an easy single. He's on 75 off 61.
He's got to start again now, realistically, hasn't he?
Of course you do, but it's obviously now you're not starting again against power play bowlers with a new ball, though.
No, quite
true.
Instead, it's Rashid coming into Markram. Tossed up and turns, and quite a bit of turn there. Beat the bat. Well bowled.
That was nice to see. That was lovely. We couldn't work out. I'm trying to think who it was who was bowled by Rashid on Friday. And it was the googly to all extents and purposes. It came back at him through the gate.
I think I remember it from highlights, but I can't place who it was.
No, was it Klassen? I'm not sure.
Might have been. They've got a slip in now, encouraged by that. And that one is punched off the back foot. Out to deep point to be an easy single.
But what the Bear and I couldn't work out was the fact that when we saw it in super slow motion,
you see
the revs on the ball were for a leg break.
Yes.
And yet it came back in.
How sneaky is that?
It is sneaky.
Yeah, that's very underhanded.
It must just have
perhaps
hit something.
quite literally.
Yes.
A little bit full, and de Kock playing it out to mid-wicket for no run. Sky keeping us on our toes here. They're interspersing one ball of highlights at random times of a completely different bowler.
Yeah.
For no apparent
weird.
reason. Maybe it's what they're wibbling about, but
probably is. I imagine. Yeah. But it doesn't help us.
Rashid to complete the over. It's full ball. De Kock defends. No run. It's 127 for 2 off 23.
Well, of course, Leah noticing or giving you fashion advice has got Nestlers interested. He says, "Is Andy trying to be GC's version of Mickey Arthur?" No, they're not. They're not tight enough. The shorts aren't tight.
I knew I'd get this. This is the first time I've ever come in shorts.
Isn't it?
It's a scary thought.
Isn't it amazing how personal these listeners get?
I think I am going to be the GC version of Mickey Arthur with my chunky lower calves.
We're all old men in shorts today.
Basically,
old white men in shorts.
That's why we should change the name.
Definitely. Moen is back and it's whipped away by Markram, but it's gone to backward square for no run.
Yeah, it was just called cricket with old white men in shorts.
Yes,
I think that would be that's the new jazzy title for Guru cricket.
Tagline at least. Moen's in again, and Markram makes some room, but he gets it out to cover, who makes Phil Salt a bit of a meal of fielding that. We can see some Yorkshire murk.
Ooh, that doesn't look good, does it?
Not looking too far away. Well, it's like a rat in London. You don't have to look too far for some murk in Yorkshire. That's clipped into the leg side. He has found the gap. Phil Salt is pointing at someone else to field it. Liam Livingston obliges, and that should be 2.
I like Markram. He's an attractive player, and he likes to score quickly. Maybe that's not brilliant if you're an opening batsman in Test cricket, but he's an attractive player to watch.
That's a very quick single, and maybe mid-wicket was just a little bit on his heels there. They get through fairly comfortably.
It's a score, 130 for 2. So what do you reckon? What can they get from here?
21 overs, plenty of wickets in hand.
Another 130, 260.
Easily.
More than that, surely.
Yeah.
That one has just dropped down into the wicket for no run by de Kock, and it's the end of the over. So they've got... Oh, no, it's not. There's 1 ball to come, sorry.
But I think with players, who like to get after the bowling, like de Kock and Markram.
We've got Miller to come next.
And Miller to come,
Miller
yeah. I mean, 300 could be on.
And that one's into the pads. Good bowling from Moeen. A little bit quicker. De Kock couldn't get anything on it. That is the end of the over. It's 130 for 2.
Any thoughts? Any thoughts, anyone? We're not getting much on tweet deck at the moment. We've all gone a bit quiet.
First thoughts. What are the bowling restrictions now? Is it 9 overs per bowler?
You would think so.
Yes.
And therefore, what resources have they got left, given what they've bowled already? Let's just have a look.
Shouldn't affect it too much.
Yeah, Rashid's only about to bowl a 6.
I don't think it'll make a significant difference to any plans.
No, I think you're right. Well, it just remains to be seen. It's a beautiful day here in Sydenham. Not a cloud in the sky, but that's cricket for you, isn't it?
Have all England home games in London. I said that in the green room. Should be a popular view. Punched up. It's going to beat... England have this field where they've almost got a mid-on and a long-on. The mid-on's a little bit wide and the long-on's very straight. But it beat the former and it was fielded by the latter.
It's kind of like a slightly wide on Hayden.
Sort of, a little bit deeper.
Straightish mid-wicket, I suppose.
She's coming into de Kock. De Kock goes to the reverse. He gets something on it, and something's going to be enough because that's definitely beating fine leg for 4.
There's not 1 boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Clearly premeditated by de Kock. It ended up being almost more of a pull because it was a little bit short. He just got an under edge on that one past Jos Buttler.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot is claiming that he wrote earlier de Kock 69 not out and something about wetness. But there you go.
I should have known. Rashid is in. Tossed up. Tipped into the leg side by de Kock. They're going to push for 2. Good bit of... I wouldn't call it obstruction, but the guy coming in to cover the stumps just ran in front of de Kock. Accidentally on purpose, so they couldn't get back for 2.
Nesta says, old white men in shorts, the UK is full of them. When did this start and why?
Only when the sun came out, it was old men in trousers. Punched up to mid-on, off the back foot by Markram. Salt with the fielding, it's an easy single.
Helpfully, Messi Jez has taken on the Guerrilla Cricket moniker or avatar on Twitter and tells you back live with Gorilla Hendo, Get It Quietly, and Jason G. Hiscos, and tells you how you can listen if you're not already doing so.
Very full from Rashid, tossed up, and the bottom of the bat from de Kock up to Sam Cohn at long on. That'll be another single.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says Yorkshire Merkin is similar to Lancashire Hot Pot. Possibly. What is better, Yorkshire or Lancashire Hot Pot?
Well, is this Yorkshire Hot Pot a thing?
I'm not sure it is.
I think you can get it in Tesco's.
Well, yeah, but like you wouldn't sell it in Tesco's in
Yorkshire,
Barrow. I wouldn't think. No. Or somewhere similar, Salford. Like that would be a disgrace. Rioting in the streets. 138 for 2. 20 overs left in this innings.
Yeah, Markram 14, de Kock 81, and I was sort of saying de Kock hasn't looked in the best form in this series, and didn't actually in the first half an hour of this game, but he's begun to find his timing, hasn't he? And he's played some really good shots now.
81 off 68 balls.
You can't knock that, can you, really?
Can't knock de Kock.
Can't knock de Kock. Absolutely.
And a few of the famed cross-dressers in the crowd have made absolutely minimal effort, I have to say. Really just stuck on a wig. That one is punched out to Livingston, and they're going to get 2.
Yeah, if you're going to go in fancy dress, you've got to make an effort, haven't you?
You've got to make an effort. You've got to make an effort. You know how most guys go, and it's a big joke that they look terrible. I'd go and look really fucking great. Get my makeup done properly and everything. De Kock defends that one back down the wicket to Moeen for no run.
Would you still wear the long socks?
I'll have to ask the tweeters.
Oh, okay.
Mind you, he has got the ginger for Ginger Spice's Union Jack dress.
Yeah, looking about as fetching in it as she did. Punched past cover. It's going to be another single, I should think, as Liam Livingston rather, I felt, rather gingerly made his way to the ball. He seems to be a bit wary of those practice wickets. The ball spinning off them in some weird way.
Did he just about see him warming up? Are we a suggestion of a Liam Livingston spell?
Maybe some flat filth.
Maybe flat filth turning slightly either way.
Yeah, I love bowlers that bowl both leg breaks and off breaks. I think there's not been enough of it in cricket, and it was always said you can't do that because you can't set the field for them. You can only set the field for one, but I don't know. We're a bit more open these days, aren't we?
Well, plus they'll generally come on when there's a right-hand, left-hand partnership like this one, and then just turn it away either way. That one's clipped out into the deep by Markram. Livingston again slides round, does the fielding, put that one in the gap, so it's a comfortable 2.
Thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't he bowl leg breaks with leg break action and off breaks with an off break action, but not googlies with a leg break action?
I don't think has he got a googly? I don't think he's got a googly.
Probably not. He just turns it away from whoever's batting.
Because I seem to recall it being incredibly obvious which type of bowling he was doing.
Oh, it's no deception.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's deceit. No.
And gone for the reverse this time, Markram. It's in the air, but he scooped it over point, and it's going to bonk into the boundary for 4.
Old Fart at Play says, well, in Yorkshire, surely it's old man with ferrets in white shorts. Josie Oak says, De Kock knocking would wake up the pawn bot. The pawn bot's alive and awake. Don't worry about that.
Hey, the pawn bot's always going to be in town when De Kock's batting.
Of course. But he's quite quick, is the pawn bot.
Moeen comes in, it's full, it's back to him, but he's rather flat-footed there, can't get across to field it. It goes up to long on for a single. It's the end of the over, 148 for 2 off 26.
Old Fart at Play says, Yorkshire, and there are famed cross-dressers, and that's just their mood. I don't know, there's part of that tweet missing, but...
no, he means cross-dressers.
Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. Imagine, Sally56 says, I'm voting for old white men in safari suits.
Oh, that'd be good.
There's an idea. If it
piques my interest there.
Well, I'm going to say, if it's constantly above 40 degrees in this country, then obviously we'll have to start thinking about that. We are going to get changing bowling.
Yeah, it is going to be the change that much like a TV commentator, Mark Lawrenson would do this. He would see the sub warming up and he would go, you know what, I think they might bring on Coggins here.
Coggins.
Anyway, it's this man previously mentioned.
We did see him warming up.
I am Liam Livingston, I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
Is he going to breathe life into this innings, I wonder?
Indeed. Well, he's going to Markram, so I expect this to be a leg spinner. It's very full. Markram punches it out to deep cover, should be a single.
I was thinking Coggins sounds like the kind of bloke who played in the first ever FA Cup final for the Royal Engineers or something like that.
That's right. He probably did.
GC Radio Naked Portenbot says, I thought Andy was in fancy dress. Boom, boom.
Tish.
Jay Grover says, I've lived in Yorkshire off and on for 41 years and I've never heard of a Yorkshire hot pot, even in the local Tesco.
Right.
What's the equivalent? No, there must be an equivalent.
Livingston, as predicted, is bowling round the wicket, filthy off spin to De Kock, and that one is punched out to deep point Bairstow, who sends a filthy throw in around Butler's ankles, but it is going to be a single.
I prefer his filthy leg breaks to his filthy off breaks, I have to say.
I think I do, yeah.
There's a bit more style involved. Just looks nicer.
Well, he's going to come up and bowl a filthy leg break now.
Ooh,
fraction. Good ball, though. Speared it into leg stumps. Little bit of turn. Markram just knocks it back to the bowler for no run.
That fizzed through, didn't it? It was a bit more of a toppy than it was anything else.
Yeah. Here he comes again. That one's tossed up a little bit, and Markram clips it up to long on for an easy single.
I actually think that Livingston's got some real skill in his bowling, and I think it's something that he should work at. I think he could be a really decent leg break bowler. Whether he'll ever get that opportunity in the longer form of the game, we'll see.
I would doubt it.
Yeah.
And that one is punched out to cover. He's going to find the gap out there. Yep. Feel rather cursory effort from the sweeper there, but he probably wasn't going to get there, and that's going to be 4.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Because what you're trying to do as a spinner in long form cricket is completely different to what you're trying to do in white ball cricket. I mean, you're trying to tie up an end and build pressure, and he's pulled out that one. If you're a spinner in a test match and you bowl one bad ball every 3 overs, that's no good, is it?
Not really. I mean, a lot of spinners we've had to bowl one bad ball and over, unfortunately, which is even worse.
Livingston is in. It's a wristy drive from de Kock. He's again put it out towards cover, and the sweeper, Bairstow, a little bit more of an effort. He steps back towards the rope, the sponge, but not quite on it. They'll pick up 2.
But he's got a nice action. His leg break action is nice.
Well, he's probably no worse than Joe Root, to be honest.
No, probably not. Old Father Play says anything is better than Mickey Arthur in shorts. Liz Truss in shorts? No, see, there isn't. No, nothing is better than Mickey Arthur in shorts. Which man in a top hat scares you more, says Ravi Nair, and he sends us a picture of Jacob Rees-Mogg alongside the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Well, actually, he's got quite a few children, hasn't he, Jacob Rees-Mogg?
Yes.
Do you think he stole them?
He's somewhat...
Surely it sounds more likely than that he procreated them himself.
I can't imagine that anyone would have actually got into bed with Jacob Rees-Mogg. It's extraordinary thought.
Right, here comes Moeen to Markram, and it's dropped into... Markram wants a run, but de Kock is not so keen, and Root is in with the fielding.
All I'm going to say is politics is the art of the possible.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know.
In theory, that should be impossible, but clearly it isn't.
Yeah.
Moeen is in and punched up to long on again from Markram. No massive intent from South Africa against these spinners at the moment.
They're milking it quite nicely, aren't they, at the moment? But as you say, they're not going full on crazy. I suppose. Yeah, Markram's got a bit of catching up to do. 24 off 34.
Yeah, Moeen is round the wicket to de Kock, defends into the offside.
De Kock's 100 seems kind of inevitable now.
Well, he's only 9 runs to get.
It's all right. I've got a plan to jinx that.
That was my plan. That was just my jinx.
Never works if you do it on purpose. That is short, and he whips it into the leg side and may have found the gap there. No, fielder is out there. Just be a single.
Phil Salt. He does look very aggressive, Phil Salt. I don't know what he's like personally. I've never met him, but he's a mongrel. He's got an Australian look about him to me.
Well,
a bit of dog in him, is there?
Yes. You have to bat upper order in England white ball cricket.
Yeah, you got to be pretty. Yeah, you got to be pretty aggressive.
Off?
They're going off again. The rain is back. Oh.
Yep, people are suffocating themselves in their plastic overcoats. But there was a lot of murk around. And, well, as soon as they go off nowadays, it's at least half an hour, isn't it? Even if it stops in 2 seconds.
Well, it depends on whether they get enough time to get the covers on first. Once the covers are on, it's always half an hour.
Well, I always like to look and see how many people are putting out umbrellas, and I take hope and solace from those people who are prepared to bear it and just be rained on.
Yeah, but that's just northern obstinacy.
It could be. They need a Yorkshire hot pot, that's what they need.
Definitely.
Old Father Play says Yorkshire hot pot equivalent is a Yorkshire man begrudgingly eating Lancashire hot pot at night in a room with no windows on the moon. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's probably in case anybody finds out.
And obviously, the 100 for de Kock isn't as inevitable as I said. He's going to have to wait for it, that's for sure. Didn't Boris Johnson get into bed with Jacob Rees-Mogg? I hope not literally.
Oh, that's something that requires brain bleach, really.
No, you can't unsee that, unfortunately. Jacob Rees-Mogg is a warning that Mogg 7734 should avoid any organism called Rees. Very good point. If you've anyone called Rees, so that's basically anyone Welsh. should steer clear of Mog.
Mog
Otherwise,
should just steer clear of Wales. Really, yes.
Absolutely, yes. Well, we've got an umpire's come out into the middle with an umbrella, and well, Johnny Bairstow stayed out there, hasn't he? He's trying to convince people that we might as well play through this, but it looks like quite a heavy drizzle, doesn't it? I think.
It does. The floodlights are on full. At the moment, they've just got the cylindrical covers on, but they're bringing out covers from the square.
Well, they're bringing out covers for the run-ups first.
The run-ups, yeah. And Livingston is staying out there and signing autographs. So
well,
that's
he was signing them earlier. Did you not see the picture where he hopped over the covers to sign about, then hopped back, then had to go back again and do 2 more and dropped one, had to hop over the advertising hoarding itself to go and pick it up and hand it back to the man.
Oh my goodness me.
The things you have to do to be an international cricketer.
I think signing autographs is one of the great things of being about an international cricketer. You're not ever going to get anyone ask you to sign your name just for being there.
I've got to say,
otherwise.
I was at Surrey, surprise, I was at Surrey for a blast game earlier, and I was down at ground level pretty much, and Jason Roy got pestered everywhere he went to sign autographs, and did do his fair share.
Yeah, I suppose can get wearing. I remember going as a kid to a test match, and
so fair play on him.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember going to a test match, and I remember Chris Old and Ray Illingworth being involved, and they turned down autographs before the start of play. But then at the end of a day's play, when Mike Brearley was captain, I remember he came out and he sat in his car, and there was a massive queue, and he just sat there. Well, I don't know how long he was there, but we got signed. And that was sort of very orderly, I suppose. He's decided, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do it in an organised way.
It sounds like Mike Brearley, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a bit, actually.
It does sound like very clear, rational thinking for a man who's a clear, rational thinker.
Yeah, indeed. And I suppose if during a game you're constantly on the boundary and you're constantly getting pestered.
I'm quite surprised they do it between balls, because it must be easy just to, the bowler gets through it a bit more quickly than you think. Yeah.
Yes, you sort of see them signing and looking up, furtively just to check that they're not going to miss something, but it must take away from their concentration, I think, to a certain extent. Anyway, Malan went for 11, Van der Dussen for 26, and since then there's been no joy for England. Wicket takers David Willey 1 for 19, Rashid 1 for 36. We don't know what this delay is going to be, how long it's going to be, how serious this rain is. I'm trying to look through the scorecard to see how many people have got their umbrellas up. It's not everyone, is it? It can't be that heavy.
Right, but it's, the only people who haven't got them up didn't bring one.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe that could be the problem. Well, until you can't tell from the cameras, can you? Because they put lights on, and it looks worse than it is against the background.
Or they turn the gain up, and then you can see the rain then, which
yes.
you couldn't see before.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell. So what do we do? I mean, you've had your wibble. I don't think we're going to do 2 hours of wibbling, are we? Unless you want to. Do you want to wibble? No, not
really.
looking. You don't want to wibble. No one wants to wibble. So I suppose what we should do is put the dice cricket on for a little bit, and hope that gets us through. Do you know how to do this, Jason?
Nope.
Right. I've got bits of it written down. Let me see if I can work it out. Oh, hang on. Maybe the other piece of paper. Is there another piece of paper there with writing on?
No. Many pieces of paper with no writing on.
I must have left it in the other room. I'll have to go and get it. If you can just wibble for a little while I go and get the instructions.
Certainly.
Well, you could always help us with our technology and stuff by sending us money to www.patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket 1R 2 Ls. Anything from $2 a month is the minimum, I think.
Yep, $2 gets you our eternal gratitude, and then there are other pledge levels above that, which will get you access to the Discord channel,
interviews, podcasts,
early release on other bits of media that we've created.
Yes, and I have Hendo has in his
including
hand
the Smaximum and also the Bishop and the Bear, which are 2 of our series of publications.
Andy.
Hello, who's that?
It's Alan.
Hello, Al.
I haven't spoken to you in ages. Andy, I wanted to get what you thought about, this whole red ball, reset, Bazball, Stokes effect as captain. What do you reckon?
Well, I think it's a real shot in the arm for Test cricket. From what I can see, just the way they have approached those fourth innings chases has almost turned it all on its head. It's turned received wisdom on its head. I was always I would make a bit of money, not much, but every time there was a fourth innings chase, I would bat against the team who was batting and chasing, on the grounds that it's much harder than people think. But England have kind of come in and showed that if you bat positively and just freely and play your shots, it's not that hard.
Yes.
And England have, I think, with McCullum, and I'm sure he's found a kindred spirit in Stokes, have worked out things like, well, through 50, 60 and 70 overs, don't just plod through and make sure you have wickets in hand for the new ball. Score a bunch of runs before the new ball comes.
Yeah, maybe it's a byproduct of English conditions and how that Duke ball works.
Possibly, but there was one of those chases where they were chasing 375. I think it was the last one, and someone joked on Twitter. You see, the problem for India is they're not going to get the second new ball, and they didn't. England chased it down inside 80 overs.
Well, that was the whole plan of the aggressive batting, was to take the second ball out of the equation.
That's just what I'm saying. Yeah. So I can't, if you want to know about the history of Test cricket and to hear from a scholar of Test cricket, you could probably ask almost anyone else on guerrilla cricket better than me. But nonetheless, from a kind of outside point of view, I think it's been a great shot on the arm. And then we've almost seen it start to happen in other Test games. It's almost like, remember, the story of how once Bannister ran the 4-minute mile, suddenly a bunch of other people did it as well. It was thought to be impossible, but once he did it, a lot of them started.
Then Chataway did it.
Yeah, then a bunch of people did it.
A few other people.
Landy did it.
Yeah, and suddenly maybe the other teams are thinking, wait a minute, maybe it's not that hard to chase these fourth innings totals, or indeed score runs in Test cricket. Maybe when there's 4 slips in a gully, it's actually quite easy to score runs.
Yeah, because Pakistan chased down, was it 350?
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely an element to that, and actually, I was thinking the other day about how perhaps the time that you're brought up and the prevailing knowledge at that time, or prevailing thoughts at that time.
The inherited wisdom, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I started out as a really dull, boring opening batsman simply because I read Colin Cowdrey's autobiography, and it was basically guard your wicket with your life. It wasn't about scoring runs. It was about just don't get out.
Yeah.
And I think that had a big influence. And then my hero was Boycott. And so having 2 heroes like that really is going to colour the way that you play the game.
Yeah,
but if you're now brought up in this era of T20 and massive fast scoring, you're going to have a different outlook, aren't you?
Well, you have to. I found this with poker quite a lot. People would quote things from you from books when they were talking about a completely different context. People, in fact, it's quite similar, because people would say, quote you these things, the advice they had read in books, which apply to like 4-day tournaments or playing in a cash game with your last money.
Right.
And they would apply it to these sort of 3-hour whiz-bang tournaments that they played in themselves.
Right.
And it's a little bit the same thing. If a kid today reads Colin Cowdrey's autobiography and guard your wicket with your life, and you think that sounds like a good idea, but Cowdrey was of course talking about first class cricket and red ball cricket, and what do kids play? 20 overs, 12 overs, 10 overs. And if an 8-year-old reads guard your wicket with your life and then goes and guards his wicket in his life in a game with his friends, he's going to lose the game.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So you have to adjust. I mean, I
don't mean the solution to that is send 8-year-olds out to play 90-over cricket.
I mean, we were talking in the green room about 4th 11s and 5th 11s,
yes,
that being either created with all kids or created with all people who cannot move, who are senior experienced players but who for one reason or another can't run around the pitch anymore. But the issue I've got with that is when you get 15 and 16 year olds in the game, all they've ever played up to that point is 20 overs. And suddenly they've got to jump to 40 overs in recreational cricket.
It's hard for them,
and there's an attention gap in the last 15 overs of the match where they've not played to that length before.
Very much so. We have so many people who want to play at Wintermore Hill. That's great. We're getting 3 Sunday teams out quite often. So you've got the proper team playing cup matches, or they have this MDL in Middlesex, some of you might be familiar with. We have ourselves, which is the Tigers, which is a bit of a mix. It's a sort of people who were in the sort of legacy players in this team who are about my age, early 50s, late 40s.
Yeah.
Plus generally the better players who aren't quite in the proper match.
Right.
But who also want to play. So they'll be the better 16 and 17-year-olds generally.
Yeah.
Whereas then you'll have the Lions, which is kind of wrong because Lions are better than Tigers, aren't they? In the animal kingdom, Lions are above Tigers, aren't they?
They're the apex
predator, yeah.
So I was thinking they should
a lioness is.
They should have been the Panthers, I thought, but I digress. Then you've got generally one or two old guys looking in the Lions. You've got one or two old guys looking after things, and literally a bunch of 13 and 14-year-olds.
Right.
But they are playing 40 overs. 35 and 40 overs, and that's a big stretch for them. And the other thing with Sunday cricket, as I'm sure a lot of people know, everybody says they're weak medium. You've no idea what that means, and a lot of people put down weak medium because they want a game when they're actually fucking strong.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So they can get whacked about by some good players sometimes, and it is hard to find a middle ground. But again, you can't really expect under 13 cricket to be 40 overs a side.
No, I agree.
Oh yeah,
there should be some gradation up, but there isn't.
We try our best. The MDL they play is 40 overs essentially, and that's generally for the better younger players. But then again, in a fourth team or a fifth team, in a well-run fourth or fifth team, I should say,
everyone should get a game.
Everyone should get a game, and it's a good place for them to learn. Unfortunately, still at that level, there are many teams that are not well run. They'll bowl the best bowler 15 overs, and they won't give the kids a chance, and they want to start arguments all the time because you're invariably playing with your own umpires.
Oh yeah.
And that could be a minefield. But I am digressing a bit. But we are getting to the point that yes, you have to introduce young players to longer forms of cricket somehow, and there's no perfect way.
Well, it makes me think, because I'm pretty sure that the first cricket that I saw was park cricket that my dad took me to when I was really young, and then when I actually started to see professional cricket, it was probably John Player League on the telly, and probably that was the first thing I was taken to. Actually, was John Player League. Yeah. That said, it didn't sort of detract from the fact that having read Colin Cowdery's autobiography, that I didn't want to play in a 40-over kind of a way, even if you allow for the 40 overs that was played in the John Player League in 1970, but was nothing like the one-day cricket we have today.
With the best in the world, that was a generation different to
absolutely
the 40, 50-over game that they play now.
Yeah, totally.
Well, it was, and it's actually similar to what I did with poker. When I started out knowing nothing about the game at all, I tried to find a few books, and there was nothing on the internet barely existed. It was late 80s,
right? Yeah,
early 90s, and the internet wasn't that much of a thing. So I sort of got some books by mail order where I could, but most of them were like that. They were saying, be super tight, be really patient. It's all about being really patient. And again, they were talking about cash games that lasted 4 days, and I would take this advice into a one evening 4-hour smash and bash tournament and not do very well in it because it just didn't fit. And it was like that. It was like taking Colin Cowdery's guard your wicket with your life into a 10-over game.
Yeah. It's difficult. Do you think in general in coaching or in instructional manuals that everyone errs on the cautionary side?
I don't know about now. And in one-on-one coaching, I think in cricket now, a lot of it is very positive. Some of it, dare I say, might be a little bit too positive.
I think the thing you want people to learn is to read the game and read the match situation and know what to do when.
That will come with experience. I think if you got a kid, my son's 9, he loves cricket, he's never picked up a bat, I think it's hugely important to get him whacking the ball and enjoying it.
Yes, those No
You try and
point. No point. No point in
spend a
bringing
month training him to play a forward defensive.
Yeah.
That's no good.
Well, I always wanted to play the forward defensive, maybe because I'd seen it on television. But if I think at when I was young, actually, if you did go to coaching, the first thing they would try and get you to do was play the pull shot, because it was a cross-batted shot, and your bottom hand dominating, because that's your natural hand, generally speaking, whether you're left-handed or right-handed. And so I think that's always been there to a certain extent. Maybe that didn't come until the 80s. Maybe I'm thinking, it was earlier than that. I don't know.
Going back to the simple matter, if they're not enjoying it, they won't come back.
No.
Well, yeah. That is true.
And this comes back to another thing we pointed out in the green room, I remember playing in a village team in the early 90s. And I was in my early 20s and played with quite a few guys in their early 30s, and they would tend to be captains.
Right.
And they would put a young kid in the side and bat him 9 and not let them bowl. And they would play a couple of games and think, fuck this, and go and do something else. And these guys were scratching their heads, and we can't understand it. We always did that when we were kids. Well, that was in the 70s. You had fuck all else to do.
Yeah, I suppose that's the problem. I sometimes think that way, actually. And cricket, certainly if you're going to hang on to the test and, to a certain extent, ODI games, you do have to learn to accept a certain amount of disappointment.
A ton of it.
A ton of it, absolutely. More disappointment, in fact, than enjoyment, I would say, really.
Especially if you're going to play any form of organised league cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
You cannot be involved in all aspects of the game.
But is that the problem, though? Is that the problem, that if you're young today, you constantly want to be involved in something?
Look, I'm 55 and I constantly want to be involved.
It's
one reason I'm moving away from it, because I said again, there's no reason we shouldn't reprise all our conversations in the green room.
Well, no, absolutely
listeners
not.
Couldn't hear them.
No.
But I was saying, I have played a few games on Sunday this year, and I've enjoyed a lot of them. But today and last Sunday, I actually thought, thank goodness I'm not playing cricket today, because I'm just, I'm a batsman. I don't bowl anymore. I'm glad I don't. My body's not up to it. I was never any good particularly, but a batsman, and particularly an opening batsman, which makes it a bit more difficult. Because in Sunday friendly cricket, it's very often their best bowlers are the opening bowlers.
Yeah.
Their opening bowlers, at least one of them will be decent. He might get you out.
Yeah.
Then you have to sit and watch everyone else plunder this filthy
absolutely
14 and 50-year-olds bowling crappy spin for the rest of the innings.
Or even worse, you might have to go out and umpire.
Well, I actually don't mind umpiring, actually. But anyway,
scoring.
Do digress a bit. The point being that I'm giving up a whole day, and I bat an hour 15 on a good day.
Right.
That's an exceptional day, really. I've never been able to bat for 2 hours, which is largely just a concentration problem. At my age, a bit of fitness as well. But what I'm generally getting to is I take all day to bat for an average of like half an hour.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely, and I think that's probably why I gave up quite relatively early, because not just because of work situation meant that I didn't have the same time, but also because I've been doing it really seriously since I was about 14.
Yes.
And playing from sort of 1 o'clock till 7:30.
Yeah.
And suddenly realising actually you do get out quite early, quite often.
Yes.
And unless you really enjoy the camaraderie of it, which is and we touched on that in the green room as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
Unless you're with people that you really like being with, actually it's a bit of a chore.
Well, it can be, and I was talking about this with my personal trainer. No, not anymore.
Oh, right.
Like 10 years ago. Who was from Hungary and knew nothing about cricket. But she said, you have to find something you enjoy about it besides scoring runs.
Yeah.
And you do, and I've never really liked fielding, so it's difficult.
I think fielding is a thing when you're feeling fit and you have a role as a fielder, maybe you're a slip or something like that has something. I think that used to keep me more interested if I was in the slips.
Definitely.
Actually, last game I played, the wicket keeper had bruised his finger the week before, and he got another one on it, and he said, no, I can't do this anymore. And I went and kept wicket for 30 overs, and I actually did quite enjoy that.
Well, that's another point I was going to make, actually, was that I'm not a very good wicket keeper, but
nor am I.
I would sometimes keep for a lesser team that I played for, just because it was more interesting, and kept you involved.
You're always in the game.
Yeah, always in the game. Yeah,
that's why I like to. I used to, in my long time, in playing cricket. I spent a lot of time at short leg, and you're always in the game there. You're either waiting for the ball to come to you or ducking the ball
for cover
if it's coming to you a bit too quick. But you're always in the game and you're always involved. And even if I was in the outfield, I would expect I want the ball to come to me.
Well, for people who said they didn't want to wibble, we've done quite a bit already.
Well, I'll do some tweets actually, and
Yeah,
then we
do
should.
that,
Let's. Leah says lions and tigers are endemic to different parts of the world. Andy.
Well, that's true. Yes.
They are both apex predators in their ecosystems.
Yeah, but even so, if I said to you, which is the best, lions or tigers?
Celebrity deathmatch.
Yes.
I'd prefer to look at tigers.
Well, I think I do too, but I think it's generally accepted that lions are number one.
Okay, well, she says comparing them makes as much sense as comparing lions and great whites. Jay Grover has a different view on it. He says tigers are harder than lions. It's a fact. He also says Colin Cowdrey's autobiography is the dullest book I've ever read, and I have read a lot of books. Yeah, but to be fair, most of them are tentacle porn, aren't they?
I'd much rather read tentacle porn than Colin Cowdrey's autobiography.
Is it as dull as Atlas Shrugged, says Leah, or Gone with the Wind, says Ravi Nair? Jay Grover says, wait, what? There are poker games which last for 4 days.
Yes, there are.
He says, I run out of money in 4 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
The radar, says Messi Jez from his cavernous weather station in Perth, says, is not encouraging. For some reason, all the rain in the UK seems to be targeted at Leeds. Heavy rain soon. Which means we should probably stop wibbling, because otherwise we're going to be here for another 2 hours, like poor old Al and various other people were. Oh, hang on. Don Topley's got excited by Guerrilla Cricket. This is interesting. CBAR. Be really interested to know who I'm being paid by. Are we all allowed an opinion, or is it just your mates allowed an opinion?
What?
And tolerated. Where does that come from? Just another insignificant contributor from the world of nothing. Hey ho.
What?
He's asked. He's not very happy with somebody who said something. I don't know what we've said.
What do you think about his son?
We've been very
We've been very
complimentary about his son, not so much about him, but that's possibly because we've had some interesting experiences. Anyway, we know that Don Topley actually deliberately and provocatively wrote during the New Zealand series a couple of years ago that the alternative cricket commentary is much better than guerrilla cricket. So we all ignored him, and then he went away. That's all I can say about Don Topley.
Well, let's keep doing that.
Let's just keep doing that. All rain roams to Leeds, says Perker. Let's just ignore Don Topley, because people who want to be noticed hate it when you do that. We're going to go to some... you may remember when COVID was a thing. I still think it's a thing, but some people don't seem to think it is.
No, it's definitely still a thing.
I still think it's a thing. But when it was first a thing, and we had no cricket, we... indulged ourselves with the Broad Dick Weller Trophy, Owsat Trophy. Indulged ourselves to the point that we commentated on Owsat, the old game, and I think at one point we got as many as 11 listeners. And anyway, we're going to play that now. We'll probably only get about 9 listeners now. We're going to play the end of the Fat Lot of Use 11 versus the Beardy Bastards 11. We hope we're going to play it. Anyway, we're going to press the play button.
Shall we play from the start? Or?
Oh, go on. Let's do that. Yeah, let's go back to the start.
Yeah.
Now if that's not cocked everything up, we're going to play it. Press that button.
And his opponent.
There it is.
Here at Trent Bridge, the chef du mission of the Fat Lot of Use 11, Nigel Henderson.
I
think it's a bit unfair to say that we sort of sneaked in anywhere, because the people of our size don't sneak anywhere. They tend to be sort of ripples around them wherever they move. So I think we need a bit more credit than that. To be honest, I'm a bit sensitive today about my fat boys.
You move well for big men. And rolling the dice and making the things work, technical term, Nigel the Bear Walker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Looking forward to this first semi-final.
So exciting, isn't it? It's so exciting. I mean, this is now we're getting down to the real grit of the tournament, and I think we might even get more than 7 listeners today.
The wheat is definitely separated from the chaff at this stage.
Indeed. We don't want them chaffing.
Indeed. We're threshing here, there and everywhere. Should, of course, say that we are raising money throughout this Dick Weller Broad Owsat Trophy for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation UK, who do fantastic work to research the treatment, prevention and hopefully eventually cure of type 1 diabetes, a cause which is very close to the gorilla heart for a number of reasons. We have a crowdfunder on Just Giving. It is pinned to our social media feeds, and it is all over the video descriptions of these very videos that are on Facebook and YouTube. You can, of course, Watch us on Facebook Live and on YouTube. Those links are also easily findable on Twitter. And of course, you can tweet us, and I'll be reading those through the course of the day. Before we do go to the toss, which Nigel will officiate, we must note the alarming presence of a rift in the space-time continuum. Timelines crashing into each other that never should meet. It's all getting wibbly-wobbly and timey-wimey. W.G. Grace and Ian Botham do battle against their younger and older, hairier and fatter selves. All will be made unclear. Over to the bear for the toss. Hendo, you shall call.
And I will call for a great big head. Oh, well, what happened there?
I dropped the coin. I didn't
It's a full start
It
in
was
the
a
toss.
full start. Here we go. It's a tail.
It's got to be heads. It's got to be
tails.
heads.
It's tails.
Oh.
That is tails.
So the beardy bastards have won the toss, and
we're going to bowl, sir. We are going to bowl.
Well, it's all right. I would have batted, so I'm quite happy with that. I always like to get up front and get the runs on the board, put pressure on, scoreboard pressure. That's what it's all about.
So the beardy bastards have won the toss and decided to field first at Trent Bridge. Al, just talk us through your decision making behind that and behind your 11. I understand we have one change.
Just one change for us, nothing too major. Monty Panesar is going to come out of the attack after playing in the last game. Dizzy Gillespie is coming in. Jason Gillespie will go in hot and heavy on a pace attack. So our 11, Brearley, Grace, or one version of Grace anyway. Ali, Yusuf, Sterling, Botham, 77 to 84. Bonner, Marshall, Gillespie, Hendrick, and then Blackham, our wicketkeeper at number 11.
Who's been doing fine work with the gloves. Hendo, you said you're happy enough to be batting first?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been waiting for Mohammad Shahzad to catch fire in this tournament. I think today could be the day. Mark Cosgrove be looking for runs as well. And WG Grace, well, it's going to be interesting to see which of the WG Graces people have come to see bat today. But I, for one, want to see my WG Grace doing wonderful things. He is, of course, the oldest man in this tournament at 172. I think he is.
old.
So he's looking quite good. My version is 172 years old today.
Skeletal, indeed. Right,
who's going to open the bowling then?
That's an interesting choice. Opening the bowling will be MD Marshall.
Okay, well, we have some jingles. We're going to have Marshall. And who's bowling to first up?
It'll be Mohammad Shahzad.
Okay.
With Mark Cosgrove at the non-striker's end.
Yep.
Indeed. Right, here we go.
This isn't just another Afghan cricketer. All new Mohammad Shahzad, with class-leading power and a 3-ton towing capacity. There's never been so much innovation in a cricketer. Mohammad Shahzad gets the tough jobs done.
And over to Nigel Henderson up in the comms box at Trent Bridge for commentary of the first innings.
Well, I should just give you the full team, shouldn't I? I forgot to do that. Mohammad Shahzad, Mark Cosgrove, WG Grace, later years, Warwick Armstrong, captain, Arjuna Ranatunga, Samit Patel, Sir Ian Botham after 84, Rakeem Cornwall, Ian Austin, Dwayne Leverock, and Merv Arsewipe himself, Hughes. And it is Malcolm Marshall with the ball in his hand. I watched him last week in 1984, and he's appealing against Mohammad Shahzad, and what has happened there? It's not out. Oh my goodness, that flicked the top of the pad. He thought he'd got him there with his skiddy action, but I think that's just clearing the off bail, and a fortunate escape for the Fat Boys right at the outset. Second ball, he's in again. Another appeal. Oh my goodness me! Can he escape again? Oh! An extraordinary start to this game. Extraordinary start. 2 appeals. One was not out and one was a no ball, but at least the Fat Boys are off the mark. Marshall again in bowls, and this time Shahzad goes back to a short one and swivels and pulls it over mid-wicket. Didn't get all of it, but he gets 4 runs and they're up and running.
2 + 2 is a man.
Mohamed Shahzad with scores of 11, 12 and 21 in the tournament so far. What can he do today? Well, he's off the mark now. In comes Marshall again, and he's going to hit him for another 4. Beautifully onto the front foot this time and lifting it up and over extra cover. 4 more to Mohamed Shahzad.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, what a start to this semi-final. It really has taken off with bells on. And this is another 4 for Shahzad. He was a little bit lucky there. He was feeling for that outside the off stump. Gets a bottom edge to it, and it flies fine of the wicketkeeper down all the way to long leg for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, here we go. Marshall in, 2 balls to go in this over. He's in again to Shahzad, and it's he was feeling for that, but he's going to get lucky once more. It's gone flying off the shoulder of the bat. It's gone fine again. It means third man has a long way to get round to that leg. Back for the third. Final ball of the over will be bowled to none other than Mark Cosgrove, the left-hander, and that's smashed for 4. He rocks onto the back foot and plants that away through cover point. What an extraordinary first over.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Scenes, as they say, at Trent Bridge. After one 7-ball over, the fat lot of US11 having been put into bat by the beardy bastards are 20 for no loss. Mohamed Shahzad is on 15, Mark Cosgrove is on 4. We do have some people with us on various social media platforms. We tweeted out just before play. We were slightly late on because of a disturbance from a statue at Trent Bridge, to which Tony Bishop says, now you're just taking the plinth. And Pirate Badshah says, was Michelangelo's David streaking? To which I would ask, how could you tell? Linux Leah says, if one of the 2 captains were to produce 5 no balls, there's a synthetic leather jacket, barely worn, UK size, ladies large, in it for them. And Durban Oak says, I see Hendo's in the dark again. It was a toss-up between this and La Liga. Why not both?
Well, I chose right, I think.
On Facebook, Patrick Lunger says, first time tuning in, have no clue what this is about, and says, going to send this to my other cricket group. Please do. Brilliant. And Philip Shaw says, quite rightly, you're in for a treat. We are also on that there YouTube. Who is going to bowl the second over after that bit of dramatics from the arm of Marshall and the foot of Marshall?
Dramatics indeed. We are going to stick with the game plan, and Jason Gillespie is going to open at the other end.
Well, Jason Gillespie coming into the team, I think, for the first time in this tournament.
He's having a jingle first.
He's so dizzy. His head is spinning like a whirlpool.
Oh, that's a bit disorientating. I don't think I'm going to play that again. That's weird in the head.
That is very, very weird indeed. But Jason Gillespie is anything but weird in the head. And he's in and he bowls and it's rolling around the ball. In fact, there are people tumbling everywhere as the red orb is struck away through mid-wicket by Mohamed Shahzad. And he's picked up another 4. He's on fire. I said he's got to catch fire sooner or later. In comes Gillespie again, and Mohamed Shahzad just relaxes, lets this one seam into him ever so slightly, and turns it away. It's just a swivel of the wrists. Picks up a run to long leg, brings Cosgrove down to face, and he's going to pick up 3 perhaps. It's just running out towards deep extra cover. There is a man coming round. That man is none other than Mike Hendricks, and they get back for a third. Again from the pavilion end, and it's 4 more, smacked away by Cosgrove. He's in good touch this afternoon. That's gone straighter than the previous one, but it's found the gap between extra and mid-off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jason Gillespie in again, leaning forward as he runs in with the hair flowing, and Cosgrove flicks him away. Australian against Australian, and he'll pick up 3 more runs down to...
It was actually Shahzad who just hit that 3.
How did he do that? Yes, he's right, because he got 3 previously. So it was Australia against Afghani, and 3 more runs to Shahzad.
Final ball of the over.
It's a big appeal. It's a big appeal against Cosgrove. Oh, and he's given it this time. He's given it this time. The first wicket falls. It was back to being Australian against Australian, and Jason Gillespie comes out on top.
Yeah, Dizzy Gillespie, fine bowler, not the finest of beards, certainly not the most astute member of the squad. His piratical goatee, I think, was his, as Hendo said, him in his younger flowing hair days. He trapped Mark Cosgrove for 7 off 3 with 1-4, and after 2 overs having been put into bat, the Fat Lord of Use 11 are 35 for 1. A few people saying that we've got the wrong match description set on one of the on YouTube and or Facebook, but I can't seem to find where that is. But we'll
I have. I'm going to change it. That's one of the things I have to remember to do, and I forgot to do it today.
So many
thought I'd done it. Thank you for Diana and Warwick Plum for sorting that out. And Linux Lear / hashtag Karen Lives Don't Matter says, is there anything more cricket than we regret to inform you that play for the day will be slightly delayed on account of racist pigs rioting in the street? Indeed, insulting to pigs everywhere. Apologies.
I agree.
To all porcines.
I'm a big fan of Babe personally, but so there you go. Don't denounce the pigs. That's what I say. Yep. Now you may notice you were talking about me not being very bright in a sort of actual glowing sense on YouTube. But yesterday when I was interviewing Deep Dasgupta, I had a big spotlight shining in my face. Unfortunately, said spotlight has now failed, so I'm going to remain in the dark for most of the day. Just thought I'd clear that up for you.
Oh, we've got a few new people to introduce in terms of a match, don't we? Because we need your number 3.
We do indeed need my number 3, and of course it's a wonderful man. They've come to see him bat first. They can see him bat second as well, probably. But it's my WG Grace, all the way from Bristol.
Yes, the statue of a Bristolian that is still standing.
Indeed. A man who was the 8th of 9 children. Would you believe? 8th of 9 children. I don't know about what number child was your WG Grace, Al?
It's difficult to tell. Results are still coming in early on in his career, but I believe he's also the 8th of 9th.
Okay.
8th of 9. The similarities between the two are astounding. I am going to resist the temptation of having WG Grace bowl at WG Grace just for this.
Oh, please, come on, that'd be great.
That's all right. We can do it later.
Marshall will continue, and I believe that it's not even Grace that's facing, is it?
It's Mohammad Shahzad on 27 off 10. Malcolm Marshall went for 20 off his first over, including a no ball.
Well, it's not often that Malcolm Marshall goes for 20, so I can understand why Al is sticking with the Great West Indian. And he's coming in the bowl from the Ratcliffe Road end to Mohammad Shahzad. And Mohammad Shahzad goes on to the back foot, plays a very technically correct shot. One doesn't always associate that with him. He's going to get 2 runs as the man from deep backward point comes running round. Marshall has the ball back in his hands. He bowls to Shahzad. And there's a ball now! This could be close. Let's see what's happening. Oh, he's turned on the upside end, so he's not out.
No, he's gone upstairs, that means.
That's not out. It's a dead ball.
No, it's not.
No, we're sorry. We're between frames.
Yes.
No, we can't have it thrown again. I mean, if it ends up on its end, it's got to be not out, surely.
No.
Surely.
No.
Yes.
No. I'm the fucking umpire, and there's a result after every throw. Shut up, or I'll fine you.
WG Grace is trying to talk the umpire out of this. He says they've come to watch Mohammad Shahzad bat, not you, umpire. But the umpire's having none of it.
Exactly.
No, the umpire's having none of it.
I think we need another one.
Stop being a bad loser.
Mohammad Shahzad bowled in controversial circumstances for 29 off 12, 37 for 2.
Well, I think that's quite shocking again. You see, people have it in for fat people, and this is another example. It's just absolutely incredible.
No, there has to be a result. So if it lands on its end, you roll it again.
I think if it lands on its end,
it's like going upstairs to the TV umpire. I'm the TV umpire, and
is it a 6-sided dice or an 8-sided dice?
Exactly, it's a six-sided dice.
Oh well, that brings out to the crease.
But maybe that's where you could have hit wicket on the end of one of these things, and if it does land on it, you get hit wicket. I was thinking about how you could improve this game anyway. Sorry, who's in next?
Warwick Armstrong.
Okie dokie's over there.
The large vessel.
for a man. But a bloody marathon for a salad one.
Well, these two big men, these two mighty men of Australian and English cricket need to repair this fat boy's innings. In comes Malcolm Marshall. And he's thrown the wrong. Hang on, umpire. I think we need to have an extra 5 runs for that. Anyway, Warwick Armstrong, he's tucked that one away into the onside, just behind square leg. He'll pick up a couple. He's away and off the mark.
It's been a while since I've seen an umpire give LBW before the ball's even been bowled.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think that tells you a little bit about whose side the bear is on. That's 3 more for Warwick Armstrong. Leans into that, uses all 21 stone of his physique to push that out deep into the offside and come back for a third.
As a firm in the Fat Lot of Use fraternity, what do you mean, Hendo?
Well, exactly. I don't understand. It's almost as if you're upset because you weren't picked in the team.
Maybe I am, Hendo. Maybe I am.
WG on strike for the first time.
Oh, and he's flicked that off his toes. It was just over-pitched a little bit from Marshall. He's used all the pace with his incredibly old bat and picked that up over mid-wicket away, and the crowd goes wild, I tell you, wild.
2, 4, 6.
One to come.
What a start for WG Grace. That is what they've all come to see. In comes Malcolm Marshall again, and it's rolling around. He's going. He's got a top edge to that. He went for the pull shot. He climbed on him. He's got a top edge off that very thin shoulder of the old bat that he's using, and it's flown over fine leg for another of these.
I'll tell you what. Sorry, Marshall had dragged that over back beautifully with only 1 for 7 off the first 4 balls, but those 2 sixes have rather ruined his figures. He's got 1 for 39 off his 2 after 3 overs, having been put into bat. The Fat Lot of Use 11, 54 for 2. WG Grace is 12 off 2. Warwick Armstrong 5 off 2.
Well, I tell you what, Al, if your WG Grace is anything like my WG Grace, this is going to be a treat for the fans here at Trent Bridge today. Anyway, who's coming into bowl? Is it going to still be Jason Gillespie?
It's still going to be Dizzy Gillespie, yeah.
Okay, Dizzy is running in to bowl to an Australian forerunner of his, Warwick Armstrong, and Warwick Armstrong fends that from in front of his chest, but it loops up and over through the gully region, and man at backward point is going to have to chase after that, and they're going to go back for 3. Here comes Dizzy again. The appeal this time against WG Grace. No, surely not. No, he's been given LBW, but surely not. His legs are so big, his pad's so huge. Surely that was going over the top. WG Grace is just standing there with one hand on his hip. He cannot believe that the umpire has given that. He wants a steward's inquiry immediately. He wants a public inquiry before too long. And, I don't know what to say about that.
That's what I say.
Well, we'll have word from the House of Commons Select Committee when they do indeed meet. But in the meantime, WG Grace has to go. LBW to Jason Gillespie, just as Mark Cosgrove was. 12 off 3, so 6 and out here for a good time. Not a long time, WG Grace. 57 for 3 after 3.2 overs, and does that bring the former Sri Lankan captain to the middle?
It does indeed. Arjuna Ranatunga.
Sounds a bit like this.
No, I ain't saying he's a fat bugger, but Arjuna ain't skipping out on no cheeseburger. Put a muzzler on a good length. Arjuna Ranatunga's gotta go and get it.
What I love about this game, it's historical accuracy with Grace going 6 out.
Yeah. Absolutely. He doesn't mess around, does WG Grace. He's come to entertain people. And I suppose he'd be a big fan of T20 cricket these days, wouldn't he? It's pure entertainment.
He'd be here, there, and everywhere, all over the world.
Yeah,
he would be. He'd be a superstar. He'd be a
my T20 mercenary.
Your one. Next ball is bowled to Anaratunga. Anaratunga? I don't know who she is, but Ranatunga has guided that from, way outside leg stump. He's going to pick up 3 runs out to deep backward square leg, chased after it by Mike Brearley, would you believe? Gillespie again in. This is going to be 2 runs this time to Warwick Armstrong. And he's just progressing quite steadily. Next ball to Warwick Armstrong. He's going to pick up 3. Again, a little bit of a leg glance there, and it's a long way for the man to travel from long leg to field.
One to come.
One to come from Dizzy Gillespie, who's putting in a fine performance on his first day, and there's something wrong with those dice! There's something wrong with those dice! How's that? No, he's been bowled! That's outrageous! Surely, what is going on with those fat thumbs out there today? It rocks back, it rocks forward, and you just know it's going to land on ours. That's absolutely outrageous. Poor old Warwick Armstrong, he's gone.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I can't believe you believe this is fixed, man.
Outstanding work from Jason Gillespie, showing the benefits of bowling a good straight line. He's had 2 LBWs and now a bowled. Arjuna Ranatunga bowled by Jason Gillespie for 3 off 2. He has 3 for 26 off 2 overs as Jason Gillespie, and after 4 overs, 65 for 4. The fat lot of use 11 should just go to some tweets. We're getting some news about the statue incident that delayed play. It wasn't actually a statue of a racist, alleged or otherwise. It was in fact a statue of a small dog that got a bit enthusiastic. And Linux Lear says, "I hope no rugs, shoes, or trousers were spoiled in the incident." No, the dog is being fed and petted, and all is being taken care of. Philip Shaw says, "Turn off for a second and miss a wicket." Well, if you turn off for any more seconds, you'll have missed 4.
Well, absolutely. I do question the wrist work of the man in control of the dice today. It just seems to be dropping. I think it may be heavily weighted on. There may be a little weight inside that's bringing it down on ours at the top.
And in related news, bad workman blames tools. Bad workman blames tools.
There you go.
The only tool out there is the one with the dice in his hand.
Fuck you. Right, that's it. Oh, look.
Yeah. All right, stop protesting. Well, you know he's coming out to the wicket now, don't you? I mean, it's none other than Dammit Sammit.
Oh, it is. Nice.
Hey, Summit.
Yes, Dad?
I've got something to say.
Uh-huh.
I really love the skillful way you beat the other players to the lunch buffet.
Oh, Dad.
For the first time this series you ran it.
Damn it.
The cheese board's now ours, so let's scram it.
Damn it.
But please don't take pomegranate.
Damn it.
I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Sammit. There's Irish stew. Your belly's no longer like granite.
Damn it.
The corset's not working, let's can it.
Damn it.
Your moves are approaching Titanic.
Damn it.
I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Sammit. There's birth on crew. Andy Flower thinks that you're a joker, and you need to share the stone or 2. But your diet plan is mediocre. So S-A-M-I-T, let's try a poo. Oh, this jingle's nicer than Ravi Bopoha.
Oh, Dad.
Now I'm full up and I'm so glad.
Oh, Dad.
That I could kick you Jimmy Gonads.
Oh, Dad.
Was that the last ball of the over, wasn't it?
It was indeed. So Summit will not be on strike. Warwick Armstrong is on 13 off 5 and will be bowled at 5.
There's going to be a change in the bowling, even though Marshall made a breakthrough in his last over. He's just a little bit too expensive. So Brealey has turned to Ian Terence Botham.
Ooh, Ian Terence Botham coming on with the next man in, Ian Terence Botham. It's getting very exciting.
1977 to 1984.
Beefy as got boring.
Although not at this point in history.
That's right, it's beefy.
Unfortunately, both Bothams and both Graces are sharing a jingle between them.
Oh, well, that was we didn't really think about that, did we? But,
No.
you can't have everything, can you? So it's going to be Ian Terence Botham bowling to Warwick Armstrong. Warwick Armstrong has pushed that one outside the offside. It's run away off a thick outside edge. It's going to pick up 3 runs, as it is indeed Moeen Ali running around at third man. And the next ball played by Samit Patel. He's going to pick up 3 runs himself to get himself off the mark, as that goes down deep out into the offside, chased by no man. I mean, that was a
rolled. That rolled for fucking ever, man. How can you say that was dodgy?
Outrageous. Appealing from
so there you go. Fuck off! Fuck off!
From the early era, Ian Botham has bowled a no ball, and I think that justice has been done on that occasion. Something very dodgy about these dice, I have to say.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Botham showing what would become in later years. It was a rank long hot cut straight to point, but he's overstepped.
Well, he took 3 for 32 against the One Test Wonders, none for 70 against the Wevo Shaughnessy's, and the next delivery is played by Warwick Armstrong into the onside. They'll get back for a second as it's chased by the man at mid-wicket. Next delivery's in again, and that's 6! And that's beautifully picked up by Warwick Armstrong, and he smashed that long hop into the crowd at mid-wicket, and he's really finding his range. In comes Ian Terence Botham, 1977 to 1983, end of 1983, and he's hit for 4 this time by Warwick Armstrong. He's showing what the big ship is made of. He's got a very, very solid. What's the bit of the front of a ship?
Prow.
Bow. Yes, very bow. Yes. Okay.
Final ball of the over.
What coming up? He's in. I knew that was going to happen when he starts rolling around like that. He always rolls back to the house at, and he's given him out.
We've lost you, Endo. What are you doing? Speak into your microphone.
Sorry.
You're getting too excited.
Unbelievable. I mean, how many times did that roll back over the 4 and 6 before it suddenly decided to... And you just knew it was going to settle. I don't know whether it is. It's just the way you watch it on the screen. You just know. You get that sixth sense.
Maybe it works the other way around, Henry. Maybe you're giving vibes through it, going, are you so pessimistic, it's always going to be how's that, and, it ends up how's that. It's you.
Yeah, Warwick Armstrong bowled, LBW to Botham, 77 to 84. 28 off 11, 1-4 and 1-6, the second highest score in the innings. Only Mohammad Shahzad and he have passed 15, in fact, for the Fat Lot of Use 11, who after 5 overs, having been put into bat, are 84 for 5, and that, intriguingly, brings Botham 85 to 92 to the middle.
Here he comes.
Oh, well, I'm not going to play his jingle again.
Yes, you are. Go on.
What?
Well,
go on. He needs his jingle. He needs that impetus.
He's not currently on strike. Who's he being bowled to? Or who's Summit being bowled at by?
That's right, it's Beefy. Beefy has got boring.
Come on, Bear. You need to give those dice a bit more of a.
It's better when they roll more. It's more exciting, Well,
yeah, except it always rolls back to the bloody hell's out.
It doesn't always.
So who's bowling? Is it still?
We're going to carry on. So Gillespie is going to be taken out of the attack, even though he's done really well with his 2 overs, 3 for 27. We're going to keep our bowlers fresh, and Mike Hendrick will be 4th change.
The ever-dependable Mike Hendrick, Derbyshire and England, is coming on to bowl to Samit Patel.
And you make all your sponsorship deals, and the selectors don't know how it feels.
Hey, one thing about this competition, playing different teams. Hang on, is that finished, that jingle?
Yeah, it is now.
I wonder if it was Samit Patel that went all 4 volumes of that we had to hear.
4 volumes of the Samit Patel. It has to be heard.
Just to give a sense of where we are. Samit Patel is on 3 off 1. Ian Terence Botham, 85 to 92, has yet to face a delivery, 84 for 5 after 5 overs.
Right, so it's Mike Hendrick coming into bowl to Samit Patel. Samit Patel, he's started off with a 3. He's going to pick up another 3 here as he moves across to the offside, allows the ball to come level with his hip and flicks it away. And Ian Botham is down to face. Is he going to get to face his alter ego? Well, he's going to pick up 2 runs to start with, as he just guides that backward square on the offside. And so he is off and running. Mike Hendricks coming into Ian Botham. Will have played many games together. 2 more for Botham as he leans into that one and guides it to the right hand of mid-on. They come back for a second. He's in again. He bowls, and Botham, well, he's had a couple of sighters there, picked up 2 twos. Now he smacked that straight back over Mike Hendricks' head. He watches it go, flies into the pavilion for one of these. He's in again, and it's 2 more for Botham this time. Wasn't completely in control of that shot, rather drags it into the onside, but they won't mind about that as they pick up a couple more.
One to come.
And the final ball of the over, he picks up another 2 as he finds the gap between square leg and mid wicket. This is good, confident, and also competent batting from Ian Botham, 85 to 92. End of the over.
Yes, indeed. Ian Botham, 85 to 92, is on 14 of 5, and disappointingly won't be on strike, presumably to Ian Botham, 77 to 84. The fat lot of Use 11 brought up the 100 in that over. 101 for 5 after 6. Sumit Patel is 6 off 2. Tony Bishop says Botham of different eras playing against himself. We're in Back to the Future or Life of Mars territory. Anything can happen in dice cricket. And Linux there reminds us, of course, that Sumit Patel on the Daniel Vittori scale of left-arm spinning all-rounders is the big unit Vittori.
He's a big unit Vittori, absolutely true. Absolutely true. Doesn't really wear glasses yet. Well, he may do as time goes on. He's 34, 35 by now. Anyway, it's going to be Ian Terence Botham, 77 to 84, bowling to Samit Patel, 2020. And in he comes. He bowls Patel. Patel has picked that up and deposited it. He just got the in-swing a little bit wrong there, down the leg side it was going. Helped it on its way over long leg for one of these. In comes Botham again to bowl to Patel as an appeal. This could be danger for the Nottinghamshire batsman. He's been given LBW, so Patel goes. Oh my word, this is looking really good for the Beardy boys. They're holding on to these fat boys, not letting them get away. And then basically, I think they're pretty hard to get away anyway because they can't move very quickly. But I'm afraid to say that Samit Patel has gone.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are gone.
I was just going to say, it's interesting to see that Ian Botham, 77 to 84, was just having a little chat with Ian Botham, 85 to 92 at the non-strikers end there. I wonder what they were discussing. Any ideas what they might have been talking about? Maybe a little bit of byplay going on there, perhaps saying...
Telling us some racing results in the future.
Oh, it could be that, or it could be the fact that 77 to 84 Botham is saying, come on, you're not really up to it anymore, are you, Ian Terence, 85 to 92.
I think there might be might be a party being arranged in the hotel for after the day's play. Sumit Patel, LBW to Ian Botham, 77 to 84 rather, for 12 off 4. That's the 4th LBW out of the 6 wickets to fall today. The other 2 bowl, no fielders as yet needed. Excellent straight bowling by the Beardy Bastards seam attack. The fat lot of Use 11 after 6.2 overs are 107 for 6. And speaking of big unit spinners,
it is indeed Raheem Cornwall coming to the crease. You hear him before you see him.
Today is gonna be the day that you get on your new diet. By now you just somehow got really fat. I don't believe that anybody weighs as much as you do now. 'Cause after all, you're Raheem Cornwall.
crowd are chanting 3, 3, 3. They want Botham bowling at Botham.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting. That's what they're hoping for. It's been a bit of a disappointing innings so far from the Fat Boys. Raheem Cornwall to face up to Ian Botham. In comes Ian Botham in the early years. He bowls to Raheem Cornwall, and Raheem Cornwall says, You can't bowl that stuff, even if you are the 77 era Botham. You can't bowl me a full toss on my leg stump. I will just swing you away over square leg for 6 runs.
Might be the first time I've ever heard a crowd booing a 6 by their own team.
Yes, very true, very true. I mean, you can. It's quite easy for people out there to get the Bothams mixed up, but I think you will find my Botham is a little bit more tubby than your Botham. I think they can be told apart. And the next ball from Botham, he tries to bowl him a slower one. He gets it all horribly wrong. It's another full toss, and Rakeem Cornwall, the big man that he is, has lifted that deep back into the crowd.
Brealey's having a word. Brealey's having a word with both of them because of the 4 balls this over. 3 have gone for 6, and the other one's been LBW. So Brealey just trying to take the air out the tyres there a little bit, I think.
He was that kind of bowler in those days, wasn't he? I mean, he'd take wickets, but he would drop short, and he would occasionally overpitch. Anyway, he's coming in again to bowl to Rakeem Cornwall. What can he do this time? He bowls, and it's a 6 again. He's 3 6s in a row. My goodness me! This time it's a top edge. He pulls at that one. Which again pitched in short, and it goes flying over the wicketkeeper all the way down to the boundary for 6 more.
Rakeem Cornwall has already surpassed Ian Botham's score, 1 to come.
Well, it's quite interesting. I just see Ian Botham there standing with his. This is Ian Botham. Hang on, we're not ready, Bear. I'm commentating, for God's sake. I haven't finished yet. You can't bowl the ball until I've finished commentating my bit between. Take it back.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, of course it is. I've got to do the run-up, haven't I? You can't just throw it in there without me doing the run-up. I think that's got to be put to adjudicators.
What did everyone else think? It's fucking.
As Tony Bishop said earlier, is that Hendo trying to invent rules while commentating? Surely not.
It's in trying to ensure that there's some colour added to this game, not just pure dice throwing.
Yeah, but the point is, you could then go on to describe the ball.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Threw it before I wasn't even ready. I mean, I wasn't even ready. The batsman was talking to the square leg umpire.
Call it a dead ball. Let him have it again.
Spirited captaincy from Mike Brealey.
So who is it? Is that the end of the over, or is there still a ball to go?
There's still a ball to come.
Right. Okay.
That's why I was like.
Ian Botham to Cornwall. 3 6s in a row.
Exactly. It should have been just a normal ball.
What will he do this time? Is he going to come off a short run trying to catch me out? No, he's going to keep the strike, but unfortunately it means that Ian Botham still doesn't get to bowl at Ian Botham because Cornwall has taken 1 there.
He's taken 1. He's got a 19 off 4. Ian Botham, old version, is 14 off 5. And the Fat Lot of Use 11 after 7 overs, 126 for 6. The Botham on Botham action, which we're still actually technically waiting for, is causing a lot of comment on Twitter. Jeff Perkins says Ian Botham will go blind if he keeps playing with himself.
That's very true.
Tony Bishop says that Botham needs to have a word with himself. Oh, he has. Limits Lear is cheering on Rakeem Cornwall. And here's a fun fact about Back to the Future. The Chicago Cubs were eliminated from the playoffs on Back to the Future Day.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It was which date in October it was in 2015 that Martin McFly goes to in the future.
So Marty McFly jumps forward into the future, and in the sports manual that the evil person is using in order to be able to get rich off predicting or unknowing events as they happen, it talks about the Cubs winning, and the Cubs won the World Series in 2017, their first title in 108 years.
Yeah, the joke being that the Cubs never won anything. Philip Shaw on Facebook says, just had a video chat and back now and missed 5 wickets.
Oh, just a 5?
Just a 5.
Go back out.
It should have been 6, but fucking, Mr. Misery Guts over there is fucking complaining.
Right, so
I've got to stick up for myself. I mean, you people would have me bowled out for 50 the way you're going.
Man, it's dice. Who knows what happened?
Anyway, who's bowling at Rakeem Cornwall?
Rakeem Cornwall will be bowled up by Mike Hendrick, continuing his spell until second over.
Well, I'd be surprised if Rakeem Cornwall can deal with Mike Hendrick in the same way. He's almost metronomic as Mike Hendrick. Tall, bearded, he runs in, he bowls to Rakeem Cornwall. And Rakeem Cornwall, well, he hasn't hit him for 6, but he has got a thick outside edge, and it's flown away through the unguarded slip area for 4 runs.
Great guns, I hear
comes again. Oh, and there you are. You caught me out again. I didn't have a chance to do the run.
Fuck off!
What was that? Give us a chance.
No.
It's a no ball anyway.
You are fucking taking a piss now.
Justice is done. Justice is done, mate. Let me get back to my mark before you bowl for me.
The Fat Boys had a lot of goodwill going into this tournament, and with such likeable cricketers as Sumit Patel and Rakeem Cornwall, why not? But the coaches' antics are causing them to take on heel status in this tournament. The boos ring round Trent Bridge as the booze flows round Trent Bridge.
Well, as you know, if, once you start booing me, I just get even more obstreperous. In comes Mike Hendrick to bowl, and it's ended up on the end of the dice again. Shocking dead ball, I'm afraid, there from...
hang on, that should be a how's that by your logic, shouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Fucking hell, I'm giving him out.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Racky Cornwall has just stepped forward and he's launched Mike Hendrick over extra cover, and he's picked up 6 more runs.
Big Rakeem now the top scorer in the innings with 29 off. Joint actually with Mohammad Shahzad, 29 off 7 balls.
Very impressive from the young man. In comes Hendrick again. It's rolling around. It's going to be 3 runs though. It's come off a mixture of inside edge and thigh pad, and they're going to have to hair back to complete those 3, but they do it successfully. It brings down to face none other than Ian Botham. Is he still out there? Yes.
He is.
Next ball is bowled through. He's going to pick up 3 more runs here, as once more he gets a little bit lucky, drags that across to the onside, but they run through these 2. They're used to running 3s. They did it in one of the warm-up matches. He's in again, bowls, and this time it's 4 runs, 4 more runs to the total. Hit this time, I think, by Rakeem Cornwall, and that they score on to what tackle?
With 1 ball to come in the 8th over, 147 for 6.
Bit of a response down in the lower and middle order from the Fat Boys here. Next delivery is an appeal. I just shouldn't have said that, should I? It's an appeal, and it's been given out and again. Surely not another LBW. Who's that gone? Is that Rakeem?
That's straight bowling. That's Rakeem gone.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Fine one-man counter-attack by Rakeem Cornwall, 36 off 10 with 2 4s and 4 6s. LBW to Mike Hendrick. That is the 5th LBW of the innings. Mike Hendrick getting his first wicket. He's 1 for 38 off his 2 after 7 overs having been put into bat. Fat Lot of Use 11, 147 for 7. Nestle Boy says, good to see the bear wearing his favourite London train station t-shirt. Linux Lear says, the Cubs won in 2016. In the 2017, the Astros cheated themselves to a title.
I apologise. Nevertheless, the 108 years still stand.
Indeed. And Linux Lear says, yes, the Cubs winning the Fall Classic is the headline in the paper. Marty looks up the date in I think that's in Back to the Future 2 when he goes into the into 2015. And Jeff Perkins asks, is this all really in the spirit of Owzat?
I think it is, but I want to come back to the Future. And wouldn't it be interesting if in Back to the Future 1 he went to Back to the Future 3 and then came back to the Future 2? Now that would be really innovative.
I'm sure there's fan fiction along those lines. So we need a new batter, the identity of the number 9, and a new bowler to bowl the 9th over.
Well, it's a chubby Lancastrian, Cricketer of the Year, Wisden, 1999. Good year for fatties, as big as Ranatunga also made the cut. It's going to be Ian Austin.
Brendan Ian, Austin Ian.
And he's not going to face immediately because it's going to be Ian Botham. Now the curious thing is Al Hodge, the coach of the Beardies, going to keep on the early era?
Cross the streams.
Got to give the people what they want.
So it's
Ian Botham will continue to bowl and will bowl the first ball at Ian Botham. Oh yes.
Well, which will be the better of the Ian Bothams? We know which one is on paper, but when it comes to actually match play, we shall now see. In comes Ian Botham, bowls to Ian Botham, and Ian Botham has hit Ian Botham back over Ian Botham's head, all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
Oh yes.
Good start for Ian Botham against Ian Botham there. In comes Ian Botham again. Bowls to Ian Botham. And Ian Botham has hit him for 6 this time. He's dropped short. And even though he is a little bit tubbier than his namesake bowling to him, he's put that away over mid-wicket for one of these.
Sorry, who hit who for 6 and who dropped short?
It was Botham dropped short and Botham hit it for 6.
Nice.
Botham again into the other Botham. Oh, it's fiddling around. I thought it was going to land on the Howsat, but no, he's got away with that inside edge. He's going to run down to to fine leg, and they're going to come back for 3. So just for a moment, we lose the direct competition between the two Bothams. It brings Ian Austin, the left-hander, down to face his first delivery, and it's an appeal already. Ian Austin, a man who got 80 against How the Fuck, has been out-bowled. It went in between bat and pad, and that is an absolute disaster for the Fat Boys. Ian Austin, who has got runs down the order, this time goes first ball.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Yes, Owsat giveth and Owsat taketh away. Old Ian Botham picks up young Ian Botham picks up his 3rd wicket, 357 off 2.4 overs, so continuing to be expensive, but continuing to be a wicket taker. 160 for 8 after 8.4 overs, and joining old Ian Botham is a man who made himself a hero in a World Cup in one of the biggest defeats in World Cup history.
He did, the man who springs to his right to take catches one-handed. He scored 77 against the How the Fuck Did They Play for England 11 in a fantastic partnership with Ian Austin. But can he fare better than Ian Austin, who has just gone? It's Dwayne Leverock.
You feel the earth move under your feet when Dwayne comes tumbling down. You feel the stand start to trembling when Dwayne Leverock goes down.
Is there any balls to go in this over?
2
balls to go. Dwayne Leverock facing up to the young Ian Botham, who is in, and Dwayne Leverock, he was in good nick against the How the Fuck 11, and he smashed that one. He offered it up outside off stump. He's leant into it. He's brought through a big bat with big forearms and smacked it over mid-off for 6.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles since you came out to bat. You sexy thing.
Well over half the runs Ian Botham has conceded have been in 6s. He's been hit for 6 sixes, and he's still got 1 ball left of his 3rd over.
Yeah, well, he's very expensive on one of his other games, wasn't it? None for 70 off 3, I believe, in one of his earlier games. Well, he's coming in to bowl the final ball of the over to Dwayne Leverock, and all sorts of strange things going on there with the frame capture, but it's ended up being a single. Dwayne Leverock has just turned it off his thigh pad into the onside. It's easy one, and that is the end of the over. What's the score, Knuckle?
So, after 9 overs having been put into bat, the Fat Lot of Use 11 are 167 for 8. Dwayne Leverock, who will not be facing, is 7 off 2. Ian Botham...
no, will be Dwayne Leverock facing.
Sorry, it will be Dwayne Leverock facing 7 off 2. Ian Botham 30 off 9. And beardy Ian Botham continues to be expensive, but wicket takery, much more in the spirit actually of old Ian Botham. Linux Lear says, I'm sure there is such fanfic, but it's mostly very explicit sex between Marty McFly and other assorted characters, but none of the women have go, though, because we can't have that filth. Would point out, aren't most of the women in Back to the Future related to Marty McFly?
Ooh, that sounds dodgy.
In fact, that was sort of the plot of the first film, where he has to
rescue his dad.
Well, he has to get far closer than he should be to his own mother.
Yes, that's right.
Oh well, you don't want to go there. So who's going to be bowling? Is it going to be Mike Hendricks continuing, or Mike?
No, Gillespie is coming back into the attack. Although we don't need to hear his jingle, because like you said, it was a bit trippy.
No spin today so far. I'm a bit disappointed. It's all been pace, hasn't it? All been pace.
All sort of fast medium bowlers bowling wicket to wicket. It's working.
It is working, I suppose. Well, I don't think the Fat Boys will be happy unless they can get past 200. 167 for 8 it is. In comes Hendrick. Gillespie even bowls to Dwayne Leverock. And Dwayne Leverock has a horrible hike at that, but he's aiming it over mid-wicket. It ends up going down to 3rd man, and he picks up 4 runs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gustav Leverock. In comes Gillespie again, and he's going to pick up 6 this time. He's dropped short. He's tried to pull it. He's got a horrible top edge. It's gone way, way high into the Nottinghamshire sky, and it's dropped down the other side of the boundary. 6 runs to Leverock.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Good stuff from Dwayne down the order. Important runs these for the Fat Boys. In comes Gillespie again. Bowls, and it's going to be 2 runs there. Rather edgy 2 runs. He was swinging that away. Bit of an inside edge onto pad. They're going to hurry back for a second run, which Leverock keeps the strike. Both of them doing good running for him. Next ball, Leverock leans into this one, picks it up off his toes, up and over mid-wicket. It flies for another glorious maximum.
6.
Well, Dwayne Leverock, 3 6s since he got to the crease. Amazing stuff from him. Final ball of the over, I think it is.
No, still 2 to come.
Oh, it's 2 to come. And it doesn't matter. They're all coming alike to Dwayne Leverock at the moment. And this is extraordinary as Gillespie drops short once again. He was really riled up by that previous 6. He dropped this one in short. And Dwayne Leverock has just thrown everything at that. And it's gone, well, it's been carted back over mid-on and all the way down for 6.
The number of the day really pops and kicks. The number of the day is 6.
Now the final ball of the over.
Final ball of the over from Gillespie. Bowls, and I think that's 2, is it? I can't quite see that on the is it 2 runs? 2 runs, come hurrying back. Good stuff from Dwayne Leverock. That's the end of the over. We're going to have another over of both of them, be both from action. But what is the score now?
Well, after that dramatic and expensive 10th over where Jason Gillespie got absolutely levered, the Fat Lot of Use 11 are 193 for 8, 26 off that over, but in his previous 2 overs combined, Jason Gillespie had only gone 426.
Well, I don't know, maybe Al will be regretting that, bringing Gillespie back, because Hendrick was bowling pretty well, I thought. But there you go. These things do games change?
Possibly more both of them action. And on
there will be no more both of them.
Well, Ian Smith says on both of them action. Christ, as long as it's not that picture from his private gallery again.
Oh no, please not.
Oh God, no. The next over will be bowled by Moeen Ali.
Oh, bit of spin. Oh, at last.
Touch, move over Amlo. I like it too much. Move over Amlo. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
It is indeed the first sign of off-break bowling of the day. Otherwise, it's been up and down, medium or quick stuff. In he comes to bowl to Ian Botham, the elder. And there's an appeal immediately. He's trying to sweep that one. He could be in trouble here. No, he's just going down the leg side. Moeen Ali thought he'd struck with his first ball. The first ball has spin in this game, but no, it's given not out. Thankfully for the Fat Boys, he's in again. He bowls, and Botham tickles this away. Grins as he runs up the other end and past Moeen Ali. Grins as he runs back, and he's happy to back in his crease with 2 more to his name. In comes Moeen Ali once more. Bowls to Botham. Botham just pushes into the offside. There's plenty of time to get through for one there. Dwayne Leverock comes down to face.
Yeah, both batters on 33, but Ian Botham has taken 50% longer to do so.
Well, there you go. Interesting little stat there for you. In he comes again, bowls, and this time Leverock is going to pick up 3. He swung that again right across the line. Didn't get all of it, but it's going to trickle towards the boundary. Can't quite get there. But the next delivery's been absolutely lamped by Ian Botham, the elder, and has gone over, flying over deep long on for one of these.
200 up.
It must be
200 up, 205 for 8 with 1 ball left of the 11th over.
Moeen Ali in again to bowl to both, and he's going to pick up 2 more runs here. He just opened the face, ran it down to the man at backward point, having to chase after that just a little way, and he ends the over with another couple.
Yeah, 207 for 8 after 11 overs. Dwayne Leverock will be on strike on 36 off 9. Ian Botham, the fatter, is 41 off 15. Off 14. And Lennox Lear is continuing to go on about Martin McFly fanfic, which you can check out at your own leisure.
Don't do it on the works computer. Stay safe, kids.
Incognito mode only. Who's bowling the 12th?
Gillespie to continue.
Well, he's keeping faith with Gillespie. It's going to be Gillespie to Dwayne Leverock. He comes in, he bowls to Leverock, and Leverock is in fantastic form. That was too far outside the off stump. And, well, it's a kind of cut off the front foot play by Leverock there. It's gone flying over cover, and he's picked up another of these.
50 partnership for the 9th wicket, the first 50 partnership of the innings, 53 of 15, 1 4 and 6 sixes, 5 of which have been hit by Leverock.
In comes Gillespie again to bowl to the Bermudian. He's in, he bowls. He's going to take a single this time and just relax, just drops it down into the offside. Botham is quickly through. He was looking for that single from the outset, really. And they pick up one more. Brings Botham down to face. And, well, it was a bit of an appeal there, rather curtailed because he must have got an inside edge. He's going to pick up 2 runs there and survive. So this 9th wicket pair doing a job at the moment. In comes Gillespie again. There's going to be a single this time for Botham, I think it is, and bringing Leverock back down to face.
Yep, Botham overtakes Leverock to move to 44, but off 5 balls more than Leverock has managed for 43.
He comes to Leverock, and Leverock has slammed that again. He's holding nothing back. It's not always pretty, but it is effective, and he's picked up 4 more to mid-off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Leverock to 49, 1 ball to come.
He's coming in bowling to Dwayne Leverock, and Dwayne Leverock goes to 50. What a wonderful performance he's been there. He's carved that over cover point. He's picking up 4 more runs. It's his second 50 of the tournament. What a man this Bermudian is.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
He's just acknowledging all the applause around the ground with my pencil.
Dwayne Leverock, 53 off 13, 2 4s and 6 sixes. This partnership worth 67 off 20, with Ian Botham's other 6, the only other boundary. And after 12 overs, 227 for 8. Much more respectable.
Well, I just want to say an important thing about this innings from Dwayne Leverock is it will bring great succour to the denizens of the small island in the Atlantic, because unfortunately this week they had to call off Cup match, which is, as you know, is a celebration of black emancipation in Bermuda. But because of the COVID-19 situation, they've had to abandon the game for this year, which was due right at the beginning of August.
I mean, and that's the highlight of the social and sporting calendar in Bermuda.
Absolutely, it's very, very, and it's been. Was it 108 years or 118 years it's been going, and it's extraordinary. But what other things couldn't prevent it, but the COVID outbreak unfortunately has.
Yeah, Lennox Lear bringing some much-needed physics to the matter. Well, Leverock surely has the mash to put into that shot, and since F equals M times A, that performance totally makes sense.
I think you're right. I don't know what it means, but you're probably
mass
right.
Force equals mass times acceleration.
Well, it's going to be Ian Botham to face. Who's going to be bowling?
Moeen Ali will continue.
Moeen Ali will continue bowling to Ian Botham, looking for his own 50. He bowls and he smacked that for 4. He's just stood up straight and proud, and banged it back over his head for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
On 48 now, Fatty and Botham.
Can Fatty and Botham follow Fat Dwayne Leverock to half centuries in bowls, and he's hit 3. I think that is it, isn't it? That's taken him to his 50 as he's swept that away into the onside. It's being chased by W.G. Grace, the younger. He has got that. It finally throws it in. He's a good fielder, he was when he was younger, was W.G. Grace, but he can't prevent the 3, and 50 for Ian Botham.
When you're 50, sometimes you drink till you pass out on the floor. Now your liver's destroyed and you got hemorrhoids, and you can barely get it up anymore.
Considerably slower Ian Botham's 50, 51 of 18 balls as opposed to the 12 with which Leverock got there, or the 13 rather. 2 4s and 3 6s for Ian Botham. 234 for 8, 4 balls to come in the 13th over.
He's rotated the strike pretty well as well, hasn't he, Ian Botham? He's waiting now for... No, it's Leverock to face now as Moeen Ali is in. He throws this one up, giving that a lot of air. He's gone after it! Oh, now, did he get an edge through to the keeper there? There's a big appeal, and it's been taken by Jack Blackham for the first time. We have a catch in this game, and it's the end of Dwayne Leverock after a wonderful 50. Jack Blackham, the aged Australian wicketkeeper, has grabbed him. It just got a little inside edge as he flayed at that one, and Leverock has gone.
Fine work by the only cop who is not a bastard, Dwayne Leverock. 53 off 14, 2 4s and 6 6s. Magnificent work by him, and a fine partnership between he and Fat Ian Botham. How much was that partnership worth? 34 plus 74 that partnership was worth for the 9th wicket.
Pretty good going.
I think that has typified this tournament, hasn't it? A lot of really good partnerships down the order in this particular tournament, and that was yet another one. Anyway, it's going to be the new batsman is this Australian.
Which Australian?
Merv Hughes, Bear.
The only one left.
Mr. Hughes, thanks for joining us. Can you tell me what you think of Mike Atherton? Arsewine. Eddie Hemming? Arsewine. Martin Moxon? Who? Ian Botham? Fucking arsewine. Devon Malcolm? No, pretty good bloke, actually.
Well, it's interesting running between these two.
Well, I have to say that. I mean, he's got to survive. Is it just the one ball?
No, three in the over.
Oh, he's got to survive at least 3 balls to get Ian Botham. See if Ian Botham can add a few more runs in this final stand.
234 for 9.
Not actually great respecters of each other. This is going to be smacked though by Hughes. He doesn't think about singles. He doesn't think about threes. He's just blasted that out of the middle off the back foot over extra cover. 4 runs. 2 balls remaining from Moeen Ali's over. He's in again to Merv Hughes, and Merv Hughes has smacked that one. He got a little bit offline, and he's followed through with a big slog sweep, and it's soaring over the boundary for another of these. So good start from Merv Hughes. What can he do with this final ball? He's got to stay there. He's got to stay with both of them, and he does. But he's hit it again. He got a little bit lucky there. He went back to play the late cut, and he played it even later than he anticipated. It's gone very fine indeed, and it's 4 more.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
There was that wicket for Moeen Ali, but he still went for 21 in the over, being hit for 6 once and 4 3 times. Merv Hughes has pushed the total on to 248 for 9 with his 14 off 3. Ian Botham on 51 off 18. 248 for 9 after 13 overs. Durban Oak getting the 5G conspiracy theories out there. Is anyone else thinking if Hendo gets to the final, then there has been some match fixing? I mean, they do sometimes say that if you're, it's a little bit like if you're being accused of bias by both sides, then you're probably doing something right.
I think I'm doing something right. Not sure what it is, but I'm sure I'm doing something right.
You're doing something wrong. You're accused.
Yeah, a lot of things wrong.
We're going to introduce Ian Terence Botham Young into the attack again.
Oh, this is exciting stuff. 1 wicket required and another 52 runs needed for the 300. Will Ian Terence Botham the elder be able to take on Ian Terence Botham the younger? Well, he does here. He picks up 3 runs through mid-wicket. They're coming back now. It means that Merv Hughes will be exposed to a man he refers to as arsewipe. And in comes the arsewipe. Bowls to Merv Hughes. Merv Hughes clutches the arsewipe through cover point all the way to the boundary for another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, what a contest this is. In comes Ian Botham the younger, bowls to Merv Hughes the fatter, and Merv Hughes the fatter is, it's given, was that on the leg? What was that? No, in fact, Jack Blackham has crawled to his knees and seems to have just knocked off the bails, and Hughes apparently has just left his crease, and that is going to be a stumping, and that's going to be the end of the innings. Extraordinary stuff, and what an incredible way to end.
Yeah, seriously impressive from Jack Blackham, who's continuing his superb work. An absolute bunny with the bat, but a fine gloveman. Stumped to Merv Hughes for 18 off 5 off the bowling of Beardy Ian Botham, who finishes with 4 for 71 off his 3.3 overs. And his fatter counterpart, Ian Botham, ends with 54 not out of 19 balls, 2 fours and 3 sixes. So I think that Fat Botham has beaten Beardy Botham in the Battle of the Bothams.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? 54 not out and 4 for 71. It's probably the best innings played by Botham in his career, isn't it? To actually get all that into one innings, 4 for 71 and 54 not out. Amazing stuff.
True all-round performance. And Beardy and Fat as well, so we can do 4. So 255 all out after 13.3 overs. It's a tricky-ish chase for the Beardy Bastards. Need 256 to win. I'll run you through the scorecard. Mark Cosgrove was first to go for 7 off 3, bowled by LBW to Jason Gillespie, just the one boundary in that 7. Mohammad Shahzad was sprightly, but another start for him. Bowled by Malcolm Marshall for 29 off 12, and then WG Grace was 12 LBW to Jason Gillespie, 6 and out, 12 off 3. Magnificent stuff from WG, the great entertainer. Arjuna Ranatunga didn't last very long, just 2 balls. He was bowled for 3, again by Jason Gillespie. Warwick the Big Ship Armstrong, a decent performance by the Fat Lot captain, 28 off 11, 1 4 and 1 6, not scoring at any great pace. Summit Patel entertained with a big 6, but didn't last too much longer. 12 off 4, LBW to Ian Botham. There was a partnership of sorts until Rahim Cornwall was gone for 36 off 10, LBW to Mike Hendrick. There was some crash bang wallopry from Botham, but then Ian Austin got to face and was then bowled by Botham. Stick with us for a golden duck. Dwayne Leverock, absolutely magnificent, the top scorer, 53 off 14 balls with 2 fours and 6 sixes, caught by Jack Blackham off the bowling of Moeen Ali. And then Merv Hughes was stumped by Jack Blackham off the bowling of Arswipe Ian Botham for 18 off 5, with Arswipe Ian Botham knocked out at the other end, 54 off 19. There were 3 no balls. The bowling figures: Malcolm Marshall, 2 overs, 1 for 39 with 1 no ball. Jason Gillespie started his spell superbly, but his second spell wasn't very good. 3 for 72 off his 4 overs. Ian Botham, even more expensive, 3.5 overs for 71, but those 4 wickets and a no ball. Mike Hendrick, 2 overs, 1 for 38 with a no ball, and Moeen Ali, 2 overs, 1 for 35. So 256 to win and go through to the final for the Beardy Bastards.
Well, I have to say, I mean, at one point I didn't think we were going to get anywhere near 255. Just getting to 200 was important, but we've given ourselves a little bit of a chance here, haven't we?
Certainly have. It's going to be a cracker on our hands, I think. Linux Lear says, "Wow, never see Botham of all people make Rohit look hurried with that late cut."
Well, that was the Dice Cricket, in case you were wondering what you were listening to, in the absence of any real cricket. That was something we made earlier, back in 2020, I think it was, Jason, wasn't it? The Fat Boys 11 with the hairy beards.
Sounds about right, yes.
Yes, well, the news from, you may know if you've been watching and you've got a feed up, is that the third one-day international from Headingley has been abandoned. At least they called it off reasonably early, which is, I suppose, good for all of us. The match is abandoned. The series ends in a 1-all draw, and now we've got 3 weeks of the 100 before there's any proper cricket. Oh no, there's some T20s coming up this week, aren't there? On Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday. 3 T20s for England versus South Africa, so I would suggest that you join Guerrilla Cricket for those. 2 of the matches are on at 6:30 in the evening, and the Sunday match will presumably start at 2:30. I think that's right. We haven't really learned much today, have we, Jason? It's been a bit of a damp squib.
No, I mean, Quinton de Kock played well, but he was always going to end up playing well at some point in the series.
This is true.
Markram didn't really get a chance to show what he can do. So the jury's still out on whether or not he's back to full strength in that middle order role. Rassi played okay for a while.
Yanaman Malan just doesn't look the player that we've been believed. We've seen from his reputation in South Africa, he's got good numbers there, but hasn't really shown them in this series. Got a 50 in the first one, but since then he's looked all at sea, really. Terribly out of form.
Yeah, and the rest of them didn't get a chance to get to the crease to show us whether they can do anything or not.
This is true.
So the jury's out on Pretorius and all the other bowlers in English environment.
Absolutely. But as I say, we've got 3 T20s to come. Then we've got 3 test matches starting on August the 17th. That's what I'll be looking forward to. Anyway, is some more test cricket. Just to remind you, of course, that if you want to help out Guerrilla Cricket, you can go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Pledge us a certain amount of money. If you do give us £4 or more per month, you get access to our podcasts and our weekly newsletter, the Smaximum, trademark working title. And I think people quite enjoyed both those things. So if you love your cricket and you want to read more and you want to read it with a particular Guerrilla flavour, go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket and your wishes will be answered. Now, we're not quite sure how to turn this off, are we? So we're going to have to ring the bear probably. But I think what we will do is we'll play the theme tune, and then we'll go and take some advice from the bear. It doesn't look like we've had any tweets of any note. I think like everyone in Australia has probably gone to bed by now, and those of us in Bangladesh probably should. Farong, if that's you. All right, well, join us again on Wednesday night for the first of the T20s. I can't remember where that one's coming from. Do you remember off the top of your head?
No.
It'll be coming from a ground in England somewhere. So join us for that on Wednesday night, England v South Africa, T20 3-match series. Until then, it's goodbye from me, Gorilla Hendo. It's goodbye from Jason.
Goodbye. Bye-bye. It's goodbye from all the other people who've joined us today. So Messi Jez, Tim Dale Lace from South Africa.
Oh, indeed.
Ian Forthy. Al Hodge.
Did fantastic work on
and our very own Andy Ward, didn't he?
Who has also gone home.
Yes.
So we are the last men standing, or sitting, as it may be. Until Wednesday, goodbye from all.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away. We will not be caught. would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel.